there's no doubt that Britain is a nation of very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
Ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
We'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens.
And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens.
Of all the flowers in our gardens, one stands out as being extra special. And this is it. The rose can justifiably claim to be Britain's favourite flower. While sales of modern varieties soar, those of our classic, traditional old roses are fading, and that means that they're gradually disappearing from our gardens. And only we can save them. I believe that old roses shouldn't be forgotten. They should be celebrated as fragrant, colourful, beautiful parts of our heritage. On my revival, I'll be taking some time to smell the roses. Oh,
Old rose fragrance.
that's knockout fragrance. Trying my hand at some cross-pollination. I feel a great sense of responsibility. Being a bee.
Yes.
And showing you which old roses to choose for your garden. Not only does it look beautiful in flower, it still holds its own in the garden right the way through the season. I've come to Mottisfont House and Garden in Hampshire, where this beautiful house was built on the remains of a 13th century priory. But for me, the real jewel in the crown here lies just beyond the gate of the old walled garden. In the early 1970s, this former kitchen garden was transformed by one of the most influential gardeners of the late 20th century, plantsman and rose aficionado Graham Stuart Thomas. It was created as a home for his private collection of old-fashioned roses. It's been described as one of the world's most beautiful rose gardens. Even Thomas himself called it his masterpiece. And I have to say, standing here, it's impossible to disagree. I can't actually remember a time when I didn't love roses. My father was a huge influence, but he really liked the hybrid teas, the floribundas that were so popular in the 60s and 70s, and of course we had lots of those in our garden. But we also did lots of garden visits as a family, came here to places like Mottisfont, just as the crowds are doing today, and it was then, I think, that I saw old roses for the first time and fell hook, line and sinker. While modern hybrid roses continue to gain in popularity, our classic old roses are going the other way. And unless we can get the new generation of gardeners to start to fall in love with beautiful roses like this gorgeous Rosamundi, then we could be in danger of losing the vast variety on offer to us today. And for me, that's just not an option. To start my revival, I've come to Oxfordshire, to an area that's synonymous with old roses. This region is known as the Golden Ridge, as the soil conditions make it ideal for growing roses. Longworth Village is famous for its beautiful gardens, and I can see why. Now, I'm being a bit cheeky here, but I've spotted another beautiful garden filled with roses. Just look at this. Absolutely stunning. Maybe not. Oh, that was quick. Hello. I really hope you don't mind me knocking on the door, but I've just seen your garden and it's just so beautiful, and I just wondered if I could ask you a little bit about the roses. Would that be all right?
It'd be a pleasure.
You know that way that gardeners are very nosy about other people's gardens.
I do.
But that's half the fun, isn't it? Sharing.
Well, gardens are for sharing.
Exactly. But I couldn't help noticing the way that you're using the roses here. I mean, you seem to have them very mixed in with all sorts of other planting and lots of different types of rose.
Yes. Well, when I moved here 10 years ago, we had a lot of these roses in place, but a lot of the other flowers had really finished their life, so we replanted around the old roses.
And I love this as well, the rambler on here. And that flowers only once, presumably?
That flowers once every year, yes.
So why do you feel it's worth growing, even though it flowers only once?
They do smell divine if you get the right ones, and they just look so beautiful.
Longworth is home to the Rose Nursery at Frilford Farm. They've been growing roses commercially for over 150 years, and I'm here to meet fifth-generation grower Robert Mattock. This is the most wonderful room, just wall-to-wall garden books. Now, you've got a couple of roses on the table here, which are very beautiful.
Absolutely. They are both called Longworth Rambler. You can see this through the village. There's still quite a few old plants.
But tell me, why are they here? Why are they here in these pots?
The reason that they're here, as indeed are these, is that these were roses that have been lost. So we put on a show called the Anti-Rose Show.
Very clever.
And the idea was to try and search out the old roses that I thought must have been in the hedges and the old gardens in the village, particularly the old cottage gardens. Out of that came a dozen varieties that we couldn't identify at all.
Wow.
Now, that is quite interesting.
That is very exciting. Yeah. So what percentage of the roses, say, that were available in about 1900, do you think we can source today?
I think we'd be lucky to find 10%.
I find that really upsetting, actually, because to think that we might have lost 90% of all those glorious roses.
And all that hard work by the breeders, you know, and you know, a lot of those varieties haven't been surpassed.
Robert's nursery is involved in the restoration of historic rose gardens, and he's currently working on Iford Manor, which was once the home of famous landscape designer Harold Ainsworth Peto. So, given that you're restoring this part of the garden, what evidence do you have for what roses might have been growing on these pillars before?
The evidence comes in the form of a set of very old plant labels. So we know the list of roses. We then had the problem of deciding where each one's going to go.
So that's your artistic licence coming in.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't know what you feel, Robert, but for me this just has... It has a softness about it compared to a modern climber or rambler. It sort of doesn't have very formed flowers.
No.
But actually that's part of its charm.
That's part of its charm. These old climbers, in particular the Witcherana climbers, flower along the whole length of the stem, no matter whether they're upright or whether they're running horizontal. Yes. Simply because that's what they do in the wild.
And that's exactly what you want, isn't it?
Exactly.
You want it to be clothed in flowers all
From
the way up.
Bottom to top.
One of the oldest roses here in the National Collection at Mottisfont is this. It's Rosa gallica officinalis, also called the apothecary's rose. Now, it was thought to have been introduced into Britain probably during the Crusade, so it's been growing in our gardens for an awfully long time, and it's absolutely ravishing. Oh, it has the most fantastic fragrance. In fact, if you stand here, the perfume is incredible. And all these amazing flowers are under the care of head gardener and rose lover, Johnny Bass. How many roses have you got here? Because it's enormous space.
About 420 registered with the National Collection.
It's the perfect setting for them, isn't it? I mean, you've got this wonderful walled garden, and then it's actually a very simple design.
That's exactly right. The whole garden is set out as a colour palette. The companion planting is there to help show off the roses, but as you say, it's very simple.
What about old roses specifically? Because I know that many people feel, because many of them don't repeat, some have a tendency to be slightly more tricky to look after. What's your feeling about that?
These are certainly elements of growing old roses. You have to accept that. But it's no reason not to grow them. With just the right bit of TLC here and there and thinking about where you're planting them, you can have this fantastic display of roses. And the scent is something you can't convey when you walk in here in the morning. It's like walking into a perfume shop.
What are your favourites?
I have a bit of a special affinity for the Adelaide d'Orléans that grow over the arches. I think they're stunning. But I also have a very special love for Kathleen Harrop, which is a beautiful pink climber, virtually thornless, heavily scented, and it's just wonderful. To me, that is a classic rose. Often people ask the ages of the rose in terms of when they were first discovered or when they were first bred. And when you look back and you think some of them are 800 years old, possibly older, it astounds people.
Do you think it also inspires people to grow old roses in their own gardens?
I would like to think that people will come here and see what we do and think, hey, I can do a bit of that in my garden. And in turn, bring back slightly more into fashion some of the old varieties.
In order to get the most out of the roses here in the garden, Johnny employs some very clever but simple techniques. Johnny, these beds are so floriferous. How do you get this quantity of blooms on the shrubs?
What we tend to do here is pegging down. It's a way of using all of the growth of the shrub that's brought up over the year. And we will use these stems and we will bring them right the way down and peg them into the ground. And this way you get a flower effect all the way along that length. And instead of traditionally pruning them down to 3 or 4 feet, we're using all of this space to produce a whole length of flowers.
It's really clever and it absolutely works. And then what time in the year would you do that?
Very early spring. And we will come through and take out the flowered stems from the previous year.
Will you cut those right out?
We will cut those right out at the base. And that then encourages these lovely new bits of growth to come up over the season. And these will be our replacement stems for next year. So we'll bend these all the way down and they'll come over and peg in quite nicely, and the process repeats itself.
What sort of roses is it most suitable for?
Hybrid perpetuals and bourbons, just precisely because they produce these lovely long bits of growth, 6 or 8 feet in a year. But you could try it with anything, really. I think it's a case of, if you've got a rose you think might be suitable, give it a go.
My campaign is all about getting you, the great British public, to buy more old roses for your gardens. I think that an awful lot of old roses are locked away in very beautiful, but quite often very grand gardens, and I want to set them free so we can all enjoy them. I've conjured up an idea that is slightly off the garden wall, but I can't do it alone. I've come to this garden centre in Solihull to enlist the help of a crack team of budding rose revivalists. Hey everybody! Hi, this is what I want to see. Really enthusiastic bunch of gardeners. This youthful crop of flower enthusiasts hail from Solihull College, and I'm hoping that my slightly harebrained idea will give this lot the inspiration they need. We are going to plant a garden on a truck.
Different.
Sounds good. And then we're going to take this truck out into Solihull and see what people think. We're going to sell those old roses. And now for the roses, as well as some other plants that will complement them. I think I might have slightly overdone it, as usual. Oh, calamity. There's a disaster. Losing a delphinium. Revival's never easy, but it's worth it. Time to get cracking before this weather gets any worse. Just push it right down as far as it'll go. In the centre, yeah. I love it already. OK, some plants. This is Rosa Gallica. officinalis, so it's a really ancient rose, but so beautiful. That's great, thanks. It's a moss rose. Can you see it? It's got a sort of really mossy, the buds are slightly fluffy. Gorgeous, isn't it? Thank you. My rose garden is finally taking shape, but the skies are getting darker and the rain has started.
They look pretty good with the rest of the stuff that's been put together with them.
Sometimes you see them in the garden centre or the nursery and they're just plonked there,
and you've got
aren't
all
they?
the roses together. You've got a mixture. It probably makes people want to buy them.
That's the last plant going in there, so well done, everybody! Woo-hoo! Excellent! And as luck would have it, the sun has finally come out to play, and just in time to take my garden to the people of Solihull. Now, I'm very glad you're coming to have a look, so I'm very proud of this. This is a pop-up rose garden.
They are absolutely beautiful.
You like them?
I do.
Do you grow roses at the moment?
I've got a couple in my garden, yeah.
I don't grow them, I wish I had the time, but I do love them.
Very attractive.
I like the way that you've done the pale pinks with the dark foliage there.
They look fab, yes.
The thing that really strikes me about this is the smell. The smell is really, really lovely.
They smell nice. Nice fragrance.
Oh gosh, yeah, they do.
They do, don't they? They really
That's one thing about the roses in my garden, they don't smell.
Oh, you see, a rose without scent? I mean, that's just no good at all. No. So would you consider perhaps including one old rose in your garden?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. It's a good idea.
Old roses, that's the thing, yes?
I like receiving roses.
Don't we all?
Doesn't happen very often, though.
I think it's safe to say that my pop-up rose garden has given some inspiration to the gardeners of Solihull. This is the North Garden here at Mottisfont, and these wonderful ramblers are just beginning to establish themselves over the arches. They're going to be magnificent. Now, there are many ways that you can grow old roses in your own garden, so here are just a few tips. Most old roses are shrub roses, like this ravishing Commandant Beau Repair. Absolutely beautiful. Now, many of them have really strong, tough growth. They're very vigorous. They've also got, on the whole, pretty good disease resistance. So if you grow them healthily, they tend to stay in good nick. Because they're so big, it really makes such a statement, just the one plant, and it'll just be so breathtaking at this time of year, you'll never regret it. If you want a really substantial shrub, perhaps even for hedging, maybe with sharp thorns to deter intruders, well, this is perfect. It's Rosa rugosa rubra. It also comes in a white form. Beautiful, healthy foliage, and then these lovely large magenta flowers. They're single flowers, and there you can see the golden stamens in the middle of the flower. Now, it also has another trick up its sleeve. You get these beautiful flowers in the summer, then don't deadhead, because you'll get stunning rose hips through the autumn. You can just see on this faded flower the beginning of that hip forming behind the bloom. And they're lovely. They're really fat and juicy and gorgeous sort of orange colour. So this plant, nobody could say that here's an old rose that doesn't earn its keep in the garden. Climbing roses have a stiff branching habit which makes them perfect for training onto walls and fences like this, but they're not self-supporting, they need tying in to wires. Now, they often have much larger individual flowers, but sometimes less flowers overall, and sometimes they repeat flower. This is Crimson Glory. It was bred in the mid-1930s, so just getting into that old rose territory. I think it's actually very beautiful and it has masses of impact. Ramblers can go pretty big. In fact, they can even romp up through a tree, but they're also perfect for clothing a pergola or growing them over an arch like this one. This is Adelaide d'Orléans. It was bred in the early 19th century. Now, they flower on old wood, so ideally you just prune them really to give them a bit of shape and keep them within bounds. But I would say find a space where they can really do their thing and then just let them go for it. So whatever shape or size your garden, there is surely a beautiful old rose for you. For For the next part of my revival, I'm visiting what is considered the most famous rose nursery in Britain. This is the perfect place to come if you want to see old roses looking their absolute best and the very latest in modern breeding. David Austin is considered a legend when it comes to crossbreeding old roses with new. He aims to create plants that repeat flower and are disease resistant, but that at the same time retain the colour, form and scent of older rose varieties. And his success is more than evident in this beautiful 2-acre garden. This is absolutely stunning.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
A beauty. Yeah. Tell me a bit about it.
It's a Gallica rose, and its name is Duke de Guiche. That'll be the one flowering it has. That's the true old rose fragrance.
That's knockout fragrance. There are some great examples here that demonstrate just how David's managed to get the best of both old and new roses in one plant. David, tell me a little bit about this one, because I know this is new for this year, Olivia Rose Austin.
It's very unique in that it does, as far as we know, we've never seen any disease on it.
It has that real old rose shape.
It has, yes. One of the things we try to breed is as much variety as possible.
And this, for me, is a perfect example of how you bring through that old rose quality and you put it into a rose here with good disease resistance. David's incredible propagating wisdom has been passed on to his son, David Austin Jr., who's worked alongside his father for over 15 years. Give me the cold, hard facts, though, about old roses. I mean, are people buying them?
Not in huge numbers, no. I think it's more for the connoisseur, the people who really know about roses and really appreciate what they offer. Obviously, it is down to practicalities. They don't flower for as long.
What about the argument that I have, which is that something flowering for a short time shouldn't be enough to put you off, because there are lots of things that actually have a short flowering period.
Yeah, I mean, wisteria, you know, one of the most magnificent plants you can have in a garden, a short flowering period, but there isn't really a repeat flowering version, so the wisteria will always hold its own and commercially will be a huge seller, whereas the poor old rose has to compete with something that performs over a longer period. But I totally agree with you, they have a place in the garden.
In the quest to create new rose varieties, some cross-pollination is required. Pollen from one rose variety is used to pollinate another plant, thus creating a hybrid of the two. I'm going to see just how it works with David Jr. and Chief Propagator Sue Baker.
The first step is that we take the petals off and then we collect the pollen.
Yes, you're obviously very carefully removing all the pollen heads on the top of the stamens. If she doesn't do that, there's a risk that it could self-pollinate.
If this happens, it would be hard to determine the exact parentage of the new plant. So, with all the pollen heads removed from this flower, it's time to introduce pollen from a different variety of rose.
Why don't you have a go at pollinating?
Ooh, this is very exciting.
The pollen is normally around the sides.
Oh, it's the very, very fine dust.
I just make sure you've got quite a bit on your brush.
So load the brush with
That's
the pollen.
Yes, load the brush up.
OK. And then just where? All over the stamen?
Yes.
It is really hard to see exactly what you're doing. I feel a great sense of responsibility. Being a bee.
Yes.
Once the cross-pollination is complete, there's a very exciting wait to see if the cross has been a success.
The cross that you made, the hip will be harvested, and then the following spring, those seeds will be planted out, and this is the result.
This is just the first hurdle, isn't it? You then have all your trials and so on.
Absolutely. It's an 8-year process, so there's something like 60,000 individual seedlings here.
I had no idea it was that many to produce so few.
We are very conscious of making plants that are easy for people to have in their garden, and the big aspect for people is disease resistance. If we don't have to spray them, then it will be absolutely fantastic thing to achieve.
Back at Mottisfont, there are hundreds of old rose varieties that you could choose for your garden. Once you've picked your favourite, you need to know how to plant and take care of it properly. So here are some key pointers to bear in mind. Or find yourself a nice sunny spot, because most roses prefer a good 5 or 6 hours of direct sunshine every day, although ramblers will sort of scramble up to find the light. Now, I'm planting a containerised rose, although you can also buy roses bare root, and in fact if you're going for an old rose, often you'll find more variety out of season, and then they arrive when they're dormant and you put them in. You want a nice big hole to be dug, either for containers or for bare root, at least twice the diameter really of that root ball. And also you need to make sure it's deep enough, and I want to get that graft union there between the top of the rose and the rootstock just slightly below ground level. With the hole ready, add compost and some mycorrhizal fungi for an extra boost. I'm just going to sprinkle into that hole so that it comes into really good contact with the roots, and those roots, which become woody but initially they're quite fibrous, will really benefit from those, and because it will help them to draw up water and nutrients really quickly and help it to establish healthily. And in fact, if you start your rose off well, then you're going to find that all sorts of other problems like mildew and black spot are much less likely if you've got a rose to begin with that's in really good heart. Now we're just going to ease that out of the pot. There we are. And you can see there those fibrous roots. So now I'm going to try and find its front. There usually is a front. I think that's probably the right way. And then just start to fill in again around the base, making sure that you don't miss any gaps. You don't want any air pockets under there. Now I've chosen here a rose called Charles de Mills, which is one of my favourites. It's a Gallica. I'm just going to firm that in now with my boot. You don't want it rocking about. And Charles de Mills has lovely fragrance. It's got these beautiful, almost quartered flowers, really just packed with petals, and quite an open shape, in a lovely sort of raspberry shade that just kind of fades through to mauve. And that last bit I normally just do with my hands. And you can also leave just a little depression sort of around it, almost like a little moat. This will ensure that water effectively penetrates the soil surrounding the roots. Now, the other thing you can do at the same time, particularly with an old rose, is because it has a fairly short flowering period, you might want to plant companions with it right from the outset. So something like Clematis Viticella, now that's perfect because the pruning for this is at the same time as it would be for the Charles de Mills. So that's really before it gets going at the very beginning of the spring. And then underplant them as well, put in narcissi or alliums so that you really extend the season of interest. And the other bonus is that roses like Charles de Mills have very attractive foliage, so that not only does it look beautiful in flower, it still holds its own in the garden right the way through the season. In the Suffolk countryside lives one lady who's already an avid old rose revivalist. Smallwood Farmhouse is home to Widget Finn and her impressive collection of over 50 old rose varieties.
There's a grace to them. The old roses will just look beautiful, look soft, smell wonderful.
Widget fell in love with old roses over 40 years ago and has grown them ever since.
I love them for their names. There's Rambling Rector, there's Great Maiden's Blush, there's Cardinal Richelieu. They all have wonderful names, and they're very easy to grow. Once they get established, they will just carry on growing and blooming. I think that more people should grow old roses, partly to keep the history going, partly because they're very easy, and partly because they're just absolutely beautiful.
This is my idea of heaven. There's nowhere I'd rather be than in a scented rose garden just brimming with beautiful blooms. And old roses are survivors. They've been handed down to us through generations, almost like a precious family heirloom. They're far too good to let slip through our fingers, and no British garden should be without one. Across the series, our revival team are travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens.
You couldn't draw, as a landscape artist, a more perfect picture.
Flowers.
And their perfume. Oh, it's sensational.
And plants.
This plant is perfect. That's going to get off to a great start.
Next, Joe Swift is on the campaign trail for climbers and creepers.
There's one group of plants inextricably linked to the way we view our homes and gardens, and I love them. From wonderful wisteria to deliciously scented honeysuckles, heavenly hydrangeas and exotic passion flowers, climbers and creepers just offer up so much and so many choices to the British gardener. But many of us are scared of them. We think they're going to get out of control and even damage our homes. I want to dispel some of the myths that have grown up around these fantastic plants and show you that with the right selection and a little bit of maintenance, they'll suit any style of garden. On my revival campaign...
Oh, we had a beep! A beep!
I'm going to be using science to make the case for growing climbers up the walls of our homes.
So it's like covering your house with a nice duvet in the winter.
That's a good way of thinking about it.
I'll show you the best way to create a classic structure for your climbing vegetables. And there you go, that is one of the most satisfying gardening jobs you'll ever do. And I'll be sizing up a 250-foot long wisteria.
What?
This is Heel Gardens, just outside Salisbury in Wiltshire, and the fantastic house behind me remains largely unchanged since King Charles II hid here before fleeing to France in 1651. But the 8 acres of garden have evolved over time and are now a very magical place on the banks of the River Avon. But I've not really come for the interesting history nor the delightful Japanese garden. I'm here for the wonderful collection of climbers and creepers to start my revival campaign. There are honeysuckles and clematis-laden arches and walls covered with wisteria and roses. These plants all have their own wonderful ways of growing up and over whatever they can attach themselves to. This ivy growing up this cherry tree reminds me of my first ever gardening job, which was to take an inappropriate plant out of a tree. This is absolutely fine because it can be snipped back, but I had to take a Russian vine that had completely taken over a vast tree, climb up into it and cut it all the way back to the ground and then dig the roots out. And my first ever day taught me a very important lesson. It's to plant the right plant in the right place, but also to manage a plant as well and keep on top of it. Sadly, climbers are seen as aggressive, thuggish plants. They're trying to take over the world. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. But I honestly think these plants are misunderstood. They offer so much. Something like this rose has a delicious scent, as other climbers do too, and they flower around eye level, which is just where you want it. And over there, that honeysuckle, well, it's perfect for softening a wall or a fence. They cleanse the air of pollution, provide vital habitats for birds and insects, and with space at a premium in so many of our gardens, they can give you a huge amount of interest with a relatively small footprint. And where better to start my campaign than Oxford, a city famous for its university and quadrangles covered in climbers and creepers. This is Lincoln College, founded in 1427. It's one of the oldest colleges at the university, and one of the building's most notable features is this Virginia creeper.
Look at this is amazing. It's so quintessentially English somehow, with the stone and then the Virginia creeper, and there's a climbing hydrangea over there. And people think that they're boring, but actually a plant like this reflects every single season. The fresh green leaves in spring, really glossy, really alive, and then in the autumn turn the most intense red autumn colour. You can't have flowers everywhere in a garden. You've got to have a good backdrop at some point.
The Virginia creeper was first introduced to these shores by 17th century horticulturalist John Tradescant. And the fashion for climbers and creepers in our gardens reached its peak during the late Victorian and early Edwardian arts and crafts period. Here at the college, it's head gardener Digby Stiles' job to preserve this historic plant.
Wow, this is ancient, isn't it? I've never seen a Virginia creeper with a trunk quite like that. How old is it, do you know?
We think about 120 years old.
What about the roots? I mean, you know, a lot of people are really worried about the damage that a plant like this would do to the building and how much moisture it takes out of the soil. Are there any problems here at all?
We notice it on the lawn in the summer where it saps all the moisture, but it doesn't cause any damage that we know of. They've been here for so long that, yeah, I think we'd know by now if they were going to.
Probably cause more damage if you took it out now, actually.
With the roots rotting off, yeah.
No, it's fantastic.
It's not hard to see why the rich green tapestry of this Virginia creeper has been inspiring students and staff here for over a century.
Just admiring the greenery.
You're going to admire me.
Oh, I'll admire you at the same time. What's it like working, overlooking this courtyard?
Oh, it's like no other place. You have quiet, tranquility, and you see the season changes and the colours changes all the time.
So even just from these climbers, you're sensing and experiencing every season.
In the spring, it makes me feel like I'm being renewed when I see the new green shoots come up. And in the autumn, it's lovely. It's like you finish 1 year, you complete a cycle, not only in the student's life and the university life, but also in nature.
Unfortunately, so many of us still live in fear of the climber. Fear that it will take over our gardens and trees and even damage the walls of our homes.
Well, a research team from Oxford University have been looking at the facts and will hopefully settle this argument once and for all.
Dr. Martin Coombs has been studying the effects of ivy on stone and brickwork, and I'm hoping he'll have some good news for my revival.
So what's going on here then?
We've been commissioned by English Heritage to look at how ivy interacts with the materials and the walls that it grows on.
OK. So what results has it come up with?
First thing we were interested in was how ivy responds to defects in walls. And so you'll see we've built in crevices and recesses and holes in some of the pointing. And what we're actually finding is the ivy can only get in if there's an existing defect in the wall.
So if your pointing's already good, the ivy's not going to get in there?
Absolutely.
That's all I always thought. I always knew that one. OK, now there's a machine down there.
Yep.
That looks exciting.
So what this thing does is it gives us a reading of how hard the stone is.
So this is going to tell us whether the stone has been softened in any way. Can we do that?
Yep, have a go. Go for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
what do I do?
Hold that onto this area here. Press the button. There we go. Get
we had a beep. A beep.
And then this gives us a reading on here.
318.
Then we get another number, which is 359.
359. Does that mean it's harder than the bit outside the ivy?
Based on just 2 readings, we can't really make that much of a conclusion.
Okay.
So this is a bit of an ongoing thing. But hopefully in the long term, if we do much more readings, we'll be able to make a more definite conclusion concerning this.
So are there any conclusions that you have come to about ivy and the walls?
Yes, we've found very good evidence that the ivy acts very much like a thermal blanket. Okay. So it keeps the stone cool in the summer, and also, that's really important, particularly when thinking about damage to stone, is it prevents frost from happening.
And frost on your brickwork or stonework can degrade it, it can actually flake away,
Absolutely,
can't it?
yeah.
It's like covering your house with a nice duvet in the winter.
That's a good way of thinking about it.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that there's some positive stuff coming out of this. I know it's not, you know, fully concluded yet, but so far so good for the ivy.
I would say so.
And it's not just ivy that could be beneficial. Depending on certain factors such as the direction your walls are facing and density of foliage, research shows that many climbers, especially evergreens, could provide extra insulation for our homes. Climbers are basically cheats. They don't waste their energy growing stems strong enough to support themselves. It's much more energy efficient to use other plants or structures.
Here at Hill Gardens in Wiltshire, this stunning pergola is laden with wisteria, laburnum, clematis and a grapevine too. Now, you may not have room for something this extravagant, but let me inspire you with a few starter ideas for your garden. Honeysuckles are all about the scent. Absolutely delicious, and this is covered in blooms. And it's such a versatile climate. It can grow in partial shade or sun. Perfect for a garden wall or a fence, and it's great for wildlife. In the summer when it flowers, it's covered in bees, and then later in the autumn you get lovely red berries all over it, which look great, but the birds love them too. When it comes to flowering plants, you just can't beat clematis, and this one is an absolute beauty, one of my favourites. Wazorska Nike it's called. You can see it's got lovely velvety, huge flowers. And they're pretty easy to grow. They like to have their roots in the shade. Here it's perfect because we've got some perennials that are shading the roots, and the plant will just grow away. If you've got a south or southwest facing, hot, baking boundary wall or fence, then this is the plant for you, a passion flower. And they come in a range of mauves and blues and pinks. But this one I really like. It's called Constance Elliott, and it's got a whitey green flower with a lovely distinctive yellow stamen in the middle, and it's a fast grower too. It's got these tendrils which cling on to pretty much anything. So if you wire up a wall like this, it's about 9 or 10 metres long, planted in the middle, within a few years that entire wall will be covered. I've got a passion for passion flower. But this is one of my all-time favourites, Trachelospermum jasminoides. Every garden should have one, and it grows in sun or semi-shade. As long as it's a protected wall and it doesn't get hit with really strong winds, it'll do nicely. It's just about to flower now. You get these tiny little white jasmine-like flowers and the strongest, sweetest scent. It's an absolute beauty, and later on in the year it's just turning, a few of the leaves got a nice reddish tinge just to give a little bit more depth to the foliage colour. Now, a guide to climbers wouldn't be complete without climbing roses, and on this wall alone we've got 3 very different types showing how versatile they are. Over here we've got a beautiful white rose, absolutely covered in flowers emerging from pink buds. In the middle of this Trachelospermum, we've got a very dainty little rose which is scrambling its way through there. But this is my favourite, this yellow rose against the brick and the stonework there. The colours just work beautifully together. There's so many different roses to choose from, and they come in a vast array of colours. But my advice would be, think about the colour and how it's going to work with the wall behind, just as they have here. And also, make sure you get some that are scented. Why would you want to miss out? When it comes to climbers and creepers, the key thing to remember is that you mustn't be afraid of pruning. Be confident with your clippers. Here at Hill Gardens, one man who knows how to keep these plants in check is head gardener Michael Maltby. Michael, beautiful Akebia. I've got one at home, the maroon flowers. Lovely chocolatey scent in, well, late winter really, but this has got a different flower, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's cream flowering. The cream flowers really do work very well with the stone, the balustrading.
Yeah, because it's been trained laterally along the balustrade here.
Yes.
And it's a very vigorous plant, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. Because of its vigour, we tend to sort of prune it 3 or 4 times a year.
OK.
What we do is we get hold of the long new growth and go back to the old wood, and one bud past the basal cluster, I would just prune it straight across there. But the beauty of it is you don't damage any of the old leaves that then you're going to be showing.
And if it wasn't restricted, it would take over the whole balustrade and probably...
Oh, absolutely. It would just keep on going. I mean, it will climb up to sort of 9 or 12 metres. Yeah. Where you're comfortable climbing on a ladder, that's where you should have, you should stop your climbers there. If you get a level, then, train them into that level. And I think that works very well.
It's a very good bit of advice, that, actually.
But it's getting larger and larger, so at some point then, on a pruning, then I'd actually renovate a little bit as well, so cut back into some old
You'd have to go a bit hard. You might lose a few flowers one year, maybe.
Use a few flowers, but I mean, that's fine, really.
That's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes.
So this is a good plant to sort of start pruning, I guess, because you can't go too wrong, and people are so scared of pruning. Yeah, there's an extraordinary sort of mystery about pruning. I mean, some people love pruning, so for them it's an absolute pleasure. People just aren't, they tend to not be confident enough, and something like this is going to build up your confidence.
Definitely.
Everyone should have one.
I agree, yes. Everyone should have one.
Someone who understands just how giving climbers and creepers can be is Judith Wilson, and this is her garden at Wickham Place in Essex.
Judith, wonderful wall garden, absolutely beautiful. I get the sense of space. You've kept the lawn here with the stripes on it. But what was this garden like when you first came here?
Overgrown. The flower beds just were a massive weed. The lawn had been cut, but everything just went into this great undergrowth of Japanese knotweed, brambles, nettles, you name it really. And it
So it was a real task on your hands.
Yes. Attacked it fairly vigorously, chainsaw, and lots of bonfires. And it's the only way to do it.
How important are climbers and creepers to your garden?
With all the walls that we've got here, we really do need to cover them up to an extent, but still be able to see the wall.
Out of all the climbing plants in Judith's garden, there's one in particular that I've come to see, and it's one of the most popular creepers in the country, wisteria.
Come and have a look out
So on
here,
the other
though.
side of this wall, there's
Yes,
more.
the roots there.
The roots on this side,
Yep.
and then
you
you've
come
trained it
through
up
here.
and over.
Yep.
And-
Then
Oh, what? Never. That is amazing.
there's a bit more. It
A bit
actually
more?
goes around the corner, yes.
How long is this then?
That's 250 feet.
No, and it's in one wisteria.
Yes.
That is absolutely stunning.
Now that's a labour of love to prune that. It takes me about a week.
So you cut it really hard back and then
Yes.
started training it.
Yes. Well, I brought just small pieces over and then started to train them along, so it did about 10 feet each year, each direction.
It took Judith 14 years to train this plant over the wall, and it was a further 6 years before it came into full flowering glory. And now it's believed to be the longest wisteria in Britain.
I've got something here I'm going to show you. This is 1 year's annual growth.
Okay. So this is, wow, okay. This is for 1
This
year.
is 1 year.
The whippy
Yes.
growth.
There we are, 5.8 metres. To you and I, that's 19 feet.
That's an incredible amount of growth in 1 year, isn't it?
A younger shrub doesn't grow as much as that, you'll be pleased to know. This is 60 years old, so it is fairly vigorous.
If you fancy a wonderful wisteria for your own garden, a good tip is to go for plants grown from cuttings or by grafting, as they're likely to flower sooner than those raised from seed.
I think people have got the fear a little bit and a bit scared of growing
That's right.
climbers, creepers
shouldn't
on
have.
the house and the walls. What do you think about it?
OK, I've shown you wisteria, which is quite strong, but grown in the right place, it can be very gentle. It can grow just across an archway of a door. The clematis, the hops, they're absolutely beautiful. They can be grown anywhere. But the important thing is right place, right plant.
Couldn't agree more.
It doubles the area of your garden. Let's get climbing up the walls. Where's the ladders?
What a pleasure it was to meet Judith. Now she really understands what climbers bring to her garden and hopefully inspires some of you to grow them too. You don't have to grow them this big.
Beautiful as they are, climbers and creepers are not just for decoration. Many of them serve a practical purpose too. Vertical plants have always created a striking structure in the vegetable garden, just as they have here in Hill Gardens. Now I'm going to show you how to make a wigwam to grow one of the most productive climbers in the vegetable garden, the runner bean. Now, the thing about runner beans is they like a good soil, well prepared. I'm just raking it level. And then the next thing to do is to start putting your posts up. Now, I'm using hazel. You can use bamboo, but I think hazel looks a little bit better. And actually, what I've already done is cut a little slant in the bottom there, poke into the ground that much easier. Use at least half a dozen sticks and tie them at the top with some string. There you go, and that really is very solid. So I've got some beans ready to grow. This is a good little tip actually. Rather than planting it on the outside of the cane, if you plant them just on the inside, they tend to grip on better and get growing. Dig a little hole. And then pop it in
and I'm popping it in a little bit deeper than it was growing away because it just makes it a little firmer and it makes sure it's got a nice, easy root run down there. And there you go. You can see it's actually going to just start growing. I mean, it's already attached to itself, that one. So there you go, 1 done, 5 to go. And there you go, that is one of the most satisfying gardening jobs you'll ever do. Now, I've used a variety called Streamline. It's got a lovely red flower, really ornamental plant in itself. And I would expect that within a couple of months, this will be completely covered with growth and it'll have beans on it as well. Water them really well and regularly. Feed them, something like liquid seaweed is perfect, and also give them a mulch every now and then to lock the moisture in. And when they start fruiting, just keep picking them and they will keep producing. As simple as that. There are those creepers that naturally drive themselves upwards, but there are other plants that can be manipulated to act like a creeper. The most famous one being the grapevine. It really is a vineyard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
fantastic.
It's a solid little vineyard.
Marco Boytson lives in North London and started successfully growing his grapes on his allotment over 20 years ago. He now runs the capital's only cooperative vineyard in Epping Forest, where he grows over 400 vines. Pruning is key, isn't it? I mean, because the way you prune these vines.
Yeah.
How old are these?
This vine's coming into its 5th year. At the end of every growing season, when the leaves fall off, we cut 90% of the wood and leave only as many buds as the vine will be able to carry in the following season. By midsummer, this vine will have climbed all the way up to the top wire.
Right.
Which is well over 1 metre from this point here.
Yeah, they're vigorous plants, aren't they? They're really vigorous.
10 centimetres a day, which is very, very fast.
So, the question on everybody's lips is, how many bottles of wine do you expect to get from this vineyard?
We should have up to 800 bottles of wine. Roughly 2 bottles of wine per vine.
Not bad, is it? Of course, you don't have to have a vineyard to grow grapes. I mean, a lot of people have got vines in their gardens, grown over pergolas or up the house wall or whatever.
All you really need is a wall or a fence to train the vine onto. The vine will grow very healthily.
You make it sound so easy. This cooperative vineyard even has its own winery, where people come from all over the capital with grapes they've grown on their own vines to be turned into wine. What vintage is this, Marco?
This is a 2012 region.
Sounded good. It's a lot of raspberry.
Quite
what
clean,
sort of alcohol content would that have then?
This has about 11% alcohol.
Okay.
Yeah. It's quite light.
Yeah, it's nice. That's very nice.
Thank you.
So the grapes that you made this wine from, they're not from here, are they, the grapes?
By the River Lee in Springfield Park in Hackney.
A Hackney wine?
Indeed.
For a Hackney man?
That's right.
Absolutely, yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
Why not? That gives me an idea. Being an East London boy myself, I'm taken to the streets to find out what people think of this local vino and show them the benefits of growing climbers and creepers. Try this. Okay, it's a nice glass of wine.
Any wine after a long day's work. This is very pleasant.
Do you like that?
I do, yeah.
What do you think?
That's quite nice.
Where do you think it might come from?
I have no idea.
Where do you think
Portugal.
Portuguese?
Mary would know more than me.
Have a guess.
Chile.
Chile?
Yeah.
It's from Hackney, just round the corner.
Don't believe it.
Yeah, you could grow grapes on a balcony.
Really?
You get about 2 bottles of wine per vine. You can still grow it on your balcony. You see these buildings, it's so bare. And I'm trying to get people growing climbers and creepers. You can grow them in a pot. All you need to walk.
Really? I've got a balcony.
Because that'll please all your neighbours as well, you see. More greenery, the better.
Definitely.
Come back! Oh, wait, Well, I'm definitely not cut out to be a wine waiter, that's for sure. But I've definitely enthused some people to think about growing climbers and just softening these harsh walls with some vegetation. That's what it's all about. Cheers.
Back in the tranquil setting of Hill Gardens, I'm going to show you one of the most effective ways of reproducing climbing plants by giving nature a helping hand. There's lots of climbers that you can propagate through layering, and it's a very simple technique. It's like taking a cutting but actually leaving it connected to the mother plant till it turns into a little plant by itself with roots and all, and then you can lift it and move it somewhere else in the garden or give it to a friend. So what I'm going to do is take this honeysuckle, get a nice healthy looking stem like this, which is somewhere near the ground. You just take off a couple of the leaves there, snip them off. So you've got a nice section of clear stem there. And then the next thing I'm going to do is just scrape back some of this outer layer. And that's either side of this node, because that's where the roots are going to form from there. Now, just to help it on its way, you don't have to necessarily use this, but a lot of people do, is a little bit of rooting powder. Now, this has got hormones in it to encourage roots. You can see it just sticks to it quite nicely. And the next thing I've got to do is actually put that into the ground. So what I'm going to do is just scrape back a little bit of soil, place that into the ground like that, backfill the soil like that, and I'm going to get a peg and just peg this down to make sure it doesn't pop up. Or you can use a big stone or a brick or something like that, and that's holding it in place. Put the soil back over the top. The next thing to do is just get a piece of bamboo, carefully place it next to where the plant is growing, and then I'm just going to tie this up. And there you go. Now, keep it well watered, don't let it dry out, and roots will form just where it's making contact with the soil. This time next spring, it'll be ready to cut away from the mother plant itself, dig the entire plant up with the roots attached, of course, and then move it to somewhere else in the garden. Simple as that. But you can do this with so many different climbers around the garden. It's very cheap, it's very effective, it's quite fun to do. One woman who's already behind my campaign to get everyone growing climbers and creepers is university lecturer Elaine Cokes. She's spent the last 7 years transforming her northwest London garden into a haven for climbing clematis.
I am passionate about clematis in all their many varieties. They take up so little space that really you can all grow one in the smallest container, even hanging baskets. Tremendous value for what you get in terms of flowers all the year round.
Elaine's so passionate about this versatile climber that she now has over 40 varieties scrambling up and over every available surface.
One of the wonderful things about clematis is that you can allow them to grow amongst other plants. That's quite a young clematis there in the middle. It has to be my favourite at the moment, because it's actually subtle. It just has this tiny red edging to it. It really is a beautiful clematis that we planted last summer. Every time I look on the web or go to the garden centre, I see another clematis. I want them all.
It doesn't matter how big or small your garden is, there is a climber for every situation and every season. So I want us to forget about our fears and grow more of them in all of our gardens.
Very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
We'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens.
And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens.
Great British daffodil. Could there be any louder fanfare for the onset of spring than their golden trumpets and glowing yellow flowers? This is what most of us think of as being a traditional daffodil. In actual fact, they're quite modern hybrids. But it's their popularity that has meant that some of our older daffodils are in danger of being overlooked and may disappear completely from our gardens. I think that it's high time that we give the delightful daffodil in all its forms a new lease of life. So join me as I celebrate this wondrous plant. On my revival, I'll be discovering some of our most historic and endangered daffodil varieties.
I rather think it's a living museum.
I take to the streets of Falmouth to paint the town yellow with some glorious heritage daffodils. What do you think of mine?
I actually like yours better than I like mine.
And show you how easy daffs are to grow, as well as creating one of my very own. What a treat! I never thought we'd be having children, Alan.
At our age, it's never too late to try.
This is Spetchley Park in Worcestershire, and it's one of the few places in the country where you can see heritage daffodils in abundance. This is the way they ought to be seen. Spetchley has a really special relationship with the daffodil. It's part of its history. Aren't they magnificent? This daffodil is called Spetchley. It's unique to this place. It was bred here by Rose Berkeley, née Rose Wilmot, sister of the daffodil fancier par extraordinaire, Ellen Wilmot. She's one of my gardening heroines. She's considered to be one of the finest horticulturalists of the late 19th century. But her love for high-end gardening led to bankruptcy and the sale of her family home. But all was not lost. She moved all her daffodils to her sister's gardens here at Spetchley. It makes me feel very special to think that I might be kneeling down in the midst of the only clump of this daffodil in the entire world. In order to ensure a future for all the wonderful varieties of this flower, we need to bring them back to our gardens at home. To understand the demise of the great British daffodil, I'm heading to the Tamar Valley in Cornwall, where a thriving cut flower industry once existed. Daffodils were farmed, picked and packed in abundance here until the First World War, when a large part of the workforce was sent to the front. The demise continued during the Second World War, when flower-growing fields were taken over for vital food production, forcing farmers to dig up their daffs and ditch them in the hedgerows. Dr. Francis Howard is a local daffodil expert. We've seen so many of these wonderful daffodils just tumbling down the banks.
Yes, it's exactly where they've been chucked out of the field. In fact, I rather think it's a living museum.
It is, isn't it? It tells you the story of what was grown, but also what happened to them. What's this, Francie?
Well, that'll be a double bath's flame. There are various names for them. There's bacon and eggs and bacon and yolk. And the heritage ones, as you can see, has got single, thin, papery petals set round like a windmill.
Yes.
A whirligig.
With a bit of a twirl to them, haven't
Yes,
they?
and they're light and they dance in the breeze. While if you look at the more recent ones, yes, look.
Oh, look at that. That's definitely more modern, isn't it?
It's got thick overlapping petals and it's a much more solid thing.
If there's something sort of sturdy and a bit coarse about it compared to these dainty things. So aren't they wonderful, these daffodils? You must have seen a few on your travels.
There's a lot on the path.
Have you noticed the difference between any of the daffodils that have been chucked out?
Yes, some are blousy and obviously for the market. Those are exquisite.
These
little...
beautiful, dainty ones.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad you said that, because that's what we're trying to persuade everybody.
Oh, brilliant.
So if you're growing daffodils in your own garden, how about trying for a few of these?
Do you think you can get them?
You definitely can get them, yeah.
so
And the
seeds.
more demand there is, the more supply there'll
I
be
would grow
soon.
those, yeah.
Well, happy walking and
Thank
happy
you.
daffodils. Lovely to meet you too.
Bye. Drink it.
Bye-bye.
The bar down here or not?
No. Is that enough though? The fact that these flowers have survived for so long here in the hedgerows demonstrates how low maintenance they are. They really are such stalwart bulbs, and there's really no excuse not to grow them. Well, the daffodils in the hedgerow aren't the only remnants of what's left of the industry here in the Tamar Valley. Hiya, Roy. Is this where you packed your daffodils up?
This is where daffodils used to get packed and bunched.
Roy Clark started working on daffodil farms at the age of 14, and he's going to give me a glimpse into their intriguing past.
Yeah, all the family would bunch. You'd get anybody to out bunch. That was, well, everybody done it. You could walk down the road to your neighbour, he'd be doing the same, and his missus, and wherever you went, that's what they used to do.
And what about stuff like this?
When
What
they
were
was
these
packed
for?
in the boxes, this stem stick would go in the box on the stems.
So if the stems were running that way, to go across like that, to keep them in place.
Yeah, you had your ink pad, and where you was going to send them, you'd give your box a couple of smacks like that where they was going to, and then there'd be labels that you could tie on as well. And
about where they were going. And do you like daffodils?
I do, yes. Yeah,
Have you got
very
them
much.
in your garden?
I got them in the edges. I don't need them in my garden.
And herein lies the problem. We see daffodils in our parks, on roundabouts and roadsides, but they've somehow lost their place in our gardens. I think it's high time we brought them back. A lot of the daffodils that we saw growing in the Tamar Valley are represented here at Spetchley too. There's such a diversity, and I want to introduce you to a few of them in more detail and tempt you to grow them in your own gardens. Now, I suppose to everybody, this is a daffodil. It has outer petals, it has a long, long trumpet, but in actual fact, this is just one of 25,000 plus daffodils. There are so many varieties of daffodils, or as we should say, narcissi, that they've been split into 13 different divisions. And the sort of factors that they took into consideration when they were deciding on these divisions were things like, was there a single flower to a stem? Or were they multi-headed, like these tosettas? What sort of colour were they? Were they perhaps species daffodils, things like this lovely little Bulbocodium? Wild daffodils, or their very close relatives? This is one of my favourite daffodils of all time, called Thalia. It belongs to the Triandrous section, and it usually has 2 or more flowers to each head. It's the most beautiful daffodil when you see it growing outside. It mixes and mingles with everything. It never pushes itself forward, and yet at the same time you always notice it. I love this too. This is a jonquil. Now, unlike some other daffodils which prefer damp, heavy soil, jonquils come from very sunny slopes and they appreciate good drainage. They've also got, and I'm sorry you can't enjoy this, the most exquisite perfume. Plant it in a sunny site and it will come back year after year. Superb in pots too. In my campaign, I want to champion all the wonderful older breeds of daffodils, as well as the new and exciting varieties that are currently being created. Now, daffodil breeders are a race apart. They're always looking for a new colour, a new shape, a new form. Just look at this as an example of the sort of thing that people try and do. This is a split corona. Instead of the cup or the trumpet just being entire, it's all taken back in pieces and it lies flat against the petals. It's one called Maria Pia. It was registered in 2006, so it's right at the other end of the spectrum to the older heritage varieties. But, old or new, these flowers could brighten up any garden, pot or window box. So get planting. Now, if you want to get hold of some bulbs for some of these heritage varieties, you're going to have to go to a specialist bulb merchant. There are growers up and down the country, and you can even order online. But I wanted to come and meet one for myself. What a magical place!
Well, it's a little bit like Ali Baba's cave, really. All the golden oldies are here, so you'll fit in really well.
I'll fit in perfectly. Alan Street is head nurseryman at Avon Bulbs in Somerset. What's...
Look at this, Carol.
This is one of my favourite things ever in the world.
This is what they did 400 years ago. Somebody found this in France.
Yeah.
But isn't that lovely? It's known as the Queen Anne's double daffodil.
It's perfect.
It's got the 6 petals on each, in rows, one on top of each other. And that never sets seed, because that's sterile.
So the only way you can do it is vegetatively, just by dividing those bulbs.
Yeah.
And passing them around.
By love.
Yeah. Do you want to pass a few this way?
Of course I will.
The nursery has won 26 gold medals at Chelsea, and daffodils have always played a major part. I mean, actually, Alan, you're one of the people who's responsible for this resurgence in interest of this. I mean, you really believe that we should all be growing these lovely things.
Well, you can get interested in them if you love them, and I really do love these flowers. I've been growing them for about 20 to 30 years now, and I've been showing them up in London at the other flower shows as well. I mean, but when you look at them, no two flowers are exactly the same, and I always say their perfection is their imperfection.
Exactly. Don't you think it's about time people really started growing these things themselves?
I think when they look at them, compared with the modern ones, these older ones have a charm and a beauty and a grace, I think, which, when people really look at them, they will fall in love with them.
They will, and once you're smitten, that's it, isn't it?
There's no way back then, Carol.
Alan reckons that for true daffodil lovers, there's no greater joy than creating a hybrid of your very own. So I'm about to try my hand at some daffodil hanky-panky with the help of the glorious old Tipperary.
But should we try and get some pollen off it, Carol, and cross it onto another heritage daffodil?
Oh!
And make something new and wonderful.
What a treat! I never thought we'd be having children, Alan.
At our age, it's never too late to try. Right, should we try and get some pollen off it?
Yeah.
I've got a little cotton bud here.
That looks ideal.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of pollen on
there is. It's definitely sort of yellow on the end.
And I thought we'd put it onto this other heritage one here from the 19th century. And that one's called Lucifer, one of my favourites. Just touch that one at the end. There you go. There. Oh. And now it's a virgin flower. It hasn't been, nothing's happened to it. If you get that pollen on there.
And I just dust this onto the stigma into the centre. And you'd mark this flower so
we'll mark it, and I've got a little hood we can put on it. Do you want to put it on?
Oh, yes, please.
Then I can staple it up later. That's it. That'll stop any insects coming on.
After you've pollinated your flowers, you should have a ripened seed pod ready to sow by June. Are they quite big seeds?
They are. They're black when they're ripe. and they're quite easy to
So
deal with.
just sow them on the surface of some compost.
A little bit of grit on top of them. They will germinate next spring when the daffodil leaves come up, but then it'll be another 3 or 4 growing seasons at least before they flower, and we know what the colour of their eyes.
We know our progeny, yeah, and we can recognise them instantly. How wonderful.
It'll be worth the wait, I'm sure.
It's a surprisingly low-tech way of playing a part in the future of the heritage daffodil. Plus, it's great fun. Why not have a go? Who knows what you could create? I'm daft about daffodils. I always have been. And I can remember buying bunches of them for my mum for Mother's Day, and the delight on her face. And as a mum, my daughters, when they were really little, they used to bring me bunches of daffodils for Mother's Day. But they weren't from the shop. They used to go out into our garden and pick them and bring them inside. I didn't mind, I just loved it. That's the thing about daffodils, they just make you happy. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to plant your own, here in the gardens at Spetchley Park. When I plant bulbs, I don't like to plant them in lines. I hate that sort of symmetry. I think the whole idea is that you make them look as informal, as natural, as though they'd always been there. And the best way to do that is to get your bulbs. Having already just loosened this soil, I've done that with a big fork. I don't even look up in there. And it's very tempting to move them and straighten them up and put them together, but don't, because this is the way you'll achieve the right effect. Now, when it comes to planting them, the wisdom is that you always put twice the depth of a bulb of soil above the bulb. And the major cause of daffodils not flowering is because they're planted too shallowly. And then, obviously, you're going to plant them with the base plate downwards, and then into the hole, and really firm them in. You want intimate contact between that bulb and the soil underneath. I can hardly remember the first time I planted daffodil bulbs. I must have been very, very small, and it must have been with my mum. She was a keen gardener, but she didn't get much time to garden. But the kind of results you got from doing such a simple thing, just planting these bulbs, was so, so worthwhile. I bet some of those bulbs are still there now. The best time to plant your bulbs is September and early October, ideal for daffodils. And make sure when you buy your bulbs that you test them. Make sure they're firm and robust and that they've got no roots coming from the base. And then you know that they're completely dormant, but they're full of all that hope and promise. The daffodils here have been returning year after year for nearly a century without any special treatment. So if you choose these beautiful flowers to brighten up your garden, maintaining them couldn't be easier. Nothing could be more exquisite than a daffodil in its prime. It's at this stage that you can pick them and take them indoors into the kitchen, but don't mix them up with other flowers because they contain a poison and the other flowers will die and shrivel away. But when your daffodils themselves have started to shrivel, it's really vital that you deadhead them. A lot of people would do it by just nipping off the top like this, but what I like to do is go right down to the bottom of the stem and take it off. That stops the plant expending all this energy producing seed. Energy that's vital to the formation of those new bulbs and to swelling the bulbs that are already there. And for that very same reason, don't tie your daffodil leaves up in knots or be tempted to chop them down. They're vital in supplying that source of food for your bulbs later on. If your daffodils have got into congested clumps and it's starting to impair their flowering, then don't be scared. Just dig the whole lot up, divide them up and replant them with a bit of good compost just a few inches apart. This is Falmouth, in the heart of daffodil growing country. I want to take my revival campaign to the streets, but the first step is to get hold of some heritage varieties. Ron Scamp has been growing heritage daffodils here in Falmouth for over 40 years, and his beautiful blooms are sure to wow the locals. This is a lovely one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's Boss Flame. One I used to pick as a boy on my uncle's flower farm in the Tamar Valley.
You're renowned to have the largest collection of daffodils in the world, bar none. So that's a sure sign you're pretty keen on them.
Yeah, we've got very nearly in this patch here, there's very nearly 3,000 different named varieties. Wow. And we have 2 acres of unnamed seedlings that we've bred as well.
Oh, new ones are very exciting, aren't they?
Yeah, I've been known to break into a run when I've seen something really good. So, but yes, that is a very exciting time.
But on the other hand, you're just as passionate about these old varieties.
They've got a soft spot in my heart. I really do like the real old-fashioned ones.
I'd love everybody to see this. Can we pick some of these?
Of course, yes.
I know it sounds daft, but I'm not really sure how to do it.
If you're going to pick something for indoor decoration right away, pick a flower that's fresh open and make sure that it's nice clean flower and not burnt or aged.
So inspect it first.
Just finger and thumb. That's it. That's absolutely perfect.
So armed with some beautiful heritage daffodils, it's time to show the people of Falmouth what they're missing. In this Cornish seaside town, they've got a unique way of heralding the start of spring. It looks wonderful.
We organise a day called Paint the Town Yellow Day, which really gets the community and businesses and schools together. We hand out daffodils, decorate shops, and
what
really...
better way to do it? I mean, what a symbolic flower, isn't it?
Well, the daffodil is so important to Falmouth and to Cornwall, and we can think of no better flower that really symbolises colour, vibrancy, and sort of a uniting spirit of bringing people together in the town.
Celebrating spring. You want some daffodils? Waiting for it. So along with my fellow daffodil enthusiasts, I'm taking to the streets in support of these fabulous flowers. I love your daffodil, Constable. What do you think of mine?
I actually like yours better than I like mine.
What do you think of them?
They're gorgeous. They're really, really pretty.
And my heritage daffs seem to be a firm favourite. That's Maximus superbus.
So I do enjoy the ones with different colours in them.
These are the ones I used to know when I was a child.
Aren't they beautiful?
Do you like them?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes, they seem more intimate,
more intimate. I like
that.
that. But they're on the decrease, and we want to persuade people that...
So you can persuade me instantly.
Yes. Next time you're planting daffodils, how about trying a few of these heritage varieties?
I've crocheted them, I've stitched them, I've cross-stitched them, and I'm only going to have a wreath of daffodils on my coffin.
So you've got to die in the spring?
I've got to die in the spring, so I've missed this year.
Would you support that whole idea of us reintroducing these wonderful things?
Definitely.
And growing them?
Yes, I'd be lost without my daffodils.
And I hope it's many, many years before you have them on your wreath.
Bye now.
Our heritage daffodils have brightened up everyone's day. They're like little rays of sunshine. Daffodils? I don't think even these would make her smile, would they? The aim of my campaign is to encourage you to grow your own heritage daffodils at home. So I'm back at Spetchley Park to show you how you can get the most from your daffodil bulbs. Now, you can make more daffodils by growing them from seed, but it takes quite a long time. Normally, we buy these dry bulbs, but instead of just putting them straight into the ground, there's a way that you can make more. This is a process called chipping. It has to be one of the most simple ways of making more bulbs, more plants that there is. It's cheap, it's easy, and it's such good fun. All you've got to do is take your dry bulb, go to the base plate, which is the bit at the bottom of the bulb, and remove any old roots. And then just strip a bit of this tunic, the outside layer, because daffodil bulbs are made up of layer upon layer, just like an onion. of fleshy bits. So when you've got a clean looking bulb like that, take a very, very sharp knife and just go right across the top of the nose of the bulb. You chop its nose up, stand it upright, take your knife again and go right through the centre. Now I'm chopping that down into 4 separate bits. Now the whole idea is that each piece you're going to make, there's got a bit of that base plate, but it's no good if I just leave it out in the fresh air. What I've got to do is subject it to darkness, warmth and moisture. Take a plastic bag, grab hold of some of this damp vermiculite, which is just a sort of mineral rock. Completely sort of inorganic, it won't supply any kind of nutrient, any food to this bulb at all. Seal the bag up, put it into your airing cupboard and wait for about 4 to 6 weeks. You'll want to be looking in there every day, but resist the temptation. When at last you see on one of those pieces a new little bulb forming at the base by this base plate, that's the stage at which you can put them into a tray of good compost. They are going to grow for you. It's a great way to make more daffodils, especially when you've only got a few or they're very special. So of course it's ideal for increasing your numbers of heritage daffodils. The best time to do this is when your bulbs are dormant, without shoots or roots. And when your new bulbs are ready to plant, why not share them? Give a couple to a friend or a neighbour and get your gardens blooming. The Daffodil Society Show is an annual event showcasing flowers from across the UK. This year it's being held in Warwickshire, and in the efforts to have the best blooms, nothing's left to chance.
Well, the Daffodil Society has been going for over 100 years. 1898 was the start of it. We want to encourage people to grow it, to enjoy it, and in this case, today, obviously, we want people to show it.
Richard Gillings is a previous winner, and for him, today is the pinnacle of a whole year's work.
I'm feeling buzzing. The adrenaline's going, everything. I love it. I love every minute of showing my daffodils.
But these daffodil fanciers are a competitive bunch.
When you're bringing the decent ones out, Alan, you've got... It's touch and go so far. It's touch and go. I wouldn't like to say. It's like our front room, not a lot in it.
In Richard's category, each competitor must show 9 different varieties, and each variety vase must contain 3 brilliant blooms.
Perfect flowers are required, and to do that you must grow many hundreds of flowers, and then you've got to present them, all looking at the judge. The flowers saying, "Pick me."
But will they pick Richard for the 3rd year in a row, or will his biggest rival take the crown?
This is now the time, the moment of truth. I think he's just picked me because I think my faults look more than his faults, what I can see. So I think he's just picked me.
And Richard's fears are confirmed, but he's remaining upbeat.
I'll be back next year, all guns blazing, and it'll take another good man to beat me.
And despite his loss, he's sure you're onto a winner with daffodils.
People should grow daffodils because they're beautiful flowers and they're easy to grow. Buy yourself a few bulbs, put them in the garden, and I can guarantee you'll have a lovely display next year. But you're not going to beat me.
For too long, these flowers, with all their history, have remained neglected. It's time for us all to rally to the call and join the great British daffodil revival. But perhaps one of our greatest daffodil lovers, William Wordsworth, should have the final word. For oft, when on my couch I lie, in vacant or in pensive mood, they flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude. And then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils. Across the series, our revival team are travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens, flowers and plants in all their glory, with one important mission: to champion our rich gardening heritage. Next, Chris Beardshaw is on the Blossom Campaign trail.
From cherry blossom and magnolia to laburnum and wisteria. For me, the blossoming of our trees and shrubs provides the perfect vision of spring. But blossom doesn't last long. And if that's not enough, we're felling and removing many of our blossoming trees from landscapes and gardens. I believe it's time for us to stop and appreciate blossoming trees and shrubs in our gardens, no matter how fleetingly they're present in our lives. On my revival campaign, I'll find out how blossoming trees are being lost from our streets and gardens.
It was quite upsetting to look out from my window to the sound of chainsaws.
I take to my bike on the Blossom Trail in Worcestershire. Because if you have blossom, then you're guaranteed fruit to eat. It literally was life and death. And I'll be sharing my top planting tips on just how easy it is for all of us to embrace blossoming trees and shrubs in our gardens. This plant is perfect, evenly distributed. That's going to get off to a great start. To start my Blossom Revival campaign, I'm at Bodnant Gardens near Colwyn Bay in North Wales. It's an area known for the imposing Snowdonia landscape and a garden famed for camellias and magnolias, not to mention the ravishing 55-metre-long laburnum arch. With a phenomenal cascade of flowers and the spectacular displays of blossom that bring these gardens to life every spring, it's easy to see why people flock here. Blossom is a term that was originally used to define a very specific group of plants, namely those that generated fruit, apples, pears, cherries and so on. But today we use it much more broadly to encompass flowering trees and shrubs from around the world in all their kaleidoscopic colour. Sadly, many of our blossoming trees and shrubs are becoming vulnerable. They're being replaced in favour of plants that are perceived as having lower maintenance and a longer season of interest. We're in danger of losing not only the visual spectacle it provides every spring, but also the biodiversity that blossom brings to our gardens, streets and cities. When we think of ornamental blossom trees in the street, so often the pictures that's conjured up is of apples and cherries with their fantastic pink cerise and white petals, enlivening our neighbourhoods. But all is not well. Cherry blossom trees have shallow, vigorous roots and a reputation for causing damage to pavements and roads, so they're more likely to be removed and replaced with less problematic species. And that's if they're even replaced at all. A recent report from Edinburgh Council shows around a 20% decline in street trees since the 1990s. Gail Bryden lives in Gardener's Crescent in Edinburgh. She's passionate about the mature cherry trees on the communal green. So when the council came to chop them down, she decided to fight back.
That's right, we used to have 10 cherry trees within the Crescent and now we're down to 4.5. So it was quite upsetting a couple of months ago to look out from my window to the sound of chainsaws.
How do you go about stopping someone cutting down, the community's trees?
Came out, phoned the Evening News, the local paper, who were here within about 5 minutes, and from there on in the work stopped. Really upsetting, and actually some neighbours were in tears. It's amazing the outpouring of emotions towards these trees.
Is the battle won? Are the cherry trees going to stay?
We're in discussions at the moment, so it'd be great if we can, but by no means are they out of the danger just yet.
Edinburgh Council say that the felling of the trees is part of an ongoing project to restore Gardener's Crescent to its former 19th century glory. While further felling has been postponed, they do plan to eventually replace the trees with a variety of blossomless species. And when you consider that for as long as we've been creating sophisticated cities, as Edinburgh is, we've been populating those cities with green space and trees of the right scale and proportion. So why cut down cherry trees like that in their prime and end up with naked buildings and empty space like that? It doesn't make any sense. When blossom trees are felled in our own areas, emotions can run high. But perhaps as a society, we don't place enough value on the fleeting joy that blossom can bring. One country that really knows how to celebrate its blossom is Japan. For centuries, people have picnicked under the sacred sakura or cherry tree in a ritual known as hanami. And for me, there's much we could learn from that ancient Japanese festival. Sayaka Karata is from Edinburgh University's Japanese Society. At the Hanami Festival in Japan, what happens?
What happens in Hanami Festival is two things. One is appreciating the flowers, and the second thing is the food. And everyone's having picnic, everyone's enjoying themselves. I always remember it was something I look forward to. Every time the cherry blossoms start to bloom, me and my friends get excited, tell our mum and dad we should have to go to Hanami because we only have 2 weeks. It's very limited time, so it's just something we can't miss.
What is it, do you think, about the blossom that makes it so special to the Japanese culture and to the Hanami Festival?
It's to do with cherry blossom being the national flower, but also it reflects the transience of life, how our life is. So Hanami is seen as a celebration of beginning, celebration of spring.
As a society, what's important for us to take from Hanami is that we must value and cherish our blossom trees. Keep a close eye on the blossom trees in your area and get planting in your own gardens to safeguard the beauty of blossom for future generations, or we risk losing the joy it brings forever. Growing up in rural Worcestershire, blossom for me meant the commercial orchards of apples, damsons and cherries. There was one group of plants that I just simply couldn't grow in the grounds that I had, and that's the rhododendrons, the camellias and the magnolias. So I had to make a pilgrimage to places like this, to Bodnant, to witness the arrival of spring. And I have to say, it's a pilgrimage that's well worth making. Queen of the spring blossom is the magnolia, a curious group of plants. They evolved 75 million years ago, long before specialised winged pollinating insects, and this is amongst the finest of examples. It's Magnolia seboldii. It sits glamorous, defying anyone to not fall in love with it. Magnolias are native to the Americas, the Himalayas, and East Asia. But in the wild, many species are under threat. So there's more reason than ever to plant these stunning icons of spring and summer. And I'm going to show you how. Magnolias are woodland and woodland edge dwellers in their native habitats. And that really is the secret to their success when they're transferred to a garden. Underneath the tree canopy here, surrounded by shrubbery, is absolutely perfect for them. It provides them with the necessary shelter from cold winds, but also a very rich soil. The next thing to think about is which magnolia to go for. Some are very large, others are much more shrub-like. This is Magnolia cobus, which is a kind of halfway house. But before you buy, don't be afraid to knock the plant out of the pot. because if this is healthy, then you're sure of getting a healthy plant that establishes and flowers well. What we're looking for is these succulent roots around the root ball, not a woody array that's spiraling around, certainly not blackness within the roots, which indicates dying off. This plant is perfect, evenly distributed. That's going to get off to a great start. But before you plant, think about the hole that you're planting in. Make it sufficiently large, 3 or 4 times larger than the size of the pot. Make sure the bottom is well dug over and loose. As far as depth is concerned, what we're looking for is a mark just a little deeper than the plant was growing in the pot in the nursery. Put your spade across the surface and you can see that's perfect. Next, add some organic matter or compost before filling with soil, firming it in as you go. If you don't firm it in, what happens is that any breeze that's going by will wag the top of the plant, and that means the root ball will be moving around. Now remember, those roots are trying to get out into the ground. The more they move, the more they get severed and broken. A secure plant allows those roots to migrate out, and then the plant establishes very well. What's generally a good idea is to give yourself a bit of a mound around the plant, and what you're looking for is a kind of donut structure. And that means that when it comes to watering the plant in, which is key to establish it in the early weeks and months, all the water is kept exactly where you need it, right on top of that root ball. And as far as the timing of planting is concerned, well, if you're buying a plant in a container, it doesn't really matter what time of the year you are planting, as long as you keep it well watered. And finally, do you want it to branch out, or do you want it to go up as a standard tree? If you want a standard tree, you could go in to these buds at the side here and just knock them off with your thumb. That will encourage upward growth. But in this case, I definitely want those really languid and lavish horizontal branches. Magnolia copus is a beautiful tree to have in the garden. Well worth planting, guaranteed of spring blossom. The magnolia is undoubtedly one of the greatest of our ornamental blossom trees. But of course, blossom didn't evolve purely for its looks. It has an important function: fruit production. Our orchards have traditionally been based in central and southern England, but there's evidence to suggest that long-term climate change could affect what we can grow and where we can grow it, which could pose a threat to our blossoming orchards. Here in Coldstream, in the Scottish Borders, a forward-thinking man is on a mission to secure the future of our heritage fruit trees and the blossom they produce. Hi, Alec. Gardener's work never done?
No, I'm afraid not. There's always weeds.
Alec West happened upon a house with a disused walled garden when house hunting and fell in love with it.
Garden's looking great, though. And what a wonderful time of the year. I mean, it's just an absolute riot of colour, isn't it?
Lots of blossom.
Yeah.
Great. We looked around and found this place, and I walked through that gate, and it was just overgrown. But I put my hand in the soil and I thought, wow. And then we found and counted 56 fruit trees. All the apples were on the ground. And so you could see it was productive.
Alex spent the last 18 years reviving this abandoned garden and its forgotten fruits. He learned how to graft from heritage varieties onto modern rootstocks and trained the fruit trees as cordons, a method that maximises productivity in a limited space. So how brutal are you with them? How relentless are you with the secateurs?
Brutal. The tree is under stress because it's on an angle. So it's reducing the sap flow. Therefore, it says, I'm going to die, I've got to produce more young. So it wants to produce a lot of flowers. If you do it in the summer, it produces more growth. Because it's like, it's wide awake and you chop its arm and it goes, ow! And it puts up more growth. When it's asleep, it doesn't realise. When the sap starts to rise in the spring, the sap comes up, nowhere to go. Better get some fruit.
And this is the perfect way of growing trees in close proximity. I mean, there's no better way of growing something like a pear tree in a small garden, in containers, in pots. Over the last 50 years, Scotland has seen a steady decline in its fruit tree numbers. And so Alec's vast collection of over 240 varieties of apples, pears, figs and apricots is of real value. And he has a unique way of getting around the garden to tend his crops. Alec's success in reviving near-extinct fruit varieties may well play a part in an uncertain climatic future.
What do you see is the legacy of a garden like this?
I do believe that if global warming continues as we expect it will, that this area will once again become a big fruit-growing area. And if that's the case, people will be able to come to this garden and say, well, this one works or that one doesn't work.
In a way, it becomes a bit of a fruit museum, if you like.
I think that's very true. I think we need that total diversity. The more we've got, the better. So hopefully this little garden is a tree bank for this area.
A garden like this is a reminder of the importance of the work of enthusiasts like Alec. By planting fruit trees, you're helping save rare heritage varieties from being lost forever. And you'll not only have beautiful blossom in spring, but rich fruits to enjoy later in the year. In springtime, it seems that at Bodnant Garden, everywhere you look is a riot of colour. But there's one blossoming plant, the timing of which keeps gardeners and visitors alike guessing. When in full bloom, Bodnant's world-famous 55-metre-long laburnum arch produces a magnificent cascade of golden blooms. But before the plants peak, gardener Fran Llewellyn is going to tell me more about this glorious historic feature.
And this was something of a trendsetter. When it was planted in the 1880s, people were allowing laburnums to grow as trees, and no one had really contemplated the idea of strapping them to a structure.
Yeah.
So what was it that instigated that idea?
Well, pergola walkways were really very fashionable in the 16th and 17th centuries and became fashionable again in the Victorian era. And Henry Pochin was at the forefront of that. It was his idea to design and plan this fantastic walkway.
Over the years, the 48 laburnum trees have been meticulously trained and shaped to create this arch. And it's no mean feat to keep it maintained. Every winter, 2 specialist gardeners spend 5 weeks untying each plant before pruning and retraining new growth into the structure.
I mean, what's curious is that at this end of the archway, the flowers are starting to come. But why is it just here and not occurring further up?
This end of the arch gets more sunlight, simple as that. So when we see the blossom appearing this end, we know that we're on the countdown to the laburnum arch.
What do you think Pochin would have made of the display today?
Well, that's the fascinating thing. I mean, he was a Victorian entrepreneur, a man of great vision. So to have designed and planted this when he wouldn't actually have seen what the end result was, I think he'd be delighted.
There's no doubt that Bodnant is a blossom sanctuary, but sadly this isn't always the case in our own gardens. But all is not lost. We can help guarantee the future of blossom by taking inspiration and planting some of the beauties thriving here.
Enkianthus is a plant that originates from the woodlands of China and Japan. It has a species name which tells you everything you need to know about the shape of the flower. It's Enkianthus campanulatus, after campanology, the art of ringing bells. Well, just look at the shape of the flowers, a perfect pendant bell. And this is one of those plants that delivers not just an initial hit of impressive colour during spring. Come autumn, these leaves turn a fiery bronze.
Spectacular as it is, this shrub is actually very low maintenance and grows well anywhere the blossoms are warmed by dappled sunlight. Just ensure it's protected from the wind, as this way the flowers will persist.
Blossom is not just about an aesthetic treat, there are other senses to be titillated. This is a dwarf lilac. and the fragrance is just so exquisite. It's sweet and elegant. It's a shrub which is perfect for a small garden. It will even tolerate being constrained within a large container. And for me, the best way of exhibiting it is somewhere where the warmth of the spring sunshine can really excite the nectaries in the flower, and also surrounded by other plants that will help to trap and ensnare that sweet and delicious fragrance. Nobody said blossom was subtle, and it doesn't get more garish than this, Rhododendron amoenum. Just for the briefest of moments, it is festooned in this wonderful array of blossom. For a large and statuesque specimen tree, well, I think it's impossible to beat the glories of this. It has a common name of the handkerchief tree, which I think is a little bit miserly. Much better to go for the Chinese common name, which is the dove tree, the tree of peace. The only problem is that technically this isn't a blossoming tree. These white appendages are actually bracts, which is a modified leaf. The true flower is there. It's this spherical construction. It's a tree to plant and be proud of. Perhaps not for you, but for your grandchildren. Famous for its orchards bursting with blossoming fruit trees since medieval times, my home county of Worcestershire has developed its very own blossom trail. But with 60% of England's orchards disappearing since World War II, this area has seen a decline in its fruit production. I've teamed up with friend and local horticulturalist John Edgley on our bikes to see what's left of this once beautiful blossoming landscape. It must have been an amazing sight when there was so much orchard. I mean, the whole landscape must have just been white with flowers.
Yes, and around here, if you look at the old maps, even the 1950s, it was just orchards still, all the way from here to Evesham.
A staggering 90% of the fruit we eat in the UK today is imported, which inevitably is bad news for the plight of our blossom.
We're just coming into Bishampton village. This is an old orchard on your right, and it's being threatened with planning at the moment. But you can see there's some very old Perry pears in the back there. The lilacs are really doing well at the moment. Really spectacular.
It's stunning, isn't it? Yeah. It really is difficult to overstress the importance of blossom historically. May Day, for instance, that wonderful pagan celebration of the point at which the spring officially starts. The importance was that if you have blossom, then you're guaranteed fruit to eat. And that means your life can continue. It literally was life and death.
New young orchard on our left, just coming up.
Oh, yes.
Thanks to charitable and government initiatives, some old orchards are now being restored.
We can come in for a drink now.
But progress is slow, so we all need to do our bit to bring blossom back to the forefront. Like Lucy Roulette, who's helping the cause by reviving the fruit-growing traditions of this area, making drinks using local produce, including blossom.
We've just planted a really small little orchard, an elderflower orchard, and then we've moved on to plum drinks as well. We make a yellow egg plum because it's part of the Vale of Evesham's culture, something that makes this place unique, which is what our fruit and veg has to offer, I think, and keep it going.
Well, after a few miles on the bike, I can certainly give it my endorsement. It's fantastic.
Thank you. Safe journey home.
You can support my campaign just by getting out there and appreciating the diversity of Britain's blossom. Be inspired to plant your own flowering fruit trees, which will not only give you blossom, but great rewards come harvest time. Bodnant Garden is renowned for its scenic flowering trees and shrubs. But a fear of complicated pruning puts many of us off growing these blossoming plants in our own gardens. So I'm going to show you a foolproof technique to guaranteed blossom year after year.
In common with all woody plants, spring blossoming plants will need an occasional prune to keep them in check, reshape them or encourage flowering. Now, this one has finished its flowering flush, so we're not going to lose any flowers. And we can very clearly see that's this spring's growth. It's green in colour. Then the wood changes to a much darker brown. This is last summer's growth, and the flower would have been carried right there. Now, in order to get those flowers to perform next spring, what we do is to trace back to a nice fresh shoot, like this one, for instance. Remember, we're trying to trim it back to contain it whilst not losing the flowers. So we can go in at this point, and if I prune there, this side shoot will suddenly produce extra growth this summer, and it's on the end of that growth that next spring will get fabulous blossom. But if your evergreens have really got out of control, well, don't worry, because as you can see from this pruning cut, a previous gardener has been much more radical. You really can hit them hard, encourage plenty of fresh growth, and what we end up with is a plant that will last generations, every spring producing the most glorious blossom displays. In an award-winning communal garden in Pimlico, central London, a revival is already underway for a vibrant blossoming shrub native to North America that causes a stir every spring.
We're well known really for our ceanothus. We've got a national collection of ceanothus, some 65, 70 different creatures, and most of them are in flower right now.
In 1980, local resident Roger Phillips MBE transformed Eccleston Square's neglected green into this magnificent garden, and he's championed blossom ever since.
When I came to tackle the garden, I experimented with all sorts of different things, and one of the most successful of the plants I planted was ceanothus. I had planted about 6, and from then on I went completely mad over ceanothus, and they're everywhere. What I love about ceanothus is the rich blue colours and a lot of variation in the foliage as well. They range from really quite dark purpley blues to delicate of Air Force blues. I mean, actually, I think the white ones are terrific as well. This is one called Militant Point. The blue ones are better, I suppose. I love the blue ones, but it's great to have a white one as well. All of them are very happy in dry conditions. Near as we can get in England to California is what it comes down to. Yes, here we are in Pimlico, or you could call it California, England.
From Roger's infectious passion and enthusiasm for blossom to the dazzling array here at Bodnant, I hope you're inspired to get behind my blossom campaign.
Blossoming trees and shrubs, they mark the passing of the seasons. And now is the time to seize the opportunity to plant them throughout our gardens and landscapes. By doing so, we're guaranteed a display to revel in.
Barking, biting, running away, sulking, 6 puppies behaving like teenagers next. Then from budget bangers to mega motors, 2 car salesmen trade places for supercars versus used cars at 9. And there's drama on BBC 4 now. Anna Maxwell Martin and Matthew Rees in Death Comes to Pemberley.
There's no doubt that Britain is a nation of very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
Ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
we'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens.
And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens.
The rhododendron, with its large, exuberant flower clusters and intriguing foliage, is for me the king of shrubs. It was once a favourite in our parks and gardens. But their lurid pastel colours that were so popular in 1970s suburbia have now fallen deeply out of garden fashion. Some of them also have a reputation for being a garden bully and have been slowly but surely blacklisted by gardeners. But to dismiss a whole genus of plants for the crimes of just a few, I mean, it's absolutely insane. And I think it's time that we give this colourful beauty another chance. To rediscover the love for this plant, I'll be putting on a lab coat and bringing some ancient Victorian rhododendrons back from the dead. Wow, a whole forest of rhododendrons just from one tiny flower bud. See species of rhododendrons that have been saved from the edge of extinction.
This garden owes a lot of its present gorgeousness to having been lost.
And share my tips on how to recreate the magic of the Himalayas at home. Can you imagine what our cities would look like if we planted prehistoric craziness like this? This is the magnificent Harwood House just outside Leeds. It has acres of award-winning gardens and over 100 different varieties of rhododendron. Rhododendron means rose tree in ancient Greek, and with really good reason, because they give you all the things of the best garden trees, the structure and the form, as well as the colour and drama of roses. And for those reasons, rhododendrons and azaleas dominated British garden design for decades. Species in the genus Rhododendron are native to Asia, North America, Europe and Australia, with the greatest diversity found in the Himalayas. It was first introduced to Britain in the 1650s, and their popularity gathered pace, reaching an all-time high in the 1970s. But sadly, there came a day when we all fell out of love with the rhododendron. But I have seen the light. If you pick the right varieties, everything changes. And even super flouncy ones like this, if you just train them right as a standard, elegant tree with a straight-up trunk rather than a low hummock, they can suddenly become all kinds of exotic and wild. To get my campaign underway, I've come to the Lost Gardens of Helligan in Cornwall, where an almost forgotten collection of rare and wonderful rhododendrons have been rescued from the brink of extinction. And there are all sorts of amazing varieties. Here we have Rhododendron falconeri, and unbelievably, this was raised from seed from one of the original collections made by Joseph Hooker in the 1850s from his first expedition to Darjeeling in India. Sir Joseph Dalton Hooker was one of the most prolific British botanists and explorers of the Victorian era. He gathered 45 new species of rhododendrons on his expedition to India and the Himalayas, and many of them found a home right here at Helligan. But at the beginning of the last century, the grounds were tenanted out and the rhododendrons ran wild. Ivy and brambles took hold. In fact, the gardens of Helligan were lost for 80 years. In 1990, a massive project began to restore this lost collection to its former glory. Tim Smith was one of the men who headed up the restoration. Tim, look at this. You couldn't draw, as a landscape artist, a more perfect picture.
Well, you've got to imagine this place with 2,000 self-seeded sycamore and ash trees, well over 60 feet high, most of them. It was completely dark and dank. The only reason these mature specimens had survived was they were so tall they were still photosynthesizing.
It's like a million miles away from that 1970s suburban kind of look.
No, that's absolutely right. And the really nice thing here is that most gardens with a lot of rhododendrons, you get this kind of blousy Barbara Cartland effect. Whereas here, with all the jungle around it, they're set like jewels in kind of an essay of green, of all the different leaf shapes and whatever, but it's green, 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 and then bang! Ironically, this garden owes a lot of its present gorgeousness to having been lost.
It's rare, heritage specimens like the ones here that I want to see revived in our back gardens. But there's one variety that you need to be aware of. This little fella might look mild-mannered, but it's rhododendron hybrid Super ponticum. In other words, public enemy #1 for many conservationists. Introduced to our gardens in the 18th century, it's often described as a real Frankenstein's monster of a plant. With toxic roots and lots of seeds, it spreads quickly, allowing nothing else to survive. Head gardener Mike Friend attempted to clear it from the Heligan collection 4 years ago, but removing the super invasive eco-vandal is a never-ending battle. Let's get rid of this, Mike.
Right, OK, I'll pass you a shovel.
Excellent. You must have some kind of Pavlov dog association with them. You see it and you panic. So what a lot of people do with Super ponticum is they just cut it back to ground. But that doesn't kill the plant at all. In fact, it can improve its vigour.
Yeah, it's kind of like giving you a haircut.
Yeah.
Sometimes it encourages more growth. But we've actually found that we've chopped it down to ground level, waited for regrowth, sprayed it off, and it still comes back even after spraying.
And the really ironic thing is, by spraying it with herbicide, you're potentially killing off the very plants you're trying to get to go back, the natives, and not the thing that you're spraying. Right. And
there we go.
That's incredible how shallow-rooted they are. You know, when people want to chop them down, that is probably easier than chopping them down and so much more effective. There's so little root on that compared to top growth.
Yeah, it's if you can get them at this size, all the better, really.
Good stuff. Well, that's one less.
All right.
A couple of 100,000 more and we'll have done it. While there's no denying that Super ponticum is a pest, dismissing all rhododendrons because of one very specific hybrid is, in my mind, utterly ridiculous. I think you just need to get on board and love rhododendrons. I'm back at Harwood House to meet modern-day plant hunter, head gardener Trevor Nicholson, whose passion for the rhododendron is second to none. Trevor, you've been all over the world hunting out these things in some pretty inaccessible places. What drives you?
I just love rhododendrons, the variety, and I love growing them from seed and from cuttings, and I like people to enjoy them, really. They're such a lovely plant.
What are we planting here? I don't recognise this one.
Well, we're not quite sure yet. We think it's Rhododendron triflorum. They came from Arunachal Pradesh, which is next to Bhutan in the Himalayas. And they came from an expedition there in 2011.
Wow, so these were previously potentially unknown.
That's right, yeah.
Just 3 years ago.
Yeah. One of the characteristic of this species, what we think it is it's very aromatic.
Hey, what's that?
And it's used in incense in the Far East.
That is so familiar. Kind of myrtle, eucalyptus, maybe like with a hint of blueberry and all at the same time. So you've got evergreen, you've got low maintenance, you've got flowering, you've got potentially new to science, and on top of that you've got aromatic. I mean, really, asking more from a plant would just be greedy.
Yeah.
Trevor's rhododendrons are truly spectacular, and if you want them in your garden, there are some basic conditions that they will need to thrive. Rhododendrons come from regions of the world with slightly acidic soil, and they have specially adapted roots that allow them to get hold of nutrients in those environments. All you need to do, though, really, is figure out, first of all, what kind of soil you're starting with, and then there are all types of tips and tricks to get around it.
To do this, you need to pick up a soil pH testing kit.
First thing you need to do is take a sample of your soil from about a trowel's depth under the ground, just to get a representative sample. Pop it on a windowsill overnight just to dry it out a little bit. Here's a little bit I've got earlier. I'm going to put a tiny pinch in this little vial. The next thing, it'll come with asparium sulfate, and what that does is it effectively gets rid of any of the larger solids that makes them fall to the bottom. This is the magic bit. This is your pH tester, which acts exactly like a litmus test, just like you did at school, except in my case, without being poked by a Bunsen burner. Right, give it a quick shake, and that's all you need to do. Within a few minutes, that will change colour and give you an indication.
The soil pH testing kit will come with a colour chart to help you determine the soil's acidity.
This is 7, so that's pH neutral, and anything below that you can easily grow rhododendrons in. And that's really probably, I don't know, 6.5, 6-ish, which is only just slightly acidic. And if you think about it, if a garden like this with world-class rhododendrons can be created just off neutral, really, they're not that fussy at all.
But if your soil is alkaline, don't worry, I have a solution.
In a pot, you can control the alkalinity of your soil. All you need to do is make sure you go for this stuff called ericaceous compost. It's basically compost without lime added, which means it's slightly on the acid side. Any garden centre will sell it, and I'll have a big picture of rhododendrons splashed all over the outside. You cannot miss it. Pop the little fella in, pat some of this compost down, water it thoroughly, and in any garden, this beautiful dwarf lemon dream is going to look fantastic.
So there is no excuse to not have rhododendrons in your garden. Rhododendrons have not only had it rough in the popularity polls in recent years. Back in the early 90s, a disease known as sudden oak death swept across North America and Europe, threatening the survival of many rare species of the plant.
But fortunately, science has come to the rescue. I'm trying to extract a bud from this ancient rhododendron decorum to take to a lab and get it cloned.
For the next part of my revival, I'm in Cornwall, visiting the Duchy College in Rosewarne to meet Ros Smith, who's an expert at micropropagation, a technique used to create multiple plants from the smallest pieces of plant tissue.
Ros, I've got you a bud from Helicon.
Set up in 2004 to counter the effects of sudden oak death, the project has developed some very interesting propagating techniques.
We first started off with what you'd normally use for propagating, which would be shoots, but found there's just so much contamination there. We ended up with pots full of mould rather than pots full of growing plants. So we'd looked on the internet and read journals and found you could use a floral tissue. And so we started with this and tweaked it a little bit, and we found it works very well.
It all starts with a closed flower bud, washed multiple times to get rid of any nasties. Once sterile, it's carefully dissected to reveal the crucial part of the floral tissue.
It's actually the little flower stalk that we use, and that regenerates shoots, which can then be grown on. Tension.
Yeah, I would never make a surgeon. Look at that. It's about cack-handed. Did you reckon I could get a job?
Well, a bit more practice needed.
That's a very polite answer right there. How many plants could we potentially get from this tiny little floret?
Well, if we say 10 from each, we might have 60.
Wow! A whole forest of rhododendrons just from one tiny flower bud.
It really is mind-blowing stuff, and vital work if we're going to help save our ancient rhododendrons for future generations. And it's all down to a nutrient-rich jelly which encourages the buds to shoot.
So where do these go now? Sunny windowsill?
No, they go into a growth room where the controlled conditions, environment is ideal for them to just continue growing.
You have a growth chamber? It's like being on a space shuttle.
Here, the tiny buds are left to grow in a constant temperature of 22 degrees Celsius, and 16 hours of fluorescent light before being potted on into rooting gel and then compost.
So here's my little sample, and this over here is what it could look like in as little as 3 months. Right here you see these tiny little pinheads of crest-like growth underneath the gel. 6 months later we've got this, but it's not until 2 years later that you have not quite mature, but definitely established little plants, potentially hundreds of them, that you could pot up.
Which is exactly what Ros has done in a living library of all her rescued plants that will hopefully ensure their survival for years to come.
What is it you most enjoy about your work?
I think it's the fact that sometimes you've saved something from extinction in the garden where it originally was. We've had material sent where the plant has fallen down or where it's been put on a bonfire. We've just had a little shoot sent through the post, and that's all that they have left of it, and they didn't realise how important it was till it was on the bonfire. And we've managed to save it.
It is miraculous, and you work in a living ark. Like, it doesn't get any better than that.
No, it's wonderful.
Ros and her team have successfully cloned over 500 rare plants, the majority of which are fabulous rhododendrons, making her a true champion of my revival. I'm back at Harwood House to show you that you don't necessarily need a high-tech lab if you want to try your hand at a bit of propagation.
I want to show that anyone can propagate and grow their own rhododendrons from cuttings, giving you plants for free. The best way to propagate rhododendrons in my book is semi-ripe cuttings. That may sound really technical. It just refers to the type of growth you're going to use. Semi-ripe growth is this new growth that's along here. Green and firm, nicely established, not woody like this. This is ripe growth, and this is semi-ripe growth. All you need to do now is pop it in a bag, just to maintain the moisture in it, stop it wilting, and you're good to go. First thing you need to do to spark your little cutting into growth is to fill a little pot with a bit of cutting compost. And for a rhododendron, what I'd like is maybe a 50-50 mix of ericaceous compost, the perfect thing for acid-loving plants like rhododendron, mixed with this stuff, these little white granules. This is perlite. It's a volcanic mineral. And what it does is two exactly opposite things, pretty amazingly. It allows the compost to retain water, but at the same time keeps it really well drained. And that drainage is essential to stop the basis of your little cuttings from rotting off. So speaking of little cutting, I'm going to take off the semi-ripe wood, which is this green, new, but yet firm stem. I'm going to take off some of the leaves here. Leaves are the bits of the plant that breathe, and when they breathe, they lose moisture from the plant itself. And looks brutal, but will actually help them out a little bit. And then all I'm going to do here is scrape off, almost like peeling the bark, and under here it's called the cambium layer, just away on one side. This damages the plant ever so slightly and exposes the part where they root just that little bit more. And then a little bit of HRT. Now this stuff is hormone rooting powder.
Dip the stem into the powder and it will help encourage the cutting to grow roots. Then create a hole in your compost ready for your cutting.
I'm going to pop it in right up to its neck where the compost meets the edge of the pot. And the reason is, at the edge is when the drainage is at its best. The worst thing that can happen is this sits in heavy, wet, cold soil, and bacteria and fungal infections cause them to rot. That's one. I'm going to pop in another 4, and then we're good to go. All I'm going to do now is completely saturate the pot. You wanted to get it as wet as possible. Now all you got to do is pop a plastic bag, a clear plastic bag, over the top and pop it on a windowsill, preferably a north-facing one that doesn't get too much bright sunlight, indoors in a cool room. And within as little as 2 months, what you'll start to notice is these tips here will start to produce new leaves. And that's a sign you've got healthy root growth underneath. You take them out and you pop them up individually. You'll have effectively made 4 clones of the same plant. Within 2 or 3 years, you have a handsome young specimen like this ready to go out in the garden, and the only thing it will have cost you is patience.
Some people think that all rhododendrons are big and overbearing, but that's not actually the case.
I want to show you that you can grow them no matter how small your garden.
Rhododendrons and azaleas, a member of the rhododendron family, come in all shapes and sizes. Here at Trewithen Nurseries in Cornwall, they grow all manner of dwarf varieties, and manager Luke Hazelton has some of his favourites to show me.
Hey there, Luke.
Hello, James.
What have you got in store for me? I'm looking for smaller dwarf rhododendrons.
Got some nice varieties here, some nice azaleas.
It's incredible to think that this miniature bonsai Barbara Cartlandy type is in any way related to this tropical monster that, I don't know, either in a jungle or in a fancy five-star hotel in Southeast Asia, could possibly be related. I mean, it just shows you the variation of what you can go for.
It just shows you the complete range that we have. It's surprising really on the rhododendron azaleas on how far you can go, colour ranges, sizes, and even scent as well.
What I love about them is, particularly in some of the older species types, is that they've got these kind of bronzes and dark mottly greens. I mean, it looks very traditionally English and at the same time unbelievably exotic, and I can't think of a single plant that does that.
With so much choice out there, there's no excuse not to grow rhododendrons at home. So I'm taking to the road with an army of Luke's dwarf rhododendrons to change people's perceptions of this misunderstood plant.
Well, we've got our own little rhododendron forest here, and let's hope it'll start changing some minds.
Some say there's nothing more Cornish than a cream tea. So what better place to promote my rhododendrons than a bustling Truro tea room?
We're here. Wish me luck.
It's time to see if these little guys will win over the people of Cornwall.
For one day, and one day only, I'm taking over this Cornish tea house and turning it into the Rhodo's Return.
Helping me set up is owner Joan Pollard, who's been serving afternoon tea here for 18 years.
Are you a fan of rhododendrons?
Yes, I am. I've got quite a few.
And what kind of rhododendrons?
Big ones and small ones.
Excellent,
like that.
excellent. So a multiple rhododendron collector.
Multiple.
Who wants a miserable spider plant when you can have year-round structure, you've got colour at the end of it, and you've got scent on some of the indoor ones as well?
Definitely, yes. I didn't realise, actually, how much scent there was on all these different rhododendrons.
Out of all of the ones we've got here, which one's your favourite?
I've got more than one. I like that one, and that one, and that one.
Now let's see what the afternoon tea lovers of Truro think.
Are you a rhododendron fan?
Well, I must confess, I'm not all that knowledgeable.
Sheltered position, acid soil, even moisture. You're fine. You got a garden?
I've got a balcony. Can I grow a rhododendron on a balcony?
You absolutely could go on it. Yeah.
You've converted me. We need to track down
Excellent, excellent.
Recently there's been some press about certain rhododendrons not being particularly good.
There are hundreds of rhododendron varieties, right? And there is one that's invasive. If you don't like rhododendrons, frankly, you don't like life. There's just, it's like saying you don't like dessert. You've got a deal, you're going to plant a rhododendron?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay,
Another one sold.
We're going to the garden centre now on the way home. Cheers to the rhododendron return.
Exactly, exactly. Now I'm really pleased with that response. The thing is, with rhododendrons, there are so many, hundreds of varieties. I guarantee there is one for you, no matter your site, no matter your style. This garden is like a slice of the Himalayas that's just been dropped into Yorkshire with this dazzling colour palette of plants that have been collected from seed by modern-day plant hunters. And they've got orchids, they've got cobra lilies, they've got primulas, and 50 different kinds of rhododendrons. In a word, it is spectacular.
I'm gonna show you some Himalayan heroes that you can grow at home, starting with my favourite rhododendrons.
Rhododendrons have got to be the hardest working of all garden plants. Like this little fella, he's been crammed in, clinging on to life in the middle of rocks, almost no soil, and he's still perfectly happy. And even once the flowers are long withered, I mean, they've dropped off ages ago, the remnants of them are almost as beautiful as any exotic flowers. Still got loads of colour and fantastic new growth, like a Yeti's hand. This is my undisputed favourite, Rhododendron Sino Grande, meaning giant Chinese. And the giant bit comes from the leaves that can be 60 centimetres, 2 foot long, right throughout the year. They're evergreen with a beautiful underside. It's got flowers as well, and once those are gone, right from the inside here, you have a flush of new growth that's silvery and powdery, like little lamb's ears coming out of the top of it. Forms a massive tree. Can you imagine what our cities would look like if we ditched boring old staples and planted prehistoric craziness like this? And if you have the right soil for rhododendrons, there are loads of other Himalayan gems that will look awesome in your garden. Walking through a field of this incredible Primula pulverulenta is like some kind of enchanted meadow. It's called Primula pulverulenta because of this farina. It's this dusty white substance that covers the stems. It absolutely loves boggy, wet conditions, making it perfect for the UK, anywhere near a pond or a water feature, or even in a damp meadow like this, and it will self-seed itself all over the place. Or how about the spectacular Himalayan blue poppy, which is easier to grow from plants rather than seeds, and loves cool, damp conditions. Just look at this, Eremerus, the Himalayan foxtail lily with these beautiful white stars, and you can see why it gets the name foxtail. It's hard to believe you can grow it in the UK, and all you need to do is you get a bulb in the autumn, you pop it into the ground in a well-drained site in a sunny position, and every June you're rewarded with a 5-foot spike of unbridled exotica. Himalayan plants, especially rhododendrons, will offer you an unparalleled diversity of interest right throughout the year, and despite their exotic origins, are perfectly happy to thrive right here in the UK. And this couple's home in Staffordshire is a shining example of just that. Phil and Diana Berry have spent the last 12 years transforming their north-facing garden into a Himalayan paradise with the help of over 70 rhododendron varieties.
We have a passion for our rhododendrons here. There's usually a rhododendron, whichever direction you look in.
When we first moved here, it was basically a field with the established trees. And we'd sort of been around different places and identified rhododendrons that we really liked.
Like Azalea Gibraltar, that's dazzling orange when in full bloom. Or Morning Cloud, that starts off bright pink and then gradually fades to creamy white.
People tend to think of rhododendrons and azaleas being in big stately homes in great big areas, and we've just packed them into a relatively small area and they work just as well, so you can have them in a really tiny garden. They're so lovely because you get the buds are one colour and then they open out, the flowers are a different colour, and then they fade to a different colour, and then you've got all the different types of flowers. You can have little tiny, really delicate ones and big blousy look-at-me ones. And
We just love our rhododendrons and the beauty that they give us.
Whether you're an exotic plant junkie like me or someone who's into powder, puffs and frills, I promise you, the sheer diversity of rhododendrons means that no matter who you are, what your taste or what your garden, there is a rhododendron for you. Across the series, our revival team are travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens, flowers and plants in all their glory, with one important mission: to champion our rich gardening heritage. Next, Christine Walkden is on the campaign trail for Carnations.
I'm a passionate flower lover. The colours, the forms, the scent. One of the great joys of gardening. But of all the flowers in the garden, there's one having a really rough ride. And this is it, the dianthus or carnation. To many of us, the carnation is nothing more than a cheap garage flower, unworthy of a place in our garden. But that is all about to change.
On my revival, I'll be whiffing some delightfully scented blooms.
Get your nostrils in there.
Turning some of London's city boys into real gentlemen.
Pick your colour.
No, I'm going to go cream.
And showing you some simple ways to grow carnations in your garden.
The joy you'll get seeing these grow will go on for years and years. This wonderful parterre is the centrepiece of the gardens here at Hanbury Hall in Worcestershire.
And it's home to some great dianthus.
The hardy border carnation, Dianthus caryophyllus, the plant we know best, is a key feature to this marvellous parterre. Carnations, pinks and sweet williams, just a few of the common names for dianthus. My favourites are the old-fashioned pinks, but what seriously sets me on fire are the alpine dianthus species. The first time I saw dianthus was in the Picos de Europa, the Spanish mountains, and I was walking in this beautiful valley. And my nose started twitching. I could smell this sweet aroma and couldn't see anything. And I just looked down and there was a carpet of Dianthus montpelliensis. And that's when I fell in love with dianthus. But for many of us, a bunch of carnations are about as romantic as a night in with a curry. But I want to show you why I believe that the carnation should come back into our hearts and our gardens.
So I'm taking my revival to the streets of London.
Covent Garden, the spiritual home of these lovely flowers. But what I want to know is, what do the public really think of these beauties? Do you recognise these?
I do not.
You don't at all?
Could you please tell me?
Yeah, this is a carnation. Do you think they're still as popular now as they were in the past?
In the gardens, I don't see them very often.
Do you think they're still in fashion?
Not so much now, I don't think.
I think they're quite 80s.
I do sort of think of it as an older person's flower arrangement.
Did you have them at your wedding?
Absolutely not. I think they're 70s filler flowers.
Do you think they've suffered a bit of an image crisis over the last few years?
Yeah, I reckon they have. I reckon roses have taken over.
They're still in the consciousness of the public, and that's great, but they're suffering from a bit of an image problem. I'm going to go and try and change that.
So I'm heading to what some would consider to be one of the most influential gardens in modern British gardening.
Gravetye Manor in Sussex, the home of William Robinson and the home of naturalistic planting.
William Robinson was a famous British botanist and gardener. He bought Gravetye Manor back in 1884 and made his mark on the garden.
Now this is megally exciting for a horticulturalist, to come to the home of the originator of naturalistic planting. William Robinson perfected the drift-like styles, and just look at it. It looks like an artist has taken a palette knife and spread the colours over the garden.
Robinson's influential style made use of traditional flowers planted in an informal way, and he was particularly passionate about carnations. Twigsway is a garden historian who's been researching the carnation and knows all too well how Robinson championed this wonderful flower.
He was the father of the English flower garden, and he was trying to guide people back to the beauties of the hardy flower border, so away from those bedding plants that they'd been in love with during the Victorian period.
And what about his love affair with carnations and dianthus?
He refers to them as one of his favourite plants, the best plants for the garden. It was the carnation that he felt, you know, linked us back to those cottage gardens that he loved.
And do you think he would have stuck his nostrils right in there and taken on that fragrance and clove-like richness?
He was the sort of man that would have got down on his hands and knees and actually taken up that scent. We don't do that enough now.
We don't.
We should get down on our hands and knees and whiff.
I think whiffing is very important, but people have stopped whiffing.
William Robinson was actually on his own 19th century carnation revival, reigniting a British love for the flower that was prolific back in the 18th century. And there are some lovely examples here today.
It's a beautiful wall garden.
Oh, well, there, straight away.
Yep. There's some here. You see twigs, these are my favourites. My heart bleeds when I see these little ones. They're so much more delicate and whiff. Get your nostrils in there. Go on, fill your lungs.
They do, don't they? Just so nice.
You know, there's a subtlety of the fringed petals. You know, and to me, this is where my love affair comes from.
My love affair is with the names, those traditional names that come through from the 17th century. So we have things like Lusty Gallant and Ruffling Robin, Tuggy's Princess.
It's not just that you're looking at a green heap of foliage. There's history, there's romance.
I mean, one of the most famous, of course, is Mrs. Simpkin. And I planted Mrs. Simpkins in my garden just a couple of weeks ago. And boy, is she flowering her heart out already.
William Robinson's naturalistic planting ethos brought the carnation back to our gardens. But the flower's popularity had already peaked back in the late 1700s, when it was incorporated into a very different style of garden.
These formal gardens at Hanbury Hall in Worcestershire didn't always look like this. This space previously was laid to lawn, but in the mid-1990s, the area was carefully restored, utilising the original 18th century plans.
Neil Cook has been the head gardener here for over 20 years and has been responsible for the 18th century restoration.
So Neil, how did this great parterre come about?
Well, really as a restoration idea for the property, to try and attract more visitors to help us with our conservation.
But it's very particular in its type, isn't it? Because you don't normally see this sparse planting.
No, this was what attracted us to it, because it was unique.
I'm amazed at how much bare soil there is here.
It's part of what they used to do at that period. You wanted to see the plant on its own. Nothing should be as of nature. It's one of the sayings.
And what are the type of carnations in particular you used in this planting?
We've got, in the parterre, we've got hardy border mix.
Yeah.
So they're up now and they're ready to flower. And then we've also got the Sweet Williams, which are obviously not a carnation, but they're obviously doing the business for us now.
Yeah.
And also we've got some in urns and other places in the garden. They're very important to us.
Are you a slave to history?
No, certainly not. All this garden is about showing off to your peers how wealthy you are and how knowledgeable you are.
Yeah.
So to have the latest, newest varieties is all part of that. And we grow in the urns around the side here a modern variety.
The level of maintenance with this is huge. How many volunteers have you got?
In the gardens, we've got nearly 80.
80?
We do, and we need every single one of them.
80?
The maintenance here has really got to be spot on.
So, Neil, would you like to see more carnations in here and in the garden generally? I mean, I want to bring back the carnation. Are you with me?
I'm certainly with you on that. The scent, no one can deny, is one of the best scents in horticulture.
I would want that sweet aroma drifting on the wind.
This beautiful parterre is very much in the spirit of the 1700s, displaying not only older varieties, but showcasing the new and exciting.
There are a lot of new dianthus on offer. Here are a few just to whet your appetite.
This is Green Trick with its full pom-pom-like bloom. It's great for borders and containers and lasts for ages in a vase. Or why not choose Memories which was a runner-up in the Plant of the Year award at Chelsea a few years back. It's beautifully scented and it's a repeat flowerer. And what's not to love about Dianthus Everlast? Available in colours like burgundy lush and lilac, and with an ability to keep flowering until late summer. For the next part of my revival, I'm visiting a legendary nursery that has been renowned for carnations since 1910. It's now run by Emma Sumner Wilson, who took on the carnation crown in 2000. Oh, Emma, you see, Allwoods, that's a name that I grew up with. It was synonymous with excellence and beautiful blooms.
That's right. Carnations were their speciality. They bred a huge range of different ones. We've got nearly 100, 150 different varieties of carnations. Pinks as well, and we've got about 200 to 300 different varieties of those. Some of those are pre-1800s. The ones that we have, we're very passionate about keeping alive and keep going, because without them, that's a huge chunk of history gone.
And what I like, I mean, just ruffling through old names that, you know, have been part of my life, all my life.
Yes.
And
yes.
here they are, still alive on this nursery for people to buy. I mean, it's fantastic.
They make very interesting reading. That's the Edward Allwood that we still grow today.
The Edward Allwood carnation was created and named after the original owner of the nursery back in 1950.
Now, I'm on this revival. I want everybody to grow carnations and pinks and species. How do we do it?
Well, the actual growing of them is incredibly easy. It's more a choice of what kind of carnation you want to grow, because there's more than one choice. You can either have a garden carnation or a greenhouse carnation. The greenhouse carnations are the easiest. They flower longer. Some of them are scented, especially the older varieties. They have a lovely scent. And the colours can be absolutely stunning that you will not find in your florist shop. If you want a garden carnation, slightly more care and attention required. They like a particular kind of soil. Flowers, amazing, but they only have one crop of flower each year, and that is it. So don't be expecting bunches and bunches for your vase. It won't happen. You need the greenhouse variety for that.
So a bit of homework before you buy will solve a lot of problems.
Definitely, definitely. But you'll be well rewarded with the flowers. They are stunning.
All these carnations are propagated from cuttings, and when they're firmly rooted, they're ready to post to the very lucky carnation-loving customer.
So we get a nice rooted plant, as you see, well rooted, put it in the bag, and then we put that round so the customer knows what plant he's got. So that's all ready to go now.
Great. Carnation revival, here it comes.
That's it. Fold that over, and then...
So I'm going to send this person a special message.
Excellent.
About enjoy the revival.
Fantastic.
That'll entertain somebody.
Definitely will.
When it comes to Dianthus, I just can't get enough of the alpine varieties with their beautiful scents and their vibrant colours that explode from rocky mountain slopes. I'm back at Hanbury Hall to show you my wonderful technique for recreating the Alps on a small scale in your garden.
One of my favourite ways of growing Dianthus is to use the alpine species in a sink, because what I want to do is replicate a piece of landscape out in the mountains. These plants need sharp drainage, so I'm using compost with as much as 50% grit. I'm then going to position rocks to make that strata to look like the Pyrenees or the Alps. I'm then going to drop my plants in and then dress the surface to make it look like it's growing through scree, so as natural as possible. I'm using here various pieces of rock to just try and create a visual perception of a ridge of mountains, and I'm going to create some planting pockets because I want to raise the surface slightly so it looks like it's actually got a bit of texture and a bit of height. So I'm going to just play around And then at this stage, I start looking at my plants. And these are alpine species and cultivars of alpine species. And I will just get a flavour of what I want to achieve. And if I don't like it, you then can actually change this and you can move them around to see. You see, I don't like that. I'm going to perhaps do something. Yeah. So once I'm happy with my plants, I can then start thinking about popping them in. Things like Dianthus alpinus albus, a very beautiful, tight, compact grower. And the longer this is in the sink, the tighter this mound gets and the more floriferous it becomes. A plant like Watman's Joy, a delicate, beautiful little alpine, and that's going to sit in there looking like it's just erupted from the rocks. And the colours of the foliage vary from a nice little olivey green to the silvers and the greys. So not only will this thing look good when it's in flower, but it will actually look very good in the winter when those flowers have got, because you've got the contrast of different foliage. So I'm just going to take them out. These plants should have been watered the night before, so the root balls are nicely moist. And once I've positioned where I basically want them, I'm going to put in a little bit more compost around those plants. When you're doing the corners, make sure you bring the plant forward so this compost going into the corner. So often we find the actual corner is fresh air because you haven't trickled compost in there. That can allow that side of the plant to dry out and then it dies. Just firm those plants in when you're happy with the position. And then here comes the scree. And what you're aiming to do is to trickle those pieces of stone under the neck of the plant. That means the water will drain away, but it also makes the plant look like it's erupted and grown through that dressing. For me, the beauty of alpine dianthus can be appreciated in this habitat of the mountains. The joy you'll get seeing these grow will go on for years and years.
Growing carnations will bring fabulous colour, form and scent to your garden, but they can also work wonders for the home, arranged beautifully in a vase.
Despite the fact that the carnation is one of the most suitable of cut flowers, it's in that role that its popularity has declined.
McQueen's in London is working with some amazingly beautiful cut flowers, but I wonder what they make of carnations.
I love flowers. Doesn't matter whether it's in the garden or in the vase. Look at this. I mean, wouldn't you just die to get that? Lovely flowers, alchemillies, clematis, peonies, roses. Where's my carnation? There's not one. Well, that's a shame.
Duncan McCabe has been a florist for 23 years, and I'm hoping that he has some tips to help me with my carnation revival.
We're not actually a carnation shop, really. We're not really known for that sort of flower.
Why?
Well, carnations have a bit of a bad press, really, because when I first started doing flowers years and years ago, you could buy them in a yucky pink, a yucky yellow, and those are the kind of colours that you see in a greengrocer or in a garage forecourt. But actually, if you take a closer look to some of these newer varieties, they can be really interesting.
Well, I'm very pleased to see that Duncan has some lovely carnations, and I can't wait to see how we'll use them.
That doesn't look like a carnation. That looks like a hydrangea head. So how do you do that?
You're going to have a go at putting this together.
Yes.
Grab some of those carnations over there.
OK.
We need to just remove some of these leaves. They're just going to get in the way.
So is it still the old rule that if you have foliage in the water, you've got contamination and then the flowers don't last as long?
It starts to degrade and you get this build-up of bacteria. It just prematurely ages them, so to keep all the foliage out of the water is quite an important thing to do. OK, so it's a very simple technique.
Right.
The idea is to try and spiral the flowers.
OK.
So they're all going in one direction. You're doing brilliantly there, Christine. I'm very impressed. One of the most important things is to perhaps avoid cutting at the node area. If you cut actually on the node, it's difficult for water to get up to the flower. You'll probably get carnations to last as long as 3 weeks. I think you just need to keep the water really clean.
If I can do that, any of you can do that, because it was simple.
Duncan's modern carnation twist is spot on, and he has one more trick up his sleeve, which may help to revive an old but fabulous gentleman's tradition.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
It's time to take to the streets with some of these little beauties.
Madam, do you believe that the carnation makes a man look elegant and stylish?
Certainly, especially if they look like that.
How often do you wear a buttonhole?
Never.
Come on, gentlemen, I want you to pick your colour.
No, I'm going to get cream.
That's right. Look how this colour would pick up your nice shirt.
Yeah, I think that would look beautiful.
I will give you a buttonhole so you can enjoy it later on. Look how elegant you look.
Yeah.
Yes, we think that there should be a revival, especially in new colours like this.
It would work, wouldn't it?
I think it would.
It would make somebody look at you.
An absolute brilliant tradition to bring back to Hackney.
I'm amazed. Yeah, it would turn heads.
And that's what all you want to do in the office?
Absolutely, indeed. So are you with me on my revival? Do you think we should be all wearing more carnations?
Very much so.
I agree. Hey! Hey!
Of course, you can pick up your buttonhole from the florist, but why not try starting from scratch? I'm back at Hanbury Hall to show how easy it is to grow your own.
All dianthus can be propagated from cuttings, but if you want an awful lot of plants, the best thing to do is sow from seed. And you can do that by collecting the flower head once it's started fading.
Leave the flowers to dry out on the plant before cutting, then place them in a paper bag.
And then hang this somewhere cool and dry. After about a month, open it up, empty the contents of that bag out, and you'll see that you've got seed that's already come out of the capsules. And when I'm talking about a capsule, I'm talking about these individual heads inside which will be hundreds and hundreds of seeds.
Separate your seeds and put them into a paper envelope for storage.
Remember to label it with the date, and the seeds should be kept cold, dark and dry. I love sowing seeds because it's the most magical bit of gardening, but dianthus seed needs specific requirements, and one of them is the compost. It should ideally be a soil-based compost, so I'm going to use a John Innes seed and cutting compost. Dianthus in the wild don't have a lot of food, and the more food you put in the compost, the less the seeds will germinate. So a good quality, low nutrient compost. And I scoop this up and allow it to fall into the corners of the seed tray, because what I don't want is air pockets in this seed tray, because the seeds need intimate contact with the soil to allow them to absorb moisture. I'm going to overfill the seed tray, and then I'm just going to strike it level with a board and just race across the top to get it roughly level. And then I'm going to firm it so it's around about 1/4 of an inch deep. If you don't do that, the seeds will germinate very quickly on the high end, but will then dry out. And if you've got it too deep at the other end, you bury the seeds and they pop the clogs. Once you've got the seed pan filled, I then use grit. And this is sharp horticultural grit. And I'm just going to pour this over the surface of that compost. Now, this isn't what people would normally do, but this is my top tip for you. And then I'm just going to level that off, and then I sow the seeds on top of here. Now, to make sure that you sow the seeds evenly, just run up and down the seed tray as if you are sprinkling salt on your dinner. You get to one end of the seed tray, and you've still got some seed left, turn the tray and go up and down the other direction. That just makes it easier to distribute the seed evenly. If you've got a bit of seed left at the end, just sprinkle it over. Now, there's a clever trick. Get yourself a washing up bowl and fill it to the same depth as your seed tray. So whatever depth you're using, fill it so the water will just come up to the level of the surface of the tray. Then I'm going to lower this very gently into that water. And you're going to leave it there for about an hour. Once it's properly soaked, then you need to extract it. And this is the clever bit, because what you want to do is to have the water draining and taking the seed down into that gravel in exactly the same way that happens in Mother Nature. And then just place it somewhere to drain. That can then be positioned in a cold tray or at the base of a north wall. Make sure it's kept moist, remember to label it, and wait for the magic.
In the heart of the Suffolk countryside lives Jim Marshall, a man who is truly passionate about carnations.
I love all dianthus. It's a very wide genus, but really there's only one, and that's the one that I love, and that's the Malmaison. And up until a few years ago, I was the only person who grew them. We brought them back virtually from extinction.
Jim now officially owns the National Collection of Malmaison carnations.
You'll see that they're quite short, but they're blousy, lovely large flowers and heavenly scented, and that would make a lovely buttonhole or a corsage. Oh, wonderful. Fantastic. I'm so lucky that we've been able to bring them back into cultivation. But my prize one is this one, James Muir, called after my grandfather, and we launched it at Hampton Court last year. We should all be reviving British cut flower, and the aristocrat of the cut flower is, of course, this one, the Malmaison Carnations, because of its scent, because of its opulence, because of its shape. Everything about it is over the top, and I love them. They're completely over the top, and they're my flower.
I think carnations are one of the most underrated plants grown in our gardens. Their delicacy and fragrance wins me over every time. I think we should rekindle our love affair with carnations once again.
There's no doubt that Britain is a nation of very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
Ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
We'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens.
And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens.
When setting out our gardens, there are things that we all consider. The shape and design of the borders, flower combinations, even adding a few wigwams for height and structure. But you know, there's one thing that so many of us miss out on in our gardens, and I think it's fundamentally important: scent. Scented plants have played an important role in British history, from the fragrant herbs that arrived with the Romans to the aromatic flower gardens of the Middle Ages. But where are those sweet smells today? These sweet peas are glorious, and their perfume, oh, it's sensational. And that's something that's been lost from many modern cultivars, and not just in sweet peas. And that's why I think we need to make our gardens fragrant once again. On my revival campaign, I'll be visiting the scented garden that was created to win the heart of a queen. Today, if you fancy someone, you might buy them a bottle of perfume. Dudley grew it and put it in a garden. I'll show you how to have fragrance wafting into your home with a window box. You get months and months of time to enjoy all the aromas. And I'll be holding the country's first ever scented flower competition. It's quite a bit about it, hasn't it?
Oh, yes. Fragrance is important, isn't it?
Yeah. We all know what lavender and lily of the valley smell like, but they're just the start, because right under our noses is a whole world of beautiful, engaging fragrances to enjoy. I mean, some plants smell of cinnamon, others of nutmeg, there's sugary syrup, citrus, even plants that smell of bubble gum. Now this is the beautiful University of Cambridge Botanic Garden, and within its walls is a whole garden dedicated to all the wonderful range of aromas that plants produce. This is the aptly named Scented Garden, and it's like a perfume cabinet made of plants. All the fragrances are here, from the cloying aroma of lilies. It's a bit like sniffing a glass of tropical fruit juice. And there's sweeter aromas from the stocks, lemons and citrus from pelargoniums. There's even plants here that you don't associate with fragrance at all, but believe me, they have one. This is yarrow, and on rainy days, up from these felty grey leaves comes a fragrance that's just like disinfectant. Now, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I really like it. Flowers produce scent to attract pollinators. Different plants do this in different ways, but mostly it's by secreting oils. Scent in our gardens these days is getting harder to find. I mean, take this rose. It looks like it's got everything. It's abundant and beautiful, but sniff it. There is nothing there. And this is the unforeseen consequence of breeding programmes that have prioritised flower colour and size and completely forgotten about fragrance. But there are still roses, along with many other flowers out there, that do still smell delightful. And I want you to bring them back to our great British gardens. I'm starting my campaign at the magnificent romantic ruin of Kenilworth Castle. It once belonged to Elizabeth I's suitor, Robert Dudley, who transformed it into a Renaissance palace in order to woo his queen. It doesn't take much to imagine what it would look like in its pomp, but there is one bit of it that's been restored to its 16th century magic, and it's this bit, down here. This splendid scented Tudor garden is a recreation of the original, designed by Dudley to impress Elizabeth on her many visits. Oh, goodness. Isn't that incredible? It was lost to the world for over 4 centuries until it was resurrected 5 years ago by John Watkins, who is head of gardens and landscapes for English Heritage. How important was scent back in Elizabethan times?
Scent was very important because life wasn't sweet-smelling then, and so it was real luxury.
The thing that really strikes me about it that I just love is that today, if you fancy someone, you might buy them a bottle of perfume. Dudley, now he was the man. He not only had the perfume, he grew it and put it in a garden. I mean, it's extraordinary. God, it smells good. I can really smell the sweet rocket.
I think, yes, it's the Hesperus, and I think what's so nice about this is it's great colour. And you've also got scent at the right height.
Ah, that's important, is it?
Well, I think it's important. Those of us with bad backs, you've not got to bend right the way down.
Well, I'm all for it.
So it's just at the right height. And being so much of it, of course, it means there's plenty of scent waving around in the air, so it does scent the whole environment.
you have any favourites, John?
Well, I think something that's always special in a garden are peonies. This one has quite an unusual scent. What do you think of it?
Oh, it's appley. Like a bowl of fruit.
Yes.
Fruity.
And just think, you know, a flower that size in the Elizabethan period and also with that scent, you know, surprising that didn't persuade the Queen, isn't it?
No, I'm surprised she didn't go for him in the end.
Obviously, she was no horticulturist.
Seeing and smelling the wonderfully aromatic plants here has really brought home to me how much scent we've lost from our gardens today. To try and get to the bottom of where all of our fragrant plants have gone, I'm visiting a nursery in Worcestershire, where Jeff Caesar and his team grow over 1 million plants every year for the UK market.
How have we got into this state?
It's all about that the plant has got to look fantastic when you buy it.
Yeah.
A whole load of features that you're looking for in plants. They're all really important, and without some of those features, a plant won't sell. How attractive it is, how disease-resistant it is, how hardy it is. Yeah. All of these things will come before fragrance.
Really? It's that far down the list?
Yeah. Fragrance is important, but it's not always the primary thing that a breeder's looking for.
So the fact that plants have lost their scent is an unforeseen consequence of the breeding programmes. No one wanted to do that, it's just happened.
Of course not.
But it's not all bad.
No, it's not all bad. Some plants that have been introduced in recent years have got fantastic fragrance.
Yeah.
Honeysuckle's being one of them.
If I'd come here, Jeff, and you'd said to me, nah, scent's not important, we don't sell anything with scent anymore, I think I'd have just wept.
It's really disappointing, wouldn't it? No, absolutely not.
I'm pleased to hear that there are still fragrant plants available, but there are so many heavenly scents that we could lose altogether if we don't get planting.
Now, it's not just the scented garden here at the University of Cambridge Botanic Garden that's fragrant. These are the systematic beds, and I used to work here, and I loved them because you can navigate your way around by your nose. You see, planted in each bed is a family of plants. Now, these are the labiates, the aromatic herbs, and then there's the potato family, grasses and orchids. You just close your eyes and you know where you are. It's a sort of heady mix of plants, cut grass and hoed earth. It's lovely. But if you're after something a little less subtle, a bit more in your face and sweet, I've got just the thing for you. And this is it. Jasmine, or Jasminum officinale. And it's got white night-scented flowers. Like many white flowers are scented at night because they're pollinated by moths. And it's an interesting fact that when you're sniffing around the plants in your garden, often the paler colours or flowers with less pigment in them, they have a more powerful aroma. It's as if the colour uses up some of the scent. Now, when I used to live in Cambridge, I had one of these beautiful plants growing on my shed. And I used to sit out of a night having a glass of wine and it just fill the air with its sort of tropical, sweet aroma. Now, how this one will grow is up the side of this shed, onto the roof, and the scent, due to the heat that's going to be trapped in the roof, pushing it and pulsing it out into the rest of the garden. It's just going to fill the air gloriously. Now, when it comes to planting anything, don't forget to put a handful of fertiliser in the planting hole. Just gives them that little boost to make sure they grow nice and tall. A couple of other tips. Notice how I haven't put the hole right next to the building. I've left a good space. That's because you want your plant to grow towards the structure, but not be in the dry soil right next to it, because the closer you are to the woodwork or the brickwork of a building, obviously the drier that earth is going to be. Another tip, climbers always like to grow towards the sun. And you think about it in nature, they would grow on the north side of a plant and then aim up through the branches, up through the canopy, and then grow out through the top into the bright sunlight on the south side of their support. If you struggle, like I am, to get your plant out the pot, remember the old spade trick? Put your spade in the ground, just tap the pot against it like that, and it comes out relatively easy. Now, because this is grown in a container, as long as the earth isn't waterlogged or frosty, you can plant the jasmine at any time of year. And then put the nice moist root ball down into the earth.
The canes are just to support the plant in the garden centre, so make sure you remove them straight after planting. Train plastic wire through secured hooks and use loops of soft twine to attach the stems.
Most important of all is to give your plant a good drink once it's in the ground. A canful is what it needs, just to settle that soil around the roots. And it's important with climbers that you keep them well hydrated through their first year, just to help them establish and get down on their own roots. And if you do that and put that effort in the first few months you've got your plant, it will reward you with filling your garden with fragrance for years to come. One of the reasons why we don't appreciate fragrance in our gardens is because I think we don't understand it. And that's why I've come to meet a man who's turned the art of aroma into a science.
John Stephen is the chemist and perfumer at the Cotswold Perfumery, where he has a specially designed perfume garden. I'm hoping he'll explain to me the science of scent.
So tell me about your garden, John.
Well, in this garden, everything has been planted for its aroma rather than its appearance. Each flower will produce a different aroma, so every flower is its own perfumer, really.
And where does the aroma come from in a flower?
It comes from what's called an essential oil, and there are many, many materials in a flower. So if you're looking at a rose, for example, you're looking at about 700 components in it. Yeah. They're highly complex mixtures.
And these are volatile oils, i.e. they evaporate into the air when it's warm?
Yes, they must be volatile because we can only smell vapours.
And do you have any tips as a perfumer about how to appreciate scent? Is there anything that most of us are missing out on?
Well, you can assist yourself by improving what's called your odour memory. And your odour memory is being able to put words to what you smell and being able to recall it. Now, this is something we don't normally practice, but if you do, you increase your odour memory, a whole world opens up to you with fragrances because you have a much better appreciation of smells.
I like this idea of a workout for your odour memory.
Yeah.
Can you give me some tips on how to do it here? Is there anything that I can have a sniff of?
We've got a good example here with a rose, for example, where the fragrance does not come in the flower, but the aroma is in the leaf, and it smells nothing like rose. Now, I guarantee that you've smelt that before, yeah, but you never will have associated with a rosebud. If you scrunch it up really tightly in your fingers, yeah, throw the leaf away and just smell your fingers.
Sort of like apple skins.
It's apple. Yes, well done.
Wow.
Yeah, so there you are, you see, your odour memory is improving already.
I like this. This could turn into a good garden game, this.
Focusing on my odour memory has made me realise that it's all too easy to take fragrance for granted. It is high time that we all pay a little more attention to our noses. I'm back at Cambridge Botanics to show that if you don't have space for your own scented garden and want to bring fragrance into your home, then growing your own scented flowers from seed is simple. One of the things I love about fragrant plants is their ability to paint a picture in your mind's eye of a time or place. And when it comes to painting a postcard of summer, annual bedding plants, well, they can't be beaten. I sow them every year. I've got some real favourites that are dead easy, will fill your garden with beautiful perfume, well, and cost no more than a pack of seeds. Sweet peas, they're always a winner. Now, the rule of thumb with these is that some you need to soak in water and others you can sow straight away. And you can tell often because the darker the flower on the front of the seed packet means the thicker the seed coat. With all seeds, it pays to use a good seed compost. Seed and cutting compost is different from the usual stuff you buy because it's hardly got any nutrients in it, because nutrients, particularly phosphates, inhibit germination. You just need a compost with good drainage. And then with your sweet peas, I've got a nice little pale variety here. All you do is scatter 4 or 5 to a pot onto the surface of the compost, space them out, so there's an inch or a couple of centimetres between them, and then just push them down into the compost up to my first knuckle on my finger, like so. Smooth out the top, and then pop your little potted sweet peas into some water to soak.
With tiny seeds, it's slightly different. You fill your pots with compost in the same way, but pick off any lumps of peat or bark or little stone chips, because they will inhibit germination of any seed that touches them, and then smooth out the surface. And that's essential. The surface has got to be level, because otherwise the compost will sit wetter in some parts than in others. Now these are Nicotiana seeds, tobacco plants. They don't smell of much during the day, but at night, it's like your garden's filled with someone baking cakes. It's that sweet and sugary. Now, can you see how small that seed is? Now, if you can't see very well without your reading glasses, a good trick is to add a bit of sand to your seeds and just mix them together. Because when they're combined, it's so much easier to see what you're doing. And then, you sow your seeds onto the top. And as long as I paint over the top of the compost, covering it with the sand, I know the seeds will be evenly distributed as well. Now, it's always essential that they go in a water bath like this. Never water from the top, because otherwise the water is like a tsunami and just sloshes all the seeds to the side of the pot, where they sprout in crowded conditions and they could damp off or start to rot away. You keep your seedlings somewhere where the temperatures are nice and even, but they won't get baked and they won't get frosted. And after a couple of weeks, they're up and looking like this. Now, at this stage, they need to be potted on into individual containers in a process called pricking out. Now, this is always a bit of a game, and often gardeners love their plants to death by mucking about with them. The trick is, be prepared. Get all your pots ready, make a hole right down the middle with your finger, and then, this is the bit where so many people struggle, you've got to lever out the seedlings up onto the surface so you can get hold of them. Now, the name of the game with this is to handle the plants as delicately as possible, and you do that by just holding them by one leaf. And they come out with all the root intact. No, you've got to get that root down. So my trick is to get one of these pens, anything plastic will do, just create a bit of static on my trouser leg, touch it onto the root, and you see how it grips? That means you can drop it down into the base of the pot without it getting caught onto the compost. Gentle, firm round, a little tap, and then pop it straight back into some water. And really, it is as simple as that. You can have a garden that's just full of fragrance, and one that will be like a postcard for you to remember forever.
I, for one, can't imagine what it would be like to lose my sense of smell. But one man who knows only too well is Duncan Boak. After losing his sense of smell 9 years ago, he now campaigns to raise awareness of smell and taste disorders. I'm meeting him in a local florist where, sadly, he can't smell a single flower.
Well, Duncan, we're in a florist and it smells, well, floral and heady, but you can't smell a thing.
Not a thing, no. I lost my sense of smell in 2005 after suffering a severe head injury. And so the beautiful flower smells in this shop now, I don't get anything at all.
And did you value your sense of smell? Is it something you really miss now?
I never thought about the sense of smell. All of a sudden, I didn't have it anymore.
You see, I'm on this revival to get people to appreciate the value of scent in their gardens. Is that something that you think is important since you've lost your sense of smell?
I think it's hugely important. Well, my parents have this beautiful garden in Shropshire, and I can walk around that and I don't smell the flowers. It's just flat. There's nothing there. I can look around and see the garden, but that's very clinical and cold. You don't feel it in the same way.
So aroma is connected to emotion?
Completely, yes. Our sense of smell is more closely associated with our emotion than anything else we have. We started a survey in October 2013 to establish the sort of quality of life impacts of olfactory disorders, and large numbers of people say how the pleasure that they once took from their garden has gone. People don't understand that, people don't realise it, but it really is one of those, you just don't know what you've got until it's gone.
Meeting Duncan has definitely given my campaign even more drive and purpose. And I've got an idea.
There are hundreds of garden shows across the country where flowers are judged in garden designs or bunched together and awarded for their artistic merits. But none, as far as I'm aware, where flowers are judged for their fragrance alone. But all that is about to change.
To help my revival and make people realise how vital scent in our garden is, I've decided to hold the country's first scented flower competition here at the Staffordshire County Show.
Ooh, an iris.
And I'm not short of entries.
It's got floral quality, but it's light, isn't
Yes,
it? It's
it
really
is.
lovely.
It's Lupin arboreus.
But I think you're in with a shout here. Dianthus, oh, that's so special, isn't it?
My husband says they remind him of the dentist.
What have you got there?
It's a dwarf lilac.
It's quite,
yes, it's been
quite musky, isn't it?
It is. It's got a powerful presence, hasn't it?
Your wallflower. It's got a bit about it, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, fragrance is important, isn't it?
Yeah.
To help me decide on the most perfumed plant, I'm enlisting the help of Judge Eleanor Griffiths.
Eleanor, you travel up and down the country judging floral competitions. Have you ever come across a fragrance category before?
No, I haven't come across a fragrance category.
So why do you think that is?
Because our criteria doesn't allow it. We're not allowed to judge on perfume.
But do you think it could work?
I think it should work. We've gone too much into colour and lasting quality, and perfume is important.
I'm hoping Eleanor's judging skills will help me make the final decision.
It goes into your nose when you smell it, doesn't it? That's a lovely lilac-y smell.
You're having to learn your judging all over again here, aren't you? The tricks of the trade. Well, we smelt all the flowers. Have you got a favourite?
Yes, I've got two that I like at the moment.
Thank you very much for coming along to this, the first scented flower competition. The strongest smelling plant is the dwarf lilac from Clive Plant. Congratulations, Clive. Well done. There's your cup. There you are. There you are, mate. Let's hold that one up. Yes, Clive. But that was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun, and it created a lot of interest, didn't it, and enthusiasm.
Do you think it could run and run?
Oh, definitely. It's going to be a bench full next year. Great.
Well,
great.
I might enter myself. These are the Mediterranean beds at the University of Cambridge Botanic Garden, and there are some real beauties when it comes to fragrant foliage. Now, this is a plant called Cistus ladonifera. It's got big flowers, yes, but its party trick is in the foliage and stems, because on sunny days it releases this sort of resin that's scented like hot cross buns that you've left under the grill a little bit too long. It's used in the perfume industry. God, when the sun breaks through the clouds, it is such a perfume, so redolent of summer holidays abroad.
I'm going to show you how you can have your own fragrant memories come flooding back day after day, simply by planting up a window box.
One of the things I've learned about gardening with fragrant plants is it's not just about enjoying them on their own, it's when you combine them that you create hybrid fragrances, almost like recipes. It really brings them to life. One of my favourites is this. Now, it's quite a rare plant. I mean, I've been growing it for years. It's called Zaluzianska avata. And it's got sort of very resinous foliage, but it's these small flowers. They might be tiny, but my gosh, they pack a punch. They smell like those sherbet-like sweets you used to get as a child. And in the evening, they'll fill your garden and your whole house with that fragrance. Amazing from such a small plant. My next scented plant is a little more common, but none the worse for that. It's chocolate cosmos, a delicious thing, which does smell of chocolate, like dark chocolate with a twist of vanilla. And as long as you keep it fed and watered and dead-headed, I pinch off the flowers as they become spent, you get flower after flower after flower right through the summer. I'll have one either side of me, Zaluzianska. And this is a plant that I just love. It's a beautiful pelargonium that's also useful. They are wonderful just to rub and release the fragrance from, but they're also good for cooking, because what you do is you pick them off, and if you're cooking a cake, you put that under the batter before you put the batter in the oven to cook, and it imbues the whole cake with this wonderful chocolate mint aroma. My kids really love it. Now, next up, I've got another South African plant, like the Pelargoniums. This is Nemesia, and it has a cherry Bakewell tart aroma, like sugared almonds, actually. A really lovely thing, and the beauty of this plant is that it's scented during the day. I'm going to squeeze him in there for a bit of height. Whenever you're making a planter, you need things that mound, some things that create a bit of height, others that spill down the front. The plants will find their own space. Now, the final ingredient of my floral recipe are petunias, which I just love. When you're choosing them for fragrance, unusually, it's the dark forms, particularly the purples, that have the best aroma. It's just like vanilla. Oh, a lovely thing. Now, the thing to know about fragrance is, often as not, if you can find a form of a plant with double petals, for example, you get double the scent. And so it is with this purple Tumberlina petunia. It's quite unusual looking, and it's very vigorous. But my gosh, it does have double the scent. So I'm definitely going to use one of these in on the edge, and to balance it up on the other side, going for one of these less scented but still lovely cherry cheesecake petunias. Let's find a little space in there. The time to plant up a window box like this is in the spring, and that way you get months and months of time to enjoy all the aromas. And they really are delicious and mouth-watering. And even better, there's not a calorie in sight.
Another man on a mission to bring fragrance back into our gardens is Thomas Broom, who is so passionate about scented plants that he runs dedicated workshops at Petersham Nurseries in Surrey.
The idea of the Scented Garden Workshop came about because we felt it was something that was being missed by the general public in gardens. If you rub the leaves, you'll get the smell of Turkish delight. I think it gets people smelling different smells and maybe things that they've never even considered about a certain plant, how it smells.
Coming here today has made me a lot more conscious of the smell and scent and how important that is.
There was a geranium that had some really exciting smells, one that smelled of cola bottles. How strange, how fun, you know. And so, yeah, of course, it's always lovely to just get a bit more experience and meet a few new plants.
For each person, smelling something is completely different. So, for example, this Mathiola incana here, to me, smells like cloves, but to others it might smell like honey. Here we have this pergola, which is covered with 2 intertwined wisterias, and you just get this burst of scent coming through.
The scented flower collection here at the nurseries also holds some personal memories for Thomas.
This one's called Madame Gregoire Stachelan, and the fragrance is a typical old French perfume, and it's very evocative to me because I remember this as a child being planted in my grandmother's garden. I think anyone who's not introduced scent into their garden should perhaps rethink and adding scent wherever possible or wherever they've got gaps, because there's always room for scent in your garden.
Gardening for fragrance offers a personal, even intimate way to enjoy your garden. Yes, there's things to enjoy in the here and now, but it also brings back happy memories from times in the past. If you garden for appearance alone, well, that can soon turn into the tyranny of keeping up with the Joneses. No, if a garden smells good, it is good, and that's good enough for me.
Across the series, our revival team are travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens.
We couldn't draw, as a landscape artist, a more perfect picture.
Flowers.
Oh, that's knockout fragrance.
And plants.
This plant is perfect. That's going to get off to a great start.
Next, Tom Hartdyke flies the flag for tulips.
As a globe-trotting 21st century plant hunter, I love growing plants from all over the world. And there's one flower with petals as colourful as its history. And this is it, the glorious tulip. But over the last 50 years, the British tulip industry has almost vanished, and we've stopped planting them in our gardens. It's time for other spring bulbs to step aside, and for all of us, to be planting the tumultuous tulip. On my revival, I will find out about the turbulent history of this plant that 400 years ago brought an economy to its knees.
People lost their homes, their livelihoods and their businesses over it.
I'll lend a helping hand to what remains of the great British tulip industry.
I left a lot to start with. Oh dear.
And show you how to start your own tulip collection at home and make one of my family favourites, the tulip lasagna.
You'll have 8 weeks of flower, power, tulip heaven.
There was a time when our gardens weren't complete without tulips to brighten them up. In the 1950s, we even had our own tulip industry in the counties of Norfolk and Lincolnshire. But sadly today, that industry has all but disappeared. The tulip was once celebrated on our streets and in our gardens. It's such a shame that today they are seen as troublesome, hard work, and simply not worth the effort. Well, you try telling that to the gardeners here at Dunsborough Park in Surrey. They plant an incredible 10,000 tulips each year, all by hand. Some of these tulips are planted in formal rows like this, and some are planted randomly yet sumptuously within a meadow setting such as this. Whatever situation you've got, tulips will provide a kaleidoscopic range of colour in your garden, from early March right the way through to June. Sadly, we're in the habit of buying imported cut tulips from Holland instead of making them permanent residents in our gardens at home. And for anyone with a love of plants, that simply won't do. To start my campaign, I want to trace back the history of how this flower first took root on our shores. So I have travelled to Holme Pierpont Hall in Nottinghamshire. The gardens have played host to a variety of beautiful flowers, but I'm here for one particular wild resident that made its home in the meadow long ago. Are you ready? You ready, everybody? This particular tulip is the only relative of the garden tulip found growing wild in Britain, and it holds a very dear place in my heart. It was at the age of 4 when my inspirational granny, she was an amazing horticulturalist gardener. She said to me, Tom, I want to show you something very special. I want to show you this tulip, Tulipa sylvestris from the southern Mediterranean. It was sensational to see it spurting out underneath a bit of shade in dry conditions on an east-facing aspect where Granny had her wonderful herbaceous border. Tulipa sylvestris is rumoured to have been introduced to Britain by the Romans centuries ago, but we didn't start growing tulips in our gardens until the early 1600s. The first person to record them was botanist and herbalist to King Charles I, John Parkinson. I am meeting his descendant, Anna Parkinson, a fellow tulip enthusiast, to find out how this flower changed the way we gardened forever. Anna, why is the tulip so dear to your heart? Why is it such a personal story to you?
The tulip heralded an age of decorative gardening. It was, if you like, a signifier of gardening as we understand it today, because up until that point, nearly every plant had a medicinal value, but the tulip had no medicinal purpose at all. It was just beautiful.
Is it fair to say that, together with others too, but John Parkinson was responsible for the ornamental gardens that we know so well today?
Yes, he was a pioneer of the decorative garden, and he learned from his Flemish friends in London about how to grow these decorative plants, and the tulip was the most desirable of all of them.
It's amazing to think that the tulip is so central to the history of our gardens, and yet it no longer takes pride of place. Anna has brought with her what is considered to be the first British gardening book ever written, in which her ancestor describes one of the most desirable tulips of all time.
So these are so-called broken tulips, and they were very rare because they didn't grow true from the parent, and they were highly sought after, and they triggered something called tulip mania in Holland in the 1630s.
These new variations of tulip species became referred to as broken due to the streaked colours of their petals.
the rarity of the flower resulted in huge demand.
Within the space of a few years, it saw the price of tulips rise astronomically, so that within one growing season, a tulip would go to the price of a house.
And as quickly as tulip mania went to its peak, it burst, didn't it?
It collapsed. People lost their homes, their livelihoods, and their businesses over it.
It is incredible to think that broken tulips were once so highly prized, and I want to see what all the fuss is about. I have heard that there are some varieties still growing today in the Cambridge area.
I have never seen a broken tulip, but as a plant hunter, I am desperate to see this mysterious and exotic blossom. I feel a plant hunt coming on.
In order to track down horticulture's most wanted, I'm taking to the streets to see if anybody knows where it might be hiding.
Good afternoon, sir. I've got this mission. I'm a plant hunter. I go all over the world seeing plants in the wild, but I've heard here in Cambridge there is this plant. Have you seen this plant before?
I have never seen that plant before.
Where would you think in Cambridge I could find it?
Maybe in the common up there, I think.
I think if you go over...
I would say the market right there. I think there would be a...
At the Botanical Gardens. Have you been there yet?
No.
Of course. What am I thinking? The Cambridge Botanic Gardens. Britain's national collection of tulips are housed here, and Botanic Gardens director, Professor Beverly Glover, has agreed to show me what I've been searching for.
I hear, rumour has it, that here at the Cambridge Botanical Gardens you have one of the rarest broken tulips in the world.
So let me take you and show you. So this is our broken Captain Fryatt variety.
It's just horticulturally bonkers.
Well, you can understand where the tulip mania came from, can't you? I mean, they are spectacular, and just the diversity within a single pot. The unbroken tulip should be sort of this colour.
So you've got a couple of streaks in there coming in.
So it should be a sort of rich, winey colour.
The colour variations of broken tulips are actually the result of the tulip breaking virus that can infect any tulip, causing discoloration of the bloom and eventually killing the plant.
These are the only bulbs of it that we know of that are left, so we have the only
This
stock.
pot is the only pot of them?
That's right. We're not aware of it anywhere else. And so actually it's a bad thing for us that it's got the tulip virus, because we don't want to lose the line, and the virus obviously weakens the plants.
Wow.
Historically, the tulip was the main event in ornamental gardening, but nowadays they have fallen out of favour. However, that is certainly not the case here at Dunsborough Park, where Baroness Caroline Schwartz de Landers-Wyborg has been growing them in abundance for the past 20 years.
Now, when I look around here and see these amazing tulips, I do think of the workload that you've got. How many do you plant each year?
Well, we have roughly about 10,000 tulips every year. And of course they stay in the ground until June, when we lift them. And then they go to the meadow. And the new bulbs come end of October when we plant them in here again. So it's over 20,000 bulbs, really.
And you've got no wastage whatsoever?
No wastage whatsoever. And what's so fun about the meadow is that we literally throw them. Colour-wise, it's all mixed. So it's very formal in here, and that's how I like it. But it's also very wonderful to do the meadow, because
it's a wild look. It's a lovely wild look that you've got.
Absolutely wild look, yes.
This magnificent meadow is testament to how easy it can be for tulips to thrive in our gardens. Of course, they can also look spectacular indoors, and Caroline is passionate about cutting tulips from her own garden to brighten up her home. She's a bit of an expert at this, so I've asked her for a few tips.
I will do the baston and cut them very low, because I like the tall tulip.
And you keep the leaves? Now the leaves come off?
The leaves come off, and I do all the work in here with my little basket. And I will have an open one, and I will also have a closed one. And I will get about 20 of them to make a really nice display of my tulips. So this is the baston, and this looks really good.
So here we go. We're going to cut down here. Quite low down, right?
Yeah, quite low down.
Quite low down. I do feel awful doing it. I do feel quite sad. Peeling off the leaves. Keeping the top leaf?
sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes keeps. Yeah, if we have enough space, then this would look perfect.
Okay.
Because the leaves should never be in the water.
By ensuring that no leaves are submerged in your vase, you will prevent them from rotting and making your tulips limp prematurely. However, you must make sure that your stems are underwater.
The moment they have no water, they really start to be very unhappy and hang. So they want a little bit of water every day, and you will have the tulip for a very long time.
So if you want to enjoy beautiful tulips in your home, don't buy them in the supermarket. Get planting and grow your own. These days, most of the cut tulips that we buy in this country are grown in Holland. And although the Dutch now dominate the tulip industry, this wasn't always the case.
Just a few years ago, this part of the world was covered in 3,000 acres of tulip fields. And the sad thing is, since the late 1970s, early 1980s, it's been reduced with a steady decline to almost nothing. Almost every single tulip field has disappeared.
I've travelled to the town of Spalding in Lincolnshire. It's known locally as South Holland, and the tulip has been celebrated annually here on a grand scale in the famous Spalding Flower Parade. But sadly, not anymore. These are the remnants of the most famous tulip festival. And it's just sad to me seeing this. It's like a graveyard of floats rusting away. With the decline of tulip production across Lincolnshire over the past few decades, the annual festival that was founded back in 1959 is no longer.
It's also quite eerie. It's quite sort of spooky. You just see this in such a short space of time, how these things are just being stored away, and well, they're just wasting away. I mean, there are just reams of them. There are room after room after room of these. Look what I found here. An absolutely enormous tulip. By picking this up, you feel you've just taken a bit of community spirit of Spalding. You just feel the passion and energy it's taken to build this, to build these extraordinary floats.
To find out more about the impact of the decline in tulip production, I'm meeting David Norton from the Springfields Horticultural Society.
What was it like in this area when tulips were at the height of popularity?
Well, there were literally hundreds of acres, and it was a patchwork of colour right across this area of the county. It was, if you back in the days of black and white TV, but in Spalding in South Holland, it was colour.
Tell me about the world-famous parade here. My granny came in the 70s to it and was really inspired by it.
At that time, she would have been, because that was at its heyday at a time when the floats were at their biggest and looked most spectacular. They were fantastic in terms of the sculpture that they had and engaging the community.
How important is the tulip to the people of Spalding to this day?
It's still important. It's a symbol of South Holland. It's still an anchor in some ways to the past, which is sadly being lost.
Even though the decline in large-scale tulip production across the region has resulted in the loss of the parade, the tulip industry in Spalding has not yet disappeared completely. I've arrived at the Springfields Gardens, where multitudes of glorious tulips are in bloom, and John Taylor is here to tell me more.
John, I remember growing up as a youngster getting Spalding bulb catalogues in the post, and you said and thought the word Spalding, you thought of tulips. Is it still true today that tulips are thriving in Spalding?
Thriving's perhaps not quite the right word, Tom. It's changed. I mean, there is no longer the fields, as you know, and that's one of the things, but there is still a lot of work involved with tulips. There's tulips that are grown on the glass for cut flower. There's tulips that are packed for sale for the gardens.
I'm so pleased to hear that. I'm relieved. I was getting a bit worried today.
So the tulip industry may be smaller, but it's still here.
Is there optimism for the future?
Yes, certainly. I see the tulip as still being a wonderful article that's going to be going, I think, for many years. The range of colours, as you've already said, it varies in shape, size, colour. I don't think there's another bulb that can match it.
Phew. Thank you.
Okay.
Inspired by these beautiful gardens, I'm taking my revival to the streets of Spalding to get the locals fired up about growing tulips at home.
Right, I'm ready. I've got my hat, I've got my apron, I've got my market stall. All I need now are some tulips.
What could be better than these British-grown beauties?
Ladies, you look like tulip fanciers. What do you think of these two?
Oh, they're beautiful.
Do you promise me if I give you some of these tulips that you'll plant them in your garden?
I will. I'll do it when I get home.
There you go. Put them in water straight away and they'll last for days for you as well.
Yeah?
Let's make it free.
You're a star. Thank you.
My tulips are flying off the stall.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, a couple of bunches within that.
Okay, go on. What colours do you want?
I've got enough hands.
That's it.
Oh, crikey. Thank you so much.
See you later. Good luck, ladies. Keep growing those tulips. We've had a fantastic day here in Spalding. I really feel that my tulip revival is well and truly underway. But what about the rest of the country? Well, I tell you what, that's up to you.
Of course, tulips only flower for a few weeks over the spring months, but don't let this put you off planting them at home. I'm back at Dunsborough Park to show you one of my favourite planting techniques that is perfect for even the smallest of gardens and maximises the time that you can enjoy these beautiful blooms.
My favourite way of displaying tulips in a container is using a technique called bulb lasagna, a layering system of bulbs in the container to maximise the duration of flowering performance.
In order to cook up my quirky take on this Italian classic, you will need some broken crockery, 3 varieties of bulbs, some compost and some grit. The best time to put this dish together is around November or December in order to ensure spring flowering.
First of all, to aid drainage, we're going to add a couple of bits of broken crockery here. This side up, not that way where it collects water, this side up, we're going to place 3 or 4 sections. Remember that tulips do not like too much water, they rot so easily.
To ensure good drainage, use a compost mixed with horticultural grit. I'm starting with a base layer of about 6 or 7 inches.
The first layer of bulbs that we're going to put in are the latest flowering bulbs, and they're also the tallest bulbs. These particular varieties are Golden Apple Dawn and Blushing Bride. When you're planting a bulb, fairly obvious with this one, you're planting it with the growing point going up and the root developing at the base that way up. However, when you're planting them extremely dormant, it can be difficult to tell which way round to plant them. If you're unsure, the best thing to do is to plant your bulb on its side.
Once they're in, I add another compost layer of about 4 inches.
A nice big wad of compost in there.
Firming down lightly before my next tulip, Macarena.
The second layer is a variety that flowers just before the layer I've put in. So by doing this layering system, you maximise your flowering time. Now this layer, the aim is trying not to put them directly on top of the layer you've just placed in. 2 or 3 inches apart, nestling the roots into that lovely, smells great as well, lovely multi-purpose compost.
Now another good layer of compost, followed by my 3rd layer of bulbs.
And one more like this. Now for the final layer. This variety is called Concerto. It is my favourite tulip with a lovely open head of flower. And finally, as we approach the last point in filling up the container, and that's the slightly burnt crusty brown cheese topping, which in Tom's plant world equivalent is going to be lovely crushed grit. Adds a bit of ornamentation to it. The main reason for me doing it, though, is just to reduce the build-up of moss and liverworts and annual grass seed germinating on it.
So there you have it, Tom's tulip lasagna. Add a sprinkling of water to get them started.
2 or 3 months' time, when they start bursting into bloom, you'll have 8 weeks of flower power tulip heaven.
For the next stop on my tulip revival, I'm in search of what is regarded as the last bastion of large-scale tulip production in Britain.
I'm on the hunt today for the last commercially viable tulip farm of an industry that was huge in this part of the world.
And here it is, Belmont Nurseries, just outside the Norfolk town of Narborough.
No words can describe this. 9 million tulips in flower.
This vast sea of colour is grown and cared for under the watchful eye of Mark Eaves.
Mark, I've been absolutely blown away by your mouth-watering, kaleidoscopic selection of tulips here. You think of tulip, you think of Holland, but here we are in leafy Norfolk. How comparable are you in size to the Dutch growers?
We're equivalent to a very large Dutch grower. There's not an awful lot of bigger growers than us. They specialise in different things, I suspect, but as far as growing the tulip, I think we're one of the largest.
To my surprise, the tulips in this field will not be sold as cut flowers. All the bulbs will be lifted and replanted under glass, where Mark can manipulate their flowering cycles, thus increasing the time he can supply supermarkets with cut flowers. But this does mean that these blooms are for the chop.
There'll be a bunch go home to the wife, but apart from that, no further of these flowers will actually end up in a vase.
So not one flower head is kept?
No, not one, not one.
And how many flower heads are we talking?
About 9 million in this one field. 37 million in total this year.
Mark, stop, OK.
By cutting off the flower heads at this early stage of bloom, all the plant's energy is focused into the bulb. And although the thought of beheading all of these spectacular flowers breaks my heart, I must do my bit for the great British tulip industry and pitch in.
Just a little bit of throttle.
Off you go. Go on, away you go. And then you look behind to see how many you're leaving.
It's a bit patchy, wasn't it? I left a lot to start with.
Oh dear. And then you just need to look where they're falling in the path to make sure there's not too many bits of leaf in there. If there's too many bits of leaf, you're too far down.
It looks pretty good.
I think you're not bad.
Only a slight change in height and it makes all the difference.
Yeah.
That's cutting pretty well, isn't it? It is quite a sad feeling knowing I've just beheaded thousands of tulip flowers, but the bonus about this is the fact that when this tulip degrades and decomposes into the soil, it is going to put nutrients back in for next year's crop, so that's something. But it was quite a sad moment, actually.
Although it seems a shame to see all of this colour disappear, it is reassuring to know that it's all for the greater good.
Well, based on seeing this today with these 9 million flower heads, I think there's a place for it in this country. I think it's absolutely staggering.
Yes, I'm proud to say it's British.
Yeah.
Species tulips and varieties, such as Tulipa Oxford, are happy to stay in the ground and thrive year after year. But many tulips don't like the wet and benefit greatly from being dug up and stored before being replanted. But don't let this put you off. I'm back at Dunsborough Park just to show you how simple it is.
One of the most important jobs is lifting tulips. Now, this particular variety here is Tulipa Pink Impression, and although they haven't completely died down yet, because we're making way for a summer bedding scheme here, these have got to be lifted, and you won't do any harm by lifting them in the green.
And that simply means that the plants are still in active growth.
Now, the first thing to do before you lift the tulip, with my handy pair of scissors here, is just to remove the spent flower head. Take it right down to above the first leaf and snip that off. Inside the flower head are developing seeds, and that's exuding energy from the bulb to produce these seeds. So by cutting that off, you'll at least preserve the bulb a little bit.
Once all your flower heads are removed, it's time to dig for your bulbs.
Now, I'm using a fork, not a spade, to make sure I don't slice any of the bulb. I'm doing it from a couple of sides as well. And this is my favourite bit. I just love well-rotted manure and compost. God, that's an ingredient in itself. And look at this. You've got bulbils developing around the side. You've got a lovely swollen bulb. And I'm just going to shake off the worst of the soil and also some of the scaling on the bulbs, which has a bit of potential bacteria and so on. And you can see from one bulb planted last December how much this set has developed.
So having lifted your bulbs in late spring, it's time to store them until late autumn.
What I find is storing in cardboard boxes, absolutely fine. Try and space out your bulbs as much as possible so they're not all on top of each other. And you want to store them, if you can, in quite a dark position in the house. In an old cupboard would be fine, as long as you've got good ventilation around it. And you'll be amazed how quickly all the energy will be seeping from the leaves and the main stem into the bulb and really fatten it up for when you need to replant them again.
After around 6 to 8 weeks, you can remove the dead leaves and stems.
Then store them in potato sacks, or Mum's old laddered tights do really well. Hang them from the rafters of a cupboard, potting shed until December time. Very easy to do, but you will maximise your optimum flowering performance of your tulip if you lift them each year.
In the heart of Somerset, there is one farm that is already a champion of my revival.
The thing I like most about tulips is that they surprise me every year, so I have no idea what colour they're going to be when they come up because I've forgotten I've planted them most often.
Tish Jeffrey is the mastermind behind Britain's first and only pick-your-own tulip farm, which produced its first colourful crop just 3 years ago.
We started the business because we met some people who were looking for somewhere to plant some tulips. And because I'm a tulip lover, everyone else was going, what, tulips? I was going, yeah, we'll do it, we'll do it. Within 5 days, we got 100,000 tulips from Holland, and we set off in the near dark in mid-December and planted our tulips.
Despite these tulips originally coming from Holland, Tish has ensured that they are now a truly British crop, and people are flocking from miles around to pick their favourites.
We do grow tulips in our own garden, but I don't pick them because they look so lovely outside, so it's nice to come and pick these for inside the house.
I love them. They're beautiful. They come in so many shapes and colours, and when they're all together, they're so pretty.
I think everybody should grow tulips in their garden just because waiting for them to come out, looking at them coming out, when they come out, all of it is such a pleasure.
When you grow tulips, you are rewarded with an explosion of colour. Come on, Britain, let's plant our own piece of paradise and put the tremendous tulip back into our spring gardens.
There's no doubt that Britain is a nation of very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
Ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
We'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens.
And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens. there's one plant that has the power to calm, soothe and relax. It'll provide colour and fragrance right throughout the summer. It's incredibly versatile. And if you give it the conditions that it loves, it'll become your best garden buddy. But this traditional British garden favourite is in danger of being reduced to just a handful of varieties unless we rekindle our love for lavender. On my revival campaign, I discovered the origins of one of our most iconic lavenders. This is the daddy of them all.
This is it. This is the Hidcote lavender. And this is what people know Hidcote for.
I swapped the garden for the kitchen.
Well, this is for a lamb rump. What we're going to do is take in some rosemary here.
Lavender and lamb.
Lavender and lamb.
And I'll show you how easy it can be to get a stunning lavender display in your garden. Now, if it's happy where it's growing, you should easily get a good 10 years out of a plant, and that's not bad, is it? This is the very beautiful Hidcote Manor Garden in Gloucestershire. If you're a lavender fan already, it'll come as no surprise that I've chosen to start my revival here. Hidcote is the name given to perhaps the most famous of the English lavenders, Lavandula angustifolia Hidcote. This world-famous arts and crafts style garden was the life's work of garden designer and plantsman Lawrence Johnson. He first introduced lavender at the turn of the 20th century, and it's been grown here ever since. I couldn't imagine planting up a garden and not using lavender because it represents everything about gardening to me. I once did a garden at the Chelsea Flower Show, and I only used lavender and box bulbs because I think it's so wonderful. It's structural and yet floral. It has wonderful scent, and it brings wildlife into the garden. There are over 400 varieties of lavender with a range of form, scent and colour. No, lavender isn't just purple. But sadly today, there's only a limited choice available at our garden centres. We need to revive some of the wonderful lavender varieties before they're lost from our gardens forever. Historically, lavender has been highly prized, believed to have been first brought to the UK by the Romans, who celebrated its healing qualities. For the Tudors, lavender was the herb of cleanliness and calm, and the Victorians used lavender in perfumery and for scenting clothes. From the 16th century to the Second World War, the small market town of Hitchin in Hertfordshire was one of the major lavender growing regions in the country. At its height in popularity in the 19th century, 100 acres were grown around the town. But by the end of the Second World War, landowners were turning to more prosperous crops and succumbing to urban development. And the lavender growing industry in the UK witnessed a decline. But in recent years, local farmers Alec and Zoe Hunter decided to start their very own Hitchin lavender revival. I feel all of a sudden I've travelled to France and I'm not in Hertfordshire. It's amazing. Why did you come along and decide to start growing it again commercially?
We were farming here anyway, and my wife and I decided that growing a bit of lavender, because of historical connection in Hitchin, would be such a nice thing to do.
So it was as simple as that, but it built on historic foundations and, of course, perfect growing conditions.
Exactly, yes. And when you saw it growing, we just wanted to grow more and more.
And what is it that you've always loved about the plant?
The way it changes during the season. It's lovely at the green stage, lovely when it's in full flower. It's perfect.
Hitching lavender is now a family affair, with Alec's son Tim returning to the farm in 2009 with his Argentinian wife to take over the running of the lavender side of the business. Now it's not just about growing lavender. Visitors can come and pick their own. It's quite amazing that just outside of London, really, anybody can come along and pick a bag of lavender.
Well, that's right. We want to encourage visitors when they come into the farm to be picking as much lavender as they can get into one of these bags.
So show me, what do I do?
I'll give you a pair of scissors.
Lovely.
It's a very short stem on this lavender. What would it be used for?
Well, this particular variety is very good for gauze bags, organza bags, so for your little lavender pillows. And then the longer varieties over there would be for your bunches.
The farm has over 15 acres of lavender, and the rows add up to a staggering 17 miles.
How many different varieties of lavender?
When I first came back, we probably only had 4 or 5, and now we've got over 60. So, yeah, there's a lot to choose and a lot to pick from, and come and see.
And visitors here enjoying it. How many visitors?
Well, nowadays we're looking at about 30,000 a season. When I came back, it would have been about just a couple of thousand, so it's really grown.
It really, coming on in leaps and bounds. So it fits in perfectly with this idea of reviving lavender in our gardens and as an industry. So you support this?
No, I'm all for it, obviously. I mean, not only is it a wonderful flower, beautiful scent, so many different varieties, it attracts the birds, the bees, the butterflies. It's amazing.
So the future is in lavender?
Absolutely.
This farm has demonstrated that there definitely is the interest from people to come and enjoy this wonderful plant. Let's hope they start growing lavender in their own gardens.
Hidcote Manor Garden is famous for its eponymous lavender, which is grown amongst a whole host of other colourful plants. The garden is a series of distinct rooms created during the Edwardian era. Garden curator Andrew Hunt knows all about the garden's history and famous connection to lavender.
Tell me about Lawrence Johnson, the guy who created this garden very early in the 20th century.
Well, Lawrence, between 1907 and 1948, he created a Hidcote garden that people can see today. He had no formal training in horticulture, but he was very passionate and loved plants, and he would only select the best of the best varieties. And that's exactly what he did with this lavender. He saw this growing in the south of France and absolutely loved it, and brought it back to this garden.
And this is the daddy of them all?
This is it. This is the Hidcote lavender. This is what people know Hidcote for.
And how long has this been here?
Well, we presume this plant has been here just over 25 years.
So it's not the original plant, but it's one of that plant's children?
It is, yeah, it's the baby. We estimate that Lawrence Johnson brought lavender into this garden in the 1930s, and we've taken cuttings from the original plant, and this is one of them.
Now, I'm on a revival to bring back so many of the 400 varieties of lavender that we don't grow so often anymore.
I think that's a great idea. I personally love lavender, and the different varieties, colours, growth forms you can get is just so versatile, it's unbelievable.
What's your favourite variety of lavender?
It's got to be Hidcote.
When selecting lavender for your own garden, there are choices to be made about size, shape and form, fragrance and colour, from purple through to pinks, and even white. Depending on how you're going to use your lavender, you'll also need to decide which type to go for.
This is a French lavender, and it wears a hat. These petals that fly up in the air like bunny ears. I mean, it's grand. It's not as hardy as the English type, and it is a bit showy-offy. And this, to me, is the perfect English garden lavender. Absolutely beautiful. Flowers for a month during the summer on elegant long stems with nice silvery foliage.
For real impact, plant a low-growing hedge using several different coloured lavenders.
One of the really great joys of a British garden is a gravel pathway edged by a low lavender hedge. I've dug out a nice little trench. Now, it will rely on really good drainage, so I'm going to spread some of this grit just for extra drainage. The species I'm starting off with this hedge is angustifolia. Lovely, feathery, silvery foliage, long spikes, and look at those plumes. Absolutely beautiful. And quite simply, tip it out of the pot and lay it in the trench over that gravel. And I'm going to lay the second one in the trench about 12 to 18 inches apart from the first. They'll close up and will be fully mature within 3 to 4 years. Now, to get some variety into the hedge, I'm going to move on to a slightly different variety. This is Loddon's pink, lower growing and slightly lighter coloured flower. Beautiful nonetheless. We'll place him here. When you're planting lavender, and this one is a nice white one, what you do is you plant slightly above ground level so that no water lodges around the base of the plants. Ideal growing conditions will be nice, open, bright, sunny position, really well-drained soil, but sun is the most important thing.
Even though lavender thrives in hot, dry conditions, like any new plant, it will benefit from a drink to help it establish once freshly planted.
I think that looks superb. In a couple of years, these lavender spikes are going to spread gently over this pot. We're going to soften this area, and they're going to be an absolute delight.
For me, there's nothing better than a lavender hedge-lined path as you gently brush past the flowers and release the incredible scent. Key to reviving lavender is highlighting the huge diversity of this beautiful family of plants. Thankfully, there are lavender enthusiasts out there who are just as passionate as me.
I've read about one man in Kent who's on a lifetime quest to either find or invent the ultimate lavender.
Simon Charlesworth started growing lavender in his back garden 23 years ago. He now has over 400 different types, holding a national collection in his wall garden near Tonbridge in Kent.
What do people look for a good garden lavender?
Now, the first thing really is scent. The second thing is a dark flower, and the third thing very often is a short lavender. Now, the interesting thing is the dark flowering lavenders very often don't carry the heavier scent, so you need to go a bit paler.
Simon wants people to appreciate the different colours, scents and sizes of lavender and how it can make an impact in modern gardens.
This is a great variety. This is called Edelweiss, and it's been around since about the 1800s. It's beautiful. Very long stem, branching on the stem, cracking scent. The contrast between the white and the dark purple is amazing.
How long is the lavender season?
Well, you get a good 4 weeks on the short ones, and then just as they're going over, you get the taller ones coming into bloom, so that pushes it to 8 weeks. And there are some Dutch lavender, and they'll flower right through to the frost.
So if you plant properly for succession, you could have, you know, all summer long.
That's right, yeah. So you've probably 12, 15 weeks.
French and English lavenders flower first, with the hybrid intermediates starting and finishing later. Mixing varieties not only gives a longer flowering period, but also creates a striking visual effect.
This is a really sweet drift. I presume a mixture of different types of lavender.
A little pink one called Little Lottie just weaving through this bed. You've got Saint-Jean here, which is a wonderful pale pink, very tall lavender. And then we've spotted them with the taller intermediate types with the heavier scent.
So it's a real tapestry, isn't it?
It is, it's wonderful.
As well as safeguarding this national collection, Simon's other mission is to create the ultimate lavender.
So this is the latest lavender we've produced. It's called Heavenly Night. So what we've done is we've taken a small bit of material to the lab and we've treated it in some solution for a given length of time at a given strength, and it just changes the structure of the plant. Much shorter stature than its parent, with these really thick, rigid stems.
And that's all to please market forces.
It is, for late flowering, well-scented, dark-flowered lavender for July into August.
So as part of my lavender revival campaign, you'd like to see a whole load of new varieties, different sizes on offer in garden centres around the country.
Yeah, I think it'd be really important to put a modern spin on an old garden favourite.
Rarely have I visited a garden that was so interesting, and it just goes to show that with a little bit of creative planting, this garden classic can feel fresh and contemporary.
Lavender's Mediterranean roots are very nicely reflected here at Hidcote Manor Garden around the lily pond, with the lollipop bay trees and the spiked agaves perching on the side of the water. However, some of the lavender has just gone over flowering, so it's the perfect time to give it a bit of a haircut and get it ship shape for next year. I always approach this job with a slight sense of regret. It's still summer, the sun is out, but the lavender is over. And if I don't want this particular shrub to get leggy and woody, it needs treatment, and it needs it now. So I'm going in and I'm gonna just cut back to, I suppose, just below the flower spike. So what I'm doing now is really maintaining a nice compact shape. And also by pruning like this, I'm encouraging lots of side shoots and lots of flower for next summer. So the hint of regret is tinged with hope for next year.
Lavender responds well to a good cutback. It will bounce back after a few weeks and look fine through winter.
Not all of us will have been careful enough to give our lavender a light haircut like this. If you've allowed your lavender to get woody and slightly brittle, there is another way to rejuvenate it. This plant is, well, it's just been here a long time. It's got old, it's got gnarly, it's very, very woody. There are a few options, whipping it out completely and replacing it by something else, but that would be a shame in a way, because if you look into it, there is some new growth in at the very crown of the plant. What I'm going to try here is do something that's not often advised. I'm going to cut hard into the old wood and see if these shoots will act as a rejuvenation for the whole plant. I would only do this at a mildest time of the year, never too early, never too late. I'm going to come in about 10 inches from the crown, and I'm going to cut back hard. The idea is that you've got to be cruel to be kind, and if I want to rejuvenate this plant and to solve the problems of brittle wood, I really have to get in there. I'm not sure that this is going to regrow, but I may as well have a try, and there are some really fine new shoots there, so fingers crossed.
Only attempt to cut back a woody lavender like this if the plant has new shoots, and if you're willing to gamble, as regrowth isn't guaranteed and you could lose the plant.
Now the cutting back here has been quite brutal, but look what it's opened up. These fresh shoots which really will form that new vigorous regrowth, I hope. So the lesson here is cut it back as soon as it's finished flowering. With regular pruning, if it's happy where it's growing, you should easily get a good 10 years out of a plant, and that's not bad, is it?
Lavender has long held a reputation for its fragrance, used in beauty products and essential oils, with its magical scents and soothing qualities.
But did you know that English lavender is perfect for cooking? Another reason to grow some in your garden.
Castle Farm in Kent is the biggest lavender grower in the UK, with over 85 acres. They grow many varieties, including those suitable for use in cooking. Caroline Alexander runs the farm shop, where they sell all things lavender, including lavender-flavoured food products.
Caroline, what variety is this?
This one is called Mayette, so it's a true Angustifolia type, specifically bred for really, really good oil content. So not only has it got a lot of oil in it, but the type of oil is really powerful. So this is the really high-grade stuff that goes into the massage oils, the high-grade perfumery, high-grade toiletries.
Is this good cooking lavender for people to grow at home?
Certainly, the Mayette, the specific variety, is actually generally not available in the garden centres as yet. It may come through. Really, any angustifolia variety can be used for cooking and it'll be fine, but some will have a much stronger scent and flavour to them than others.
The best time to harvest lavender is when it has the most oil in the plant. This is at its mid-flowering stage, when a third of the heads are in bud, a third are in flower, and a third have gone over.
At home, what you can do is just cut bunches like this, hang them somewhere it's nice and warm, and just let them dry out, and then keep the heads stored in a jar in a dark place. You can just drop a few heads in with cooking a lavender cake or lavender biscuits. Infuse the flavour by maybe putting the lavender into oils or into vinegar or into sugar and just letting it steep there, or into vodka and adding a bit of honey, and that's really good.
That
really,
brought a
really
smile
good.
to your face.
Good lavender liqueur from that.
Someone else who loves experimenting with lavender and food is local chef Ben James, who serves up lavender-infused meals at his pub, the George and Dragon.
So Ben, what are you going to use this for?
Well, this is for lamb rump. What we're going to do is taking some rosemary
Hold on.
here.
Lavender and lamb?
Lavender and lamb. I've literally got some olive oil, some salt, some pepper and some finely chopped rosemary. And the lavender just really helps the sort of aromatic notes hit your nose first. So we just rub that all the way into the nicely scored meat, both sides.
What do you think is so good about cooking with lavender?
It's nice to be able to offer people food that is different to everyday menus. Give somebody something exciting to try. So we're going to put this fat side down in a cold pan, put it on a low heat just to let some of the fat render out before we put it in the oven.
I can't wait to try it. Ben's prepared a range of treats that we're hoping to tempt people with back at Castle Farm. We've got a lavender drink with cucumber, mint and lemon.
I think you should find that you've got a little bit of the perfume on the nose and then at the back, but
oh, yes.
straight away you've got the lemon and the
Yeah,
mint.
you do. Yeah. Works very well together. Yeah.
The lamb with the lavender rub.
That's delicious. Absolutely gorgeous.
Honey and lavender carrots.
It's very fragrant, but not too much.
And lavender chocolates.
Really delicious.
Well, I'm sold, but more importantly, can we get the farm visitors eating lavender?
You can taste the chocolate.
Yes.
But then after a while, you get a bit of
The lavender really
the afterkick.
comes through,
yeah,
doesn't it?
it's really nice.
That's not for you.
Well, thank you. How do you find that?
No, I wouldn't say the lavender's too much.
I do sometimes use honey, but I've never thought about putting lavender on it at all, and I've just bought some lavender.
Fantastic.
Yeah. That is gorgeous.
Cheers.
Well, that was really lovely. Introducing a new idea of lavender in food and drink and looking at the surprise on people's faces. They really appreciate it, and I hope it'll make them all go home and plant lavender in their gardens.
At Hidcote Manor Garden, the historic lavender has survived and thrived through propagating the plants, guaranteeing an abundance of flowers year after year.
If you'd like to increase the amount of lavender plants you have in your garden, it's easy to do by taking cuttings, and I'm going to show you how. Now, this is a very nice plant to take some cuttings from. So what I'm looking for are some stems side shoots that haven't flowered this year, and all I do is simply peel them away, taking a little bit of a heel. Put that in a plastic bag there, spray it with a little bit of water, keep it nice and fresh. Good time to do this is between April and September. So there you go, the heel there, which is just a tear from the stem, and that will be from where the new roots emerge as this begins to take as its own new little plant.
It's best to do this first thing in the morning or later in the evening when water content in the plant is higher. To plant the cuttings, use a small terracotta pot filled with compost.
But I'm adding plenty of grit because with lavender it's all about good drainage. Then I get my cutting, I strip off the base leaves, and I'm going to clean that heel with a sharp knife, just running it across the base. When you've done that, dip the end in the rooting hormone and tap it at the side just to shake off any excess powder. Then gently put it into the pot, firm the compost around it. Do a few of those.
A pot this size should take about 6 cuttings.
Give it a little watering. When excess water has drained away, create a mini greenhouse by covering the pot with a very simple plastic bag. That should create the perfect atmosphere for these cuttings to strike. And after a couple of weeks, you can snip a corner off and let some air begin to circulate. Check it every so often. You don't want any diseases like mildew taking over. And after a couple of months, those should have rooted. When they root, take off the covering and grow this on, maybe in a greenhouse in a frost-free situation for a couple of months, or even pot them on and plant them out in the garden when they're about a year old.
Terry Winters is a computer designer by trade, but a self-confessed lavender anorak. He taught himself all about lavender to solve a gardening problem when he moved into a new home.
This is a garden that my wife and I created from scratch 3 years ago. It's a tricky site because it's very sunny, it's very dry, and it's on chalk. I knew from day one lavender had to be the centre of the planting plan. I knew nothing about lavender. So I sought out lavender specialists. I learnt about the different varieties and the different species. We grow them in pots here, we grow them in this large lavender bed and along pathways. It's great just to be in amongst it. The combination of different types of lavender which flower at different times of the year combine to create almost like a Persian carpet effect of colour that runs across the bed. Along this alley, we've grown lavender on either side of the pathway, intermingled it with Verbena bonariensis, so you get a kind of a purple haze that I think looks quite lovely. I know this journey will take me forward into the future and I'll grow many more different varieties. I think people should really do what I've done. They should go on that learning experience and bring lavender into their own gardens. Really, what's not to like about lavender?
Lavender is such a wonderful, versatile plant with so many great uses. With just a little bit of care and attention, it'll fill our gardens with scented blossoms in blue and white and pink and purple. But let's grow some of the more unusual varieties and fill our gardens with that scent and the sound of buzzing bees.
Across the series, our revival team are travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens, flowers and plants in all their glory, with one important mission: to champion our rich gardening heritage. Next, Alice Fowler is on the campaign for Knot Gardens.
Garden is one of the most distinctive contributions we have made to the garden world. It was a centerpiece of the Tudor garden, an elaborate living tapestry of plants woven together in glorious, intricate design. Sadly, today they are seen as dated and simply too much effort. But I think the Knot Garden does have a place in the modern world. We just need to be inspired. I want to show you that Knot Gardens don't have to be old-fashioned or fussy. They can be simple, low maintenance and stylish. I think they're an important part of our heritage and one that we should be proud to revive. On my revival campaign, I'll see how an artist's contemporary take on a traditional knot garden has become a true labour of love.
This is an entwined heart.
You're a shameless romantic, aren't you? How a fantastic competition in the Midlands led to a knot garden being revived by local volunteers. It's looking wonderful and I feel very zen after all this raking. And I'll show you how easy it is to create your very own knot garden from scratch. I've mostly chosen herbs because I want this knot garden to be as useful as it is pretty to look at. In terms of style and design, knot gardens truly are a thing of beauty. And what better place to start my revival campaign than here at Helmingham Hall in Suffolk. This spectacular moated manor house was built at the start of the reign of Henry VIII. Today, its formal gardens include a magnificent walled kitchen garden with herbaceous borders, a stunning parterre, and a shining example of a knot garden. And this is it. Isn't it fantastic? The knot garden is basically a structured, symmetrical design using low-growing plants. More traditionally, these were herbs, but more recently, it's box. Sometimes the elaborate patterns in Tudor knot gardens had meanings, like symbols of love and complex puzzles or family crests. The overall effect is said to resemble embroidery, and often there's a rope motif. But when is a knot not a knot? Well, when it's a parterre. This is a parterre. So what's the difference between this and a knot garden? Well, if the knot garden is an intricate, interwoven tapestry, then a parterre is a much cleaner, bolder architectural feature. What I love about knot gardens is they're one of those few historical features that work in the modern day because they give your garden both structure and style. I've come to the historic royal retreat of Hampton Court Palace, where today we can see a 20th century recreation of a Tudor knot garden.
Nice to meet you.
Terry Goff is head of gardens and estates for historic royal palaces. People looking at it now would go, oh, it's much looser than I imagined for a knot garden, but that's because it's sort of in an interim period, isn't it?
That's correct. What we will do now is get them nice and sharp, and then we will plant with wonderful summer flowering plants.
Hampton Court Palace was originally owned by Henry VIII's Lord Chancellor, Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, who it's thought was an early advocate of the knot garden. So how does the history of knot gardens in this palace work?
Well, Wolsey's biographer reports that Cardinal Wolsey had knots so knotted it cannot be expressed. So obviously referring to Thomas Wolsey's knot gardens because he was the first builder of Hampton Court Palace. And then, of course, Henry VIII took it from him, made it a royal palace, and then he started to change the gardens completely.
And so do we have any of those early knot gardens? Are there pictures of them? Does any of it exist anymore?
Unfortunately, they've all been swept away. All we have from that Tudor period are the walls and some of the surviving features.
Right.
But the gardens have been swept away by later monarchs, demonstrating later gardening tastes.
It's always the way with garden history, isn't it? Everybody has to rip it up and start again. By the 17th century, there was a change in attitude towards the traditional knot garden. Over time, grander parterres such as this one began to take over, and British monarchs such as William of Orange started to try and outdo the great gardens of Versailles. This royal rivalry reached its peak with the introduction of the ultimate supersized knot garden, the maze. Hampton Court Palace is home to the oldest surviving puzzle hedge maze. It was built in the late 17th century. But by the mid-18th century, mazes, knot gardens and parterres fell out of fashion as garden trends changed and naturalistic landscape gardens became all the rage. The Victorian arts and crafts movement saw a mini revival of confusing knot garden parterre combinations, but ultimately the knot garden was lost in the aftermath of the First World War, seen by many as just too labour-intensive and old-fashioned. That's why on my revival campaign, I'm out to prove that knot gardens can be low maintenance, ultra-modern and fit for the 21st century. Here at Helmingham Hall, the knot garden has been created to be historically sympathetic to the house but still manages to look effortlessly modern. Owner Zar Tolmash is an award-winning landscape and garden designer.
It was in 1980 that we decided to do our own garden on this side of the house.
Gosh, it looks incredibly established for that time, doesn't it? And how did you come up with the design?
We did it in initials, which is A,
yes.
for Alexandra, but no one calls me by that. And then T is over there for Tim.
Oh, I see.
My husband.
Yes.
And then the other two are the fret, which is such a wonderful pattern to do a knot garden with because it sort of lends itself.
And then the planting in between is delightfully informal. Is that on purpose?
Well, I love a formal structure, but informal planting. So I want all the flowers and the planting to be very exuberant and soften the architectural element of it.
And how did you go about choosing the plants in the beds?
I was keen that this knot garden should be historically correct up to a point. So most of the genus are old plants introduced in Britain before 1750. And I pop in some annuals every now and again.
So this side is your initial, but the design changes over here?
Yes, they are 4 beds for herbs. So we did this in basically a Union Jack. And then I just put this stud work of box as a sort of punctuation.
So what do you most like about a knot garden?
Well, it's tremendously adaptable. It's a very nice thing to look from your windows onto a knot garden, and they can be as simple or complicated as you like to make them. You can have gravel in between. It can be very low maintenance. You know, you can have a knot garden or a parterre or anything sort of in that vein outside a modern house, and it will look smart, cool, contemporary and fun.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, in the winter, I've seen this in snow, and it's just fantastic. I think it's a marvellous way to enjoy gardening.
So I see there's an element of seasonal planting. Do you put that on every single bed?
Where there are gaps. For instance, we've had narcissi here, white narcissi, and then they die down, you know, and the leaves get really ugly. So I chop them off, and I have an antirrhinum, which is an old plant. It's a snapdragon, and I pop them in, and it prolongs the flowering season. But some of the beds are perennially planted and there's no need.
Right.
But where there are bulbs,
yes,
you know, you need to just give them a bit of encouragement.
And what do you find works best between the beds? I mean, are there sort of plants you really rely on?
Well, this is a new invention. These are agapanthus, and I like the combination of leaf, the contrast. And, of course, the box roots are quite greedy.
Yes, and I
and
imagine
the agapanthus like sort of roots being starved. So they come up and they have fabulous flower heads. And then the seed heads, you know, they die off and the seed heads go through the winter. So it works well there. And then I have other old plants. I mean, you know, all the astrantias, all the aquilegias, and sedums, and sort of things that really don't mind being a little bit competitive.
Yes, I suppose that's the point, isn't it? And I particularly like the astrantias and the aquilegias as they sort of rise above the box.
Yes, because in the middle, you want to be able to see them.
Yeah.
You can have the lower plants, you know, on the outside beds, because you can look down on them. You can't always look in there.
Yes.
So when the agapanthus are up here, you know, it works quite well. Quite pleased with that.
And it's exactly that which I think works so well with this design. It's the very formal and then this incredibly delicate, relaxed air to it that I think this garden pulls off so well.
We're nearly there.
One of the best things about knot gardens is that they allow you to be creative. I've come to the village of Tilford in Surrey, where artist Rod Burns and his wife Pamela have created a series of gardens brought to life with Rod's unique artwork. So this is their delightful herb garden, and actually its roots are very much with the knot garden. So although it looks fairly modern in some extent, actually this is a very ancient idea of having a hortus conclusus. So it's a tiny hidden garden, and the beginning of the knot garden comes out of this. In medieval times, an enclosed garden was a space in which to grow culinary and medicinal herbs, often protected by box hedging. And from that comes the knot garden, and then later into parterre gardens. So they look radically different, but their origins are actually from the same place. Like the cooks and apothecaries of old, holistic therapist Pam uses the gardens to their full potential.
They are places for reflection and contemplation, but not only that, it's very practical. We can enjoy the culinary herbs, we can enjoy herbs for teas, we can enjoy the medicinal properties of the herbs. It's multi-purpose, but also very beautiful space.
And actually, there's another secret garden that I've come to see.
Hello.
Created by Pam's husband Rod, a self-proclaimed garden renaissance man.
Hello, Alice.
This is not at all what I expected. It's delightfully hidden.
Everything is all little compartments,
Yes.
little secret places, and that's what I've tried to do throughout the garden, is to have little areas which have their own identity. It was my vision when I came here, and I thought, wouldn't it be good to have maybe 50 or 100 people in the garden and actually not be able to see them?
Gosh, okay, that's an interesting way about thinking about it. So you've really kind of built up little hidden rooms.
Yeah, it infuriates my wife because she can never find me.
Oh, and I like the fact you've got a proper knot going on the outside. Yeah.
Yes.
And then is this a heart? Or
This is an entwined heart, like 4 hearts, and a couple of kisses thrown in.
You're a shameless romantic, aren't you?
Rod's creative talent is clearly on show here. I love the clever rope edge design which plays with shadow and light and the sense of symmetry you get when viewing from different angles.
So as I want to, persuade everyone out there that they should have a little version of this, what do you think are what are the key practicalities, particularly with getting the design right?
You can design your own. You don't have to follow any particular design. You could do it any way. I grew all the plants from, well, that.
Yes.
And they all took. I don't think I had any casualties at all. And I'd drawn it out and I just measured it. And then the plants just planted only a few inches apart. And within 5 years, I had a knot garden.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's very mature.
Yes.
And it's just right.
But how many days does it take you? Because you have to prune it.
Yep, it takes 2 days. Shears, nothing else. No mechanical. It has to be shears. But it's very, very low maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
People look at it and think, wow, that is massively high maintenance. It's not.
As part of my revival and campaign, imagine if you walked down the street and every other front garden had a wonderful, playful knot garden like this.
I think what Rod's done here is fantastic. It shows that the knot garden does not need to be a fusty old relic consigned to history. It can be modern, it can be arty, and it can be fun.
I am always at home in a kitchen garden like this one here at Helmingham Hall in Suffolk. Traditionally, knot gardens were created using herbs like these chives and flower. So this is the perfect setting to show you how to create your own stylish modern knot garden. In order for your design to be effective, you need a bold, simple outline, and then the intricacies can come into what you fill in between. So I have created a very simple sun motif, which gives me a very instantly recognisable design, and then I can have fun with the beds in between. So the important thing with a knot garden is for it to be precise.
I'm marking my edges with bamboo canes and I'm using twine secured with tent pegs to create my sun's rays.
So now that I know where my centre point is, I'm going to go in. And are you ready for the magic? Circle.
I'm using a sand-filled bottle tied to another secure peg to help me draw the perfect circular sun. Whilst I'm not using box hedging in my modern knot garden, I'm giving a nod to Tudor traditions with my planting.
I've chosen plants, mostly herbs and edibles, because I like the idea of a knot garden being useful as well as pretty to look at.
I'm marking out my border with Lavender Dwarf Blue, a small compact variety which will produce deep purple flowers.
Now, lavender is very traditional in knot gardens. It was often used as edging. You get the joy of the scent, the flower, the pollinators and the bees are all happy.
You need to plant them 15 to 20 centimetres apart, and they'll eventually grow to form a good, solid, low hedge that's hardy and easy to maintain.
From here on in, my next backbone in the design is going to be chives. And the reason I chose chives was similar to the lavender. You get lovely flowers, they look fantastic, the pollinators like them. You get to eat the chives, but more importantly, it's an incredibly cheap and easy way to place out a design. And the joy about chives is that you can really shove these guys in together, so you can make a very kind of strong, bold line.
To knit my design together, I'm adding purple sage. It's wonderfully fragrant and will work visually with the lavender and the chive flowers.
And that's the bones of this design. It's the permanent planting that makes this a knot garden, and so all that's left to do now is just to get it in the ground.
My plants are in, so it's time to remove the twine and finally plant my sun centrepiece. I want to create height, so I'm going to use a larger variety of lavender.
So now you can see the layout of the design, and now all I have to do is fill in the bare spaces.
Later, I'm going to bring this design to life with colourful bedding and more edible plants. The end result will be a cost-effective, great-looking, practical knot garden that you can easily recreate. For more inspiration on my revival, I've come to the ancient site of Astley Castle in Warwickshire, where the owners have come up with a unique way of bringing their historic knot garden back to life. In 1900, a Tudor garden with parterre elements was revived here. But in 1978, the castle-turned-hotel was devastated by fire, and the gardens fell into disrepair. The building's remains have since been turned into holiday homes, but now it's the garden that's getting all the attention.
As part of a restoration project, the owners invited the public to get involved in designing and building their own knot garden.
A competition was launched, and the winning design was for a knot garden that harked back to the castle's Tudor past. The installation of the garden is being headed up by Cassia Howard.
Hello, pleased to meet you. Welcome to our knot garden.
Oh, what a location, what a backdrop.
It's fantastic, isn't it? We're just very lucky to be able to recreate a knot garden here. A slightly contemporary styled knot garden.
And was there always a garden here?
We believe that there was always a garden here, yes. Some of the old maps that we've got show that there was a garden here on the north side of the moated island. More recently, a knot garden was planted here during the arts and crafts revival of knot gardens. So when we came to this site in 2008, there were a few straggly remains of hedges here.
The revival of this knot garden is faithful to the castle's royal past. During Tudor times, the 9 Days Queen, Lady Jane Grey, lived here, and she's not the only former resident to have worn the English crown.
The lady who designed the garden, Kate, she was inspired by the fact that the site was linked to 3 queens, Elizabeth Woodville, her daughter Elizabeth of York, and then poor old Lady Jane Grey. So the garden roughly follows that pattern, that theme of 3. So we've got 3 main beds and then 3 yews, and then we've got this seating area at the back.
Very clever kind of interweaving of the history there.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
Now, can I help?
You certainly can. We are just levelling this area here so that we can put down some crushed brick, because the Tudors love to use different coloured gravels within their garden, and we're just going to lay it along this part of the garden here.
Fabulous.
As a surface.
All right,
there we go.
Thank you.
I love how this modern knot garden has some very careful historic references. The coloured gravel, scented herbs and the protective hornbeam hedge were all common features in Tudor gardens.
It's looking wonderful and I feel very zen after all this raking. So we're putting in privet because they're hoping to make that lovely rope effect where it goes sort of up and over that you see in so many traditional knot gardens.
And one of the best things about this restoration work is that it's a community project with volunteers from the local area all mucking in together.
I have a certain affinity with Ashley Castle. When I first met my wife, brought her here to have a meal in a castle. And I think, you know, she was impressed because over 40 years now we've been together.
So this is a wonderful example of a kind of a revival of knot gardens. And the thing that seems to me is it works very well as a community project. You know, you just keep following the pattern, isn't it?
Exactly, exactly. It has a rhythm to it, which people get and people understand, and a balance. And I think sometimes with some gardens it can be very difficult. You kind of, you approach them and you think, well, I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but the structure of a knot garden somehow fixes you. It places you, and you feel kind of quite comforted by it.
Yeah. I can't tell you how impressed I am with the whole thing. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's great to see a much-loved landmark being restored by locals. It's even better that it's a knot garden, because that means my campaign is already up and running.
Inspired by the enthusiasm of those volunteer knot gardeners, I'm back at Helmingham Hall, where I'm ready for the next stage in my modern take on the knot garden.
The permanent element of my knot garden is now in. These plants are all perennial, so they'll be here this year and next year, and all I need to do is maintain them. It does look a little bit spacey in the beginning, so what I'm going to do is use some bedding plants to sort of fill it in and give it a little bit more colour. Now, these are French marigolds, and they're very colourful and bright and not expensive.
I'm alternating them with dwarf lavender to break up what will become the hedge border, and the bright yellow will complement my lavender sun centrepiece perfectly.
So although these plants are small now, they will grow bigger. You don't want to plant them on top of each other, so leave at least 10 to 15 centimetres. There you go. Now you can start to see my sun a little bit better. And now I have these spaces in between which I can fill in with other edibles, which will not only kind of pull the design together, but it means that I have lots to pick over the summer.
The first salads I'm going to add is a loose leaf lettuce called Salad Bowl Red.
You don't want to crowd them in because they need a good extensive root system in order to allow you to pick them time and time again. So you really want them sort of 20-25 centimetres apart. I also have some green salad bowl lettuce. And finally, I have a romaine style lettuce. So this is a slightly more upright, crunchy lettuce, but again, you can treat it in exactly the same way. You just keep harvesting. And for the final segment of the design, I'm going to sow some coriander, and I'm going to sow it really quite thickly so that I get it as cut and come again baby leaf coriander, and this is when the leaves are really packed full of flavour. Just liberally sow the coriander fairly thickly and cover the seed. And here it is, my knot garden. So it will evolve, and the lettuces will grow bigger, and the chives will finally make a full bank, and the lavender will make a proper hedge. A very simple, very cheap, very easy, and very productive knot garden that could be put into absolutely any garden or any space.
Knot garden designs work well in small spaces and even in raised beds. Just use plants that work for you, and don't be afraid to be creative, like Roger and Susan Chartier, who live in the village of Ottham in Kent. They've proved you don't need stately home grounds by turning their front garden into a parterre.
Originally it was just grass, with a pampas grass in the middle, and it looked very boring, and we thought we'd try something different about 15 years ago. I come up with all sorts of weird and
very ambitious with your
wonderful
projects.
ideas,
yes.
and she just tempers things down.
It's because you're
And of course I listened
retired
to her.
engineer and you've always got projects going, haven't you?
We ended up with a simple design of basically curves.
Well, you did a lot of drawings first,
I did a lot
didn't
of
you?
drawings.
And then you laid out this black sheet and you drew it all first.
We started planting it up and we've infilled it with these laurel, what we call lollipops, and viburnum, which are evergreen.
Even though it's quite hard work once a year for all the trimming and the actual sweeping up of all the bits, the rest of the time you can leave it.
I let all the mess go on the ground, which upsets Sue because she likes putting cloths down there, but then I just fall over them.
He'd rather do it like that and then rake it up.
I believe in chaos.
Yeah, he does actually.
To create their garden, Roger and Sue collected over 500 cuttings, which came with sentimental value.
This front garden has emotions for us because the hedging came from our mother's gardens and they've both recently passed away, so it does remind us of them. I think that was my mum's and the smaller one was your mum's, wasn't it?
No, love, it wasn't.
Oh.
No, no. This garden's no bigger or smaller than most, and I think it fits in well.
Well, with busy working people, because a lot of people work all the time and, you know, they haven't got a lot of time to tend flower beds, have they?
It's not difficult to maintain and it's not difficult to set up. You can do all sorts of great shapes. I mean, this is circles, but you could do interlocking squares. If you plant this, it only requires attention once a year.
I think he's done very well. I think he's got some nice shapes there. Perhaps that one could be slightly a little bit rounder. That makes it unique, doesn't it?
Yeah, OK.
What I've learnt about knot gardens is despite their historical settings and their seemingly strict rules, they're actually the perfect design for the modern gardener. If done well, they're very low maintenance. They offer year-round structure and the design, it's open to a lot of interpretation, which means I think they're absolutely ripe for a revival.
There's no doubt that Britain is a nation of very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
Ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
We'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens.
And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens.
There's one flower that can give you almost every colour under the sun.
It takes its name from the Greek for rainbow, and with over 300 varieties and thousands of cultivars, it's one of the most diverse garden plants we have.
It's one of my absolute favourites, but it's not getting the attention it deserves.
British gardeners were once the pioneers of cultivating the glorious iris. But today, collections are diminishing and the range of irises available is in decline.
If we only grow the same familiar varieties and don't seek out those that are a little bit more unusual, we risk losing them forever.
On my revival, I'll uncover one woman's mission to save a unique collection of heritage irises.
It's this one. It's just beginning to open.
I'll be getting creative with some floral art.
I'm feeling slightly terrified, very out of my depth.
And showing you how to choose the right iris for your garden.
They're quite variable in flower, but they often have these rather large, flattened flowers. In fact, that's about the largest iris flower I've seen. The sheer variety of types and colours of iris are what's really captured my imagination about these wonderful plants. And I've come here to Marwood Hill Gardens just outside Barnstaple in North Devon, where they have a national collection of Japanese iris, including this beautiful insata called Moonlight Waves.
The Japanese iris, or iris insata, is renowned for its stunning purple colours and its delicate, elegant appearance.
Irises are so exquisite, it's really worth taking the time to look at how that flower is composed. Every single part, it comes in threes, so you've got the falls here, which are these large rounded petals, in fact they're sepals. And then here in the middle we've got the standards. Now in a bearded iris these tend to stick upright, but here they're quite small and lay flatter. And then you've got these style arms, again in threes. It really is a thing of great beauty.
Irises are basically split into two groups, the bearded and the beardless. An iris beard comes in the form of tufts of fine hairs that can be found on the lower petal of the flower. And bearded irises are the more common plant that we're used to seeing in beds and borders in the UK.
I became familiar with irises really from a very young age because my father used to grow those little reticulata irises in our rock garden. And then as I got older, I discovered the whole full range of irises. And for me, they have that really sort of languid quality, the way the flowers shape, that real elegance, the beauty of the foliage. And I now cannot imagine having a garden without irises.
I think we should all be growing many more of the rare and interesting varieties because if we don't, they could be lost from our gardens completely. To get my revival campaign underway, I'm heading to Gloucestershire to visit a lady whose passion for irises is renowned.
You too, and I've been so excited to come and see your irises, I can't tell you.
Anne Milner owns the National Collection of Bliss irises, all of which are varieties of bearded iris that were cultivated by early 20th century iris enthusiast Arthur Bliss.
What was it about irises particularly that grabbed you initially?
Well, I didn't know anything about irises at all, and I was doing some family history research with my cousin, who offered me a couple of her irises that she said came from Uncle Arthur. I had no idea who Uncle Arthur was, and we did some research on both him and his irises, and gradually built the collection from there.
And it turns out to have been Arthur Bliss, doesn't
Yes.
it? Who was incredibly important in terms
the
of
development of irises in the 1920s.
Arthur Bliss became famous for breeding around 170 different varieties of bearded iris, and Anne has some family artefacts that she's inherited from her great-uncle.
So this is a very handsome group. Who have we got here?
Well, this is Arthur and a couple of his brothers and sister with his mother. He was the eldest son.
Now, who's this? This is a gorgeous baby in a wonderful bonnet.
This is his niece Phyllis. When she was about 10, used to help him in the garden.
Wonderful. And in fact, this letter says, "My dear Phyllis."
Yes, and this is a letter to her as an adult. He was giving her a book on genetics. He was explaining that he uses genetics to breed his irises, which was something that other people weren't really doing at that time.
Recognition for Arthur's work all began when the owner of a large nursery took an interest in one particular bliss iris.
He saw an iris that Arthur hadn't particularly thought was very special, that was called Dominion, which has very rich velvety falls and is a very special iris because of that. It's a very beautifully shaped iris and is a very good breeder.
So have you got any Dominion in the garden?
I do have Dominion, but the rain last night destroyed the 2 flowers that were left. But there is one bud, which I'm hoping will come out sometime today.
Only needs one bud, let's go
Absolutely.
and see. Anne has made it her mission to recover as many bliss irises as she can find, and they're all cared for in her gorgeous garden borders.
So where is this elusive Dominion?
This one's Dominion, and look, it's just beginning to come out. You can see the richness of the velvety falls.
It's really sort of inky black, isn't it?
yes.
It's beautiful colours, so intense. Well, you can see why that was so eye-catching at the time. Now, how many irises did Bliss develop?
About 170.
And you've got how many
and I've
here?
got about 40 here, 35, 40,
And
something
you've been
like that.
collecting for how long?
20 years.
So that's about 1.5, 2 a year, so it's quite
it's
slow, isn't it?
Very slow. Actually finding one that has been in a garden since that time with its name attached is very, very hard.
So Anne certainly has her work cut out, but she still seems incredibly committed to preserving great Uncle Arthur's irises.
With so many new varieties on offer, why is it important, do you think, we keep growing these old irises?
I think it's because a lot of people still like the traditional shapes. They grow very well in traditional gardens. They stand up well to disease on the whole.
Is there anything that you don't yet have that you'd really love to acquire?
The one that I would really love to have would be Phyllis Bliss, because that was named for his little niece. And she always asked him to name an iris after her.
So that one would be the icing on the cake?
Yes, it would be. It would absolutely be the icing on the cake.
Bearded irises may be the most common garden iris, but here at Marwood Hill Gardens, it's the beardless Japanese irises that are blooming today. There are so many fabulous irises that you could plant at home, so here's a few of my favourites.
The Japanese have been breeding Iris insata for many centuries. It's called the Japanese iris, although it's also found in parts of China and Siberia. And they're quite variable in flower, but they often have these rather large, flattened flowers. In fact, that's about the largest iris flower I've seen. And it's got these drooping standards, so you get this very sort of soft effect. Although you also can find them looking like this, which is obviously much closer to the original species. And again, it's got these beautifully drooping falls. And then the standards are tiny. They just stick up here like little ears. And you can see that bright golden yellow signal just directing pollinating insects just right up to the nectar there. So they like to have their feet nice and damp in consistently damp soil that's nice and rich as well, but not in the water itself, not in still water. The most important thing to remember is it has to be acidic soil if you really want them to thrive. If you're new to irises, then I recommend you start with an Iris sibirica. They're absolutely beautiful to start with. They make incredibly good garden plants, and they're just not fussy. So although they like quite moist soil, they'll also grow just in a normal border. I mean, I grow mine on London clay. They're perfectly happy. And they also just give so much. You have these lovely flowers, almost like butterflies. They just flutter on the top. Now this one, which is not actually that typical of Iris sibirica, has these wonderful sort of wavy edges to the falls and that beautiful signal there in the middle of the flower. And these flowers appear any time from sort of end of May right through to the middle of June. And then, of course, when it finishes flowering, and you often get maybe 10 of them on this sort of branching stems, then you've got the foliage, and it makes this big clump of very elegant, slender leaves, which are beautiful in their own right. Iris pseudochorus is one of our 2 native irises in the UK. It's called the yellow flag iris, and it has these beautiful, quite small, but really they make an impact, these strong yellow flowers. In fact, it flowers a little bit earlier than the insatas that are elsewhere in this part of the garden, and you can see this one's just beginning to go over. Now, this is one that likes really damp soil. In fact, it'll even grow in the shallow water at the edge of a large pond or perhaps down by a stream. I think it's a magnificent iris, but it's not one for the faint-hearted. When I was retraining in horticulture, my tutor was very keen on me drawing the flowers because he said it's the way that you really look at them and get to know them. And I want everyone to fall in love with irises, to appreciate their exquisite beauty. So what better way than setting up an iris art school?
This class is run by botanical artists Christine Gray-Wilson and Isabel Bartholomew here at the beautiful Redgrave and Lopham Nature Reserve in Diss. Irises were the inspiration for Impressionists, such as artists Claude Monet and Vincent van Gogh. And today it's my turn, with some expert tutorage, of course.
You've got your 3 curved form petals here. There's a little anther in there too. Now in this one, these standards, the ones that stand up, are absolutely huge. And the fall here is lovely colours. And it's got a sort of thick piled carpet.
I'm feeling slightly terrified. Very out of my depth.
Yes, just plot it out. Say it's kind of that much by that much and plonk it on there and see how you can fit it on. Have it from sort of there downwards. There you go, start there.
Back to the drawing board, basically. Well, if at first you don't succeed, you think you know what it looks like, and so you just think, well, there's a fall here and one here, but actually you really do have to keep looking at it so you don't miss anything. This is turning out to be pretty tough. I wonder how my classmates are faring with their flowers. Have you done this before? Loads of times?
Never.
Oh, please tell me you have. You'll make me feel much better. Do you grow them?
I do, yes.
And did you know that they flower, there are different varieties that flower throughout the year, so you can be enjoying something similar to that all year round?
That would be good, because most of mine seem to flower at a similar time, so they're there and then they're gone and I have you're left with the leaves.
Bearded iris is wonderful.
Yes.
Because it's almost like a sort of ballet dancer, you know. It's got poise and elegance and, you know, it's got a lot about it.
Are you actually enjoying it?
I am, it's very therapeutic actually.
Well, there you are, that's the main thing. Well, back to task. It's time for me to add some colour. It's a lot more difficult than I thought. But you know that it's coming, and actually the veining just helps to really bring those falls to life. I think that I'm just about finished, though it's far from being a Monet.
You've done beautifully. You've got lovely graded washes.
I have.
Which are not always easy. You should be proud of it.
Well, it's a start.
Yes.
It's a good start.
Yes.
I'm keen to see Christine's work to know how an expert paints an iris.
What do you feel about irises particularly? I mean, obviously you must draw all sorts of flowers, but
I'm very fond of irises. They have tremendous movement and this extraordinary sort of dancing quality to them. And the fact that they're not out for very long.
I tend to agree with you. It makes them something extra special to look forward to.
Yes, definitely, yes.
For me, I don't think anything quite beats the beauty of that flower in your garden. But I have to say, doing this has made me really look at it and enjoy it on a completely different level. With some irises flowering only for a short time, the answer is to plant them in combination with other things so that you extend that season of interest. And here at Marwood Hill Gardens, they combine their beautiful Japanese irises with perennials like these lovely astilbes. And if you'd like to have your own Japanese iris display in your garden, I've got some must-have planting tips that will create the most wonderful summer display.
found a great spot here to plant up some of these beautiful Japanese iris, just down here by the stream. And this soil's already been prepped because Iris insata likes really nice, rich soil. It's quite a greedy feeder. So it's got plenty of well-rotted manure in there. And you can also continue to feed them, you know, you can mulch as well to make sure that they get all the nutrients they need. Now there's already a beautiful backdrop of these Rhododendrons, these great big leaves and plumes of flowers, which I think is stunning. And I want to pick up on that with some astilbe. There's one in here already, and I'm going to add another couple to that. There's one, and another one here. And again, those sort of plume-like flowers I think will be really a good contrast to the leaves of the iris, which have that really strong vertical accent. And the trick when you're combining plants like this is to make sure that they all like similar conditions. So these astilbes go in. That one there. Settle it in. So we're now going to have a really nice clump of that here. So now I'm going to see where I'm going to position the iris to look good with that. I've got 3 in here. This one, lovely one here, Moonlight Wave, beautiful, that sort of lovely fresh colouring. And we've got this one, Crested Surf, and see if I've got room for one more. Rolling Seas. There's a definite nautical theme developing here. And I know we're just a couple of miles from the sea, so that's very appropriate. So I think I'm going to put that white back there with the Rhododendrons behind, and we'll have maybe this lovely sort of powder blue there, and then I'm going to put the other one, the sort of softer colour, I think just in the front here. And then always step back, have a look before you do anything too much and go too far. Yep, happy with that.
Once you've decided where they're going to go, aim to plant the irises to a similar depth as they were in their pots, and then firm the soil around the root ball as you go.
I like that, but I think I'm also going to dot through some primulas. There's gorgeous candelabra primulas over here. There we are. Absolutely stunning. I love the way that you get these sort of whirls of flowers going up the stem. There we go. And that'll just sort of perk up as it settles in.
When combining plants together, you can be creative with the use of form and colour. It's really up to you.
And it's very important to water, even in this damp soil, because you're just settling that soil around the roots, making sure there are no gaps in there. Yeah, done.
And when those irises begin to bulk up, this bed will look spectacular. Next on my revival, I'm on my way to Gloucestershire to discover how many varieties are readily available to you and me. Simon Burbage is the manager here at Lechlade Garden Centre.
Simon.
Hello.
Yes, just the man I'm looking for.
How are you?
Hello, very well indeed.
Good.
Thank you. I've come to look at the irises.
Right.
We've actually got a really good variety of irises here. You've got Fetidissima, you've got something variegated, Braithwaite. That's actually one of my absolute favourites. But I often go to a garden centre and there are 3, maybe 4 different varieties. Now, why is that?
The reason why, to be perfectly honest, is supply and demand. You know, we are obviously a garden centre with thousands of different types of plants. You know, we can't obviously sell every single variety, so we tend to pick a dozen of the best, get them in when they're flowering.
So they need to be in flower to sell. That's
Absolutely.
very interesting. So you're talking about having a sales period for an iris of about 3 or 4 weeks.
At the most.
And
Quite
do you
a
have
time.
customers who come in and say, well, I'd like this variety and this variety? And can
We
you get
absolutely
hold?
do, yeah, we do. Unfortunately, it's very difficult for us to actually get hold of them because, you know, we have to cater for the masses, so
Right.
specific customer orders are a bit tricky.
does the modern gardener go if they want to find more unusual irises? Well, to the internet, of course, which has spawned really quite a cottage industry.
Claire Neen is an iris enthusiast who's managed to turn her horticultural hobby into a thriving online business that offers some of the rarer, more elusive varieties of iris.
Well, I've always liked irises. They were in the garden when I grew up, and then when I had my own house, I've had irises in the garden ever since, and I just got more and more and more.
It's easy, isn't it? So they draw you in,
yes.
don't they? How was it that you then sort of progressed from there, from just being a lover of irises to sort of properly collecting them and then selling them?
Well, as you know, bearded irises, you need to dig them and split them to get them to flower well. And I ended up with so many, I had to find someone else for the irises, and then I used to sell them for charity. And then I decided that I had so many, I could make some money for myself.
So what do you think of my revival, this campaign to not only to get people to grow more irises, but just for them to be more available?
I think everyone should be growing irises in their garden, and you can have an iris in flower all the way through the year if you pick a selection of different irises.
Claire grows the bulk of her irises in a field close to her own garden, and because the majority have now finished flowering, there's plenty of work to be done.
Anything that's being sold needs to be dug up and sent out, and anything else that I want to move needs to be moved at the same time.
That's got plenty of shoots.
That's got shoots,
yeah.
So although this rhizome is old, that's going to give me more new plants.
So do you know how many different irises you've got now?
The last time I counted, I got to 200 and stopped.
How many years has it taken you to get that collection
Oh,
together?
I've been growing them for 15 years.
And plans for lots more?
Plans for more, yes. I keep seeing new ones that I love.
It's great to know that there are people like Claire out there who share my love of irises and are ensuring that the whole range are thriving and available to all of us. There are more than 150 different irises here at Marwood Hill Gardens, and it's wonderful to be able to compare and contrast them, which really makes you hungry for more.
And if you're going to join my iris revival and grow them at home, one of the key plant care tips to ensure you get the best from many irises is division.
Now, ideally, you would divide bearded irises every 3 to 5 years. And it's important because if you don't, they just become these really congested clumps and they don't flower terribly well. You get this sort of flower around the edge, but the middle, there's really very little happening. I don't want to damage the rhizomes and I don't want to damage too much of the root, but I think that will sort of start to come away now. Now, I'm just going to shake off as much of the soil as I can. Now, I'm just looking to find the sort of bits of rhizome that are still productive and that I want to keep. You've got all the old rhizomes here in the middle, and then the newer ones are always down like sort of satellites at the end. So you just simply now divide them. Now, you can do it in various ways. You can use a sharp knife, you can use secateurs, you can also sometimes just snap the pieces off. So I'm going to look here, you see this is where the root is on this bit. In fact, it's starting to fall apart, and I'm just going to cut a bit more of that off. I don't think we need all that. And just tidy this bit up here. And do the same with all these sections. So I'm only looking for the bits here that have some root on them. There we are. So we've now got several pieces, and this you discard, you can compost it. And then I'm also going to cut down the leaves, because when we replant it, we don't want them to be rocking about on the soil, because you don't plant these deeply and the wind can catch these and you get wind rock. So I'm just going to cut them down about 6 inches or so, and traditionally that's done in a sort of a mitre shape. Some people like to trim the roots a little bit just to tidy them up. I don't always bother, but that's exactly what you're looking for to replant. Right, now the best thing is if you can go ahead, I'll just take those bits off, and replant these straight away.
And I've got the perfect spot for these beauties.
The rhizome is effectively a modified stem, and it's a storage organ for all the nutrients that's needed to produce the new flowers. So place the rhizome there, so just try and get the heights right. So it's going to just sit proud of the soil and just put those roots down around it. These need a really good baking by the sun in order to flower well. So again, I just scoop out a little bit higher in the middle so it sits proud, and that rhizome goes on there. Again, just lift it up a bit, cover the roots, firm it in, but make sure the soil doesn't cover the top of the rhizome. Right, 4 down, a few more to go.
When it comes to ensata irises, there's one man in Hampshire who's gone to great lengths to bring a little bit of East Asia to his own garden.
I'm besotted by Japan and their gardening tradition, and I like very, very much these ensata irises, these rather fine blooms that come up rather mysteriously in a range of different colours and last a very short period of time, really, maybe 3 days each flower. It's very ephemeral somehow.
Rupert Nabarro first visited Japan over 20 years ago and has since striven to grow ensata irises along the riverbanks here at Bear Mill. Rupert's garden is also home to many other iris varieties that flower at different stages throughout the season, creating interest all summer long.
I particularly like these beardless Japanese ones, but that's not the end of the story. There's an enormous variety which cover a wide range of times of year and different sizes and colours, and I would just encourage people to go for it themselves. It's incredibly rewarding.
For me, nothing else quite has the magic that an iris brings to a garden. The range of different types. And I feel that we really don't want to lose any of those for future generations. So if you've been inspired and you've never grown irises before, I suggest that this year you seek out perhaps some of the more unusual ones and plant them. And I guarantee it'll be the start of a lifelong passion.
Across the series, our revival team are travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens, flowers and plants in all their glory, with one important mission: to champion our rich gardening heritage. Next, Toby Buckland wants to get us all growing grasses.
When most of us think of grass in our gardens, think about pushing a mower or pulling unwanted weeds out from the borders. We rarely think of grasses as a way of giving colour and structure to our gardens, but we should, and we can. Once popularised by the Victorians, grasses soon fell by the wayside, but it's time to get us all growing them again.
Ornamental grasses will give your garden a wow factor, and with none of the watering or maintenance that less robust plants demand.
And contrary to popular belief, the grass on the other side doesn't have to be greener. On my revival campaign, the botanical names of grasses prove a bit of a mouthful.
Helicotrition, Semperlivanus, Sapphirus Sprudel.
So I lead the public in a rebranding exercise.
Yeah, Toby's tufted. I think I'll put a line through.
And I'll give you my top tips on how to create dramatic displays using grasses.
You know what? I think that's looking pretty good. I've come to Scampston Hall near Malton in North Yorkshire to start my revival because it's gorgeous.
and demonstrates perfectly what can be achieved with ornamental grasses in a contemporary garden. Grasses make up some 20% of the garden design, and in these borders they work really hard, not only providing elegance and line, but also colour and texture. When I was a trainee gardener, it was shrubs, shrubs, shrubs and more shrubs, all function and no fun. So when I heard about ornamental grasses, it was like a breath of fresh air. I just couldn't get enough of them. I scoured nurseries for new plants, visited botanic gardens to try and get a handle on their unfamiliar names. Now when I'm setting out a garden, I mean, I couldn't be without ornamental grasses. They are the most beautiful and versatile of plants, and I want everyone to celebrate them in their gardens. Not many grasses have managed to make a name for themselves, apart from perhaps bamboo and the once revered pampas grass. The pampas grass was a 1970s sensation, and this was a grass that had everything. It was shrubby and evergreen, low maintenance, and compared to the ubiquitous privet, groovy. If you had a pampas in your garden, you'd made it. But this wasn't the first time these plants had been a fashion statement. A century earlier, the Victorians were particularly taken with the big, showy varieties. I think it's time grasses came back into fashion again. I'm really excited to be visiting Kew Gardens, where they share my passion for grasses and house a historic collection. Records of those grasses can be found here at the herbarium. I've asked taxonomist Maria Vorontsova to show me some of the celebrities of the grass world.
This is really amazing. Have a look at this. This is a Darwin specimen.
My gosh. C. Darwin, 1833.
He wrote this. This is actually his handwriting. South America, HMS Beagle. It's the first time the species was collected and discovered and described. Agrostis magellanica.
How does it work? So taxonomic record keeping, what is it about?
So people go out there and they collect plants, then taxonomists study those plants, create a classification system, and that creates the basic record of Earth's diversity. This knowledge is then used by scientists, horticulturalists, conservationists. We're still discovering new species today.
Any modern ones you can show me?
So, here's an amazing little grass from Madagascar.
Okay.
It's called Andropogonum tramoensis, and I'm proud to say that I've named it. I pressed it to make the herbarium specimen. This is the notes I made in the field. In the beginning, I didn't realise there was anything special about it, and after a few weeks of research, I realised that this species didn't have a scientific name. And it would actually be really amazing if it was ever brought into horticulture and grown into a botanic garden.
People don't understand grasses. They think they're all homogenous, but they are quite different. Yours is very delicate. Charles, he obviously had an eye for the fluffy and, the and the ornamental. But anything that is recognisable as a garden grass?
We have everything in the collection pretty much. Yeah. So everybody knows pampas.
Oh, there's no mistaking that. Look at that. So Cortadera celoana, the Latin name.
These are the earliest collections from Brazil. So this one was given to Kew in 1894 and collected a lot earlier than that. And this set, basically the first ever scientific record of this plant and where it grew.
I think if people knew more about diversity, they would break away from the usual things that everyone has in their gardens and go for this. As well as the dried specimens, there's also a wonderful living collection looked after by botanical horticulturalist Michelle Cleave. The Victorians loved them, and there's been a grass garden here since the 19th century. So I want to get to the bottom of why they're no longer popular in our gardens. The Victorians loved naturalistic gardening, didn't they? I mean, was that an antithesis of the industrialisation of the Victorian world?
Yes, it certainly was, I think. They really did champion gardening in a different way, using natives, using plants from places like North America and Europe, a much more free-flowing movement.
Why do you think grasses fell out of fashion in the post-Victorian era?
I think maybe the ones that they used perhaps were a little bit thuggish, and as fashion being what it is, other things came into play.
The collection is incredible, with grasses popular with the Victorians planted alongside more modern varieties, some 550 in total. This is a Victorian favourite.
Yes, it is, and that's Phalaris arundinacea, gardener's garters.
Why is it called that?
I guess maybe linking in with the other common name, ribbon grass, maybe the ribbons on the garters to hold up the stockings. Foxtail barley from North America. Beautiful, long, purple, pink awns, just fabulous in the wind.
It really is. It is like a barley, isn't it?
And I think that's been around since the Victorian times as well.
This was one of my mum's favourite grasses, this one.
The quaking grass.
And this is very naturalistic. Would the Victorians have used this?
I don't think so. Maybe not flamboyant enough.
Do you think my campaign's worthwhile?
Yeah, I think they certainly shouldn't be part of any sort of fashion. They should be a main staple of our palette of plants that we grow.
Seeing the history of grasses laid out in front of me is so inspiring and makes me even more determined to get everyone to fall in love with them again. I can't help but think if more of us embraced this wonderful group of plants, our gardens could be so much better. There are so many grasses out there with different shapes, sizes and colours, and suitable for all sorts of growing conditions. Here are some ideal for planting at home. Not all plants look good in the rain, and gardeners certainly don't. However, there are exceptions, and this is one of them. Stipa gigantea gold fontaine. It's got two heights. The foliage forms a clump, comes up to your knee, and the flowers get up to 2.5 metres, 8–10 feet tall. This is a grass for sun and space. But look at that, even in the rain, it sparkles beautifully. That's better. But there is a grass for every part of the garden and every situation. For shade, one of my favourites is the Hakon grass, Hakonocloa macra aureola. Great for pots, but planted in the ground, it lives for absolutely ages, turning into a beanbag-sized boulder covered in this lovely yellow foliage. It's deciduous and it bounces back again in the spring. But you can see from the range of grasses here, there's all sorts of different colours. Now, what I love about the bloodgrass is this colouring in the leaves. It needs sun to bring it out, so the brighter the light this is in, the darker those leaves will be. Festuca Elijah blue. And its foliage, as you can see, is this sort of aqua blue, and it really shimmers in the sunshine. A lovely little plant for a bright spot. Great in gravel gardens, forms sort of cushions of foliage that are evergreen, so it looks good all year round. If you're after something tropical looking and fabulous at the back of the border, well, zebra grass is the one, and it has these striped markings on its foliage. Wonderful in drifts, brilliant as a clump on its own, as a specimen plant. And like all miscanthus, it has hollow stems, so insects can overwinter inside them, and that means it's good for wildlife too. Grasses can create such an impact, particularly when they're planted en masse, like here at Scampston Hall. Although set between the original 18th century walls, today's grass garden is a more modern addition. I met with head gardener Paul Smith to find out more. Do you know, I've never been in a garden that I've wanted to dive into so much. And it was Pete Oddoff, the grass grower and trailblazer, that designed this.
He did, yes, yes. So this is one of, it's almost a real signature piece of design for him.
World-renowned designer Pete Oddoff made this drifts of grass area the centrepiece of the garden. It's made up of only two elements, a lawn and swathes of purple moorgrass. This is Molinia caerulea, a deciduous grass that grows tall with closely packed stems, creating lots of movement as it catches in the breeze. Now, this is a native grass, isn't it?
This is North Yorkshire.
Would you have planted it if it had grown in Lancashire, Paul? That's the big question.
Well, yeah, probably, but we won't make a big thing of it.
And tell me about the season of interest, because how much colour and interest is this Lilia going to give you?
I mean, the grass is going to start growing about the middle of June, and of course it will change as the season goes on. There's a real purple sheen to this, and the whole thing will go OT brown colour. Then it runs right through to the middle of February. So when everything else is burning out in a sort of traditional garden, you've got all that winter interest as well.
I mean, this just shows how creative you can be with grasses. And I think more people could grow them and experiment with grasses in their gardens.
You can nearly get 12 months of the year out of ornamental grasses. So that alone is a reason for growing them.
Part of the problem with grasses is the perception that they're boring, and the long Latin names aren't very inviting either. So, to gauge public opinion of these wonderful plants, I'm seeing if they have any takers at a car boot sale. You don't want those flowers, mate. You want grasses. Grasses is where it's at. I ask a neighbouring car booter for some selling tips. What do you think my chances are of selling grasses here, then?
Very remote. 10 years ago, they were very, very popular. But nowadays, anything with a bit of colour, like that colour there, people love that.
Do you shout at people as they're coming past and beckon them in, or do you let the products do the talking?
Products do the talking.
OK, but mine aren't saying much. That's my problem, do you think? Yeah. Colour is all very well, but what people don't realise is that ornamental grasses can also give you colour, and if you select the right combination, they'll perform all year round. I'll have to work that into my sales pitch. Here goes. Madam, excuse me. Can I interest you in any grasses? This is evergreen, stay with you all year round, this one. £5.
Yeah, all right then. Thank
And
you
you are
very
my
much.
first customer. One more, thank you. We're up and running over here now. Oh, it's great to get my first sale, but the Latin names are proving problematic.
Helicotrition, Semperlivanus, Sapphirus Sprudel.
They just aren't catchy and don't grab people's attention. This used to be called Stipa rundinacea, that's its Latin name. Then it's changed its name to Oryzopsis, and then it went to Animalanthe, which is a horrendous Latin name. But as the market gets busier, I do engage more people.
I'll have one of those.
Oh, yeah, lovely. And this is a winner. I'll give you both of those for £7.
That's very nice of you.
And soon I'm on a roll. These are great for shade.
I think they'll have one.
Come on, £5.
All right then.
Get it in the ground. I'm thrilled that people have started to take an interest in grasses, but it wasn't easy, and the tricky Latin names were a bit of a stumbling block. So, I've hatched another plan. I'm hitting the airwaves at BBC Radio Gloucestershire, inviting the public to come up with inspirational common names. Their Latin names are so rubbish. Deschampsia sespitosa.
Sounds like a disease.
Well, it's a tropical disorder, isn't it? That's what it is. But this one's even worse. This is Animalanthe lisoniana.
OK, so this is where you guys come in. If you can come up with a common name that Toby can then brand about and just change the face of these grasses, do get in contact now. Jethro from Cirencester has already phoned in to say he likes the name the whiskey grass because it grows half cut. But the whiskey grass, actually.
Wow, it is in fact a grass that does turn bronze in the autumn.
I think you said it was from New Zealand and it was pretty easy to grow.
Yep.
So I thought, why did it was called the easy kiwi?
The easy kiwi.
A few of the names I've had in for the Deschampsia, Spiky tufticus. That says exactly how it grows because it is a tufty little number, this one. Positive reaction from the listeners is brilliant, and there are some great ideas coming in.
How about whispering grass?
Oh, I like that.
Perennial chillax.
Oh.
Chillax is a great word.
That is very good. But some suggestions are frankly better than others. Toby's tufted. I think I'll put a line through. I'll put a line firmly through that one.
I like champagne grass.
Oh, no.
I love champagne. Malcolm in Stroud, hello to paradise grass.
Paradise
There is
grass.
nothing better than lying out
in the garden on a summer's day. Toby, best of luck with this. Thank you for coming in today. It's Toby Buckland there, who'll be bringing you...
Well, that went well. We've got some runners and riders there. I like spiky tufticus and also champagne grass for that one. But the name that I like the most for the old Amanelantha leesoniana is whiskey grass. Yep, from now, henceforth, I shall call this the whiskey grass. Time will tell if my new names catch on, but it seems people are really on board with my campaign. Grasses are used so creatively at Scampston Hall. They're like living sculptures giving rhythm to the borders, or they're mingled in with other flowers. But if you want a border where grasses top the bill, I've got something for you. If you dot a few grasses in amongst your existing plants, you can make any garden seem more fresh and modern. But if you increase the proportion to, say, 50 or 75% grasses, you get something completely different. It always pays to set out your plants first. Always put the big specimens into position to give you the shape you're after. Create the backbone, if you like. And this is a real cracker. It's called Miscanthus malepartus. It's a feather grass. They're good for specimens as well as growing in drifts. Now this one is topped with what's like tickle stick-like flowers. They have a blackcurrant red tint to them when they first open, but dry to a sparkling silver. It goes at the back. Next up, I've got one of my favourite grasses. It's called Panicum heavy metal. That gunmetal grey is really cracking, and they have these dark purple flowers. Comes up to shoulder high, and it is just the job for planting down the middle of a border. For maximum impact, use fewer varieties but repeat them down the length of the space. Now with really big grasses like the Miscanthus, you can either plant them singly or maybe 3 to a metre. As they get smaller, down to waist height, you go up to about 5 a metre. And the little tiddlers that just come up to your shins, you get 5 to 7 every square metre of ground. If you're after a specimen grass, you can't beat Calamagrostis. This one is called Acutifolia oberdam. It has a lovely yellow tint to the foliage, and it's a cool season grass, giving colour and interest into autumn. Grows to shoulder height, so just the job. Right in the middle of the heavy metal panicums. To tie it all together, I've chosen Deschampsia sespitosa, or should I say, champagne grass. And for the edges, a carex or sedge called frosted curls. So botanically, they're not strictly grasses. However, they behave and look like them. If you're the type of gardener that hates mowing the lawn and going round with the edging shears, let this grass grow long up into the leaves of the carex, and then occasionally come along and mow the whole lot down. You know what? I think that's looking pretty good. And once you're happy with the layout, get the grasses planted and add a few flowers as a finishing touch. I've always liked yarrows or achilleas. They tend to flop, and the grasses act like supports for them. Everyone loves echinaceas. And finally, because I love them so much, a couple of sedums just fills out the front of the border. And when you stand back and look at this, you think, oh, there's quite a few flowers in there, but that's because the grasses haven't really got going. Now, this is a border that is mostly grasses, and because it's mostly grasses, it has an incredibly long season, and to all intents and purposes, will look after itself. There are a staggering 10,000 species of grass found all over the globe, so no one can say there isn't a grass for them. If you're after something a little more exotic, this is the place to come. The home of a modern-day plant hunter. Nick Mesa travels the world in search of unusual and striking plants and grasses, then grows them here at his nursery garden in Gloucestershire. Hello, Nick.
Hello, Toby.
Tell me about your plant hunting.
Yeah, it's something I do every year. Used to do a lot in Mexico, but recently China, Vietnam. Last couple of years been in northeast India.
Grass is a big part of what you do. I mean, is it something you're always on the lookout for?
I'm always on the lookout for everything, frankly.
Yeah.
And there's always an interesting grass to be found.
This whole place has a really exotic look to it, and I can't help but think it's this sort of softness, the abundance that grasses give.
I think grasses go with everything. They are a lovely linear contrast to all sorts of other form, and I wouldn't be without them.
Nick gives me a tour of his nursery and shows me some of his more exotic grasses.
That's actually Eragrostis curvula.
Ooh.
That was collected in South Africa. When these come out, they are like, well, it's like mist, in fact. It's incredibly fine.
Yeah.
And then this billows out to the point where you can't actually get through here. This is Peoniclea rubra, the red tussock grass from New Zealand. Covers many of the mountains. With a bit of winter cold, they can go really orange, orange tinted.
Oh, I like the look of this. Is this Miscanthus nepalensis? I mean,
It is, yeah. We grew it on from seed we collected in North Vietnam, right on the Chinese border.
I don't think I've ever seen a grass present such a strong gold colour. Nick's nursery is fascinating. Each wild grass is unique with natural variations, not seen in grasses that have been propagated or cloned commercially. Because I grow the green one, and that's lovely. This is just sort of natural mutation, a natural thing.
Yeah. And that's the great thing about going to the wild. That is one of the most important points, because the amount of genetic difference out in the wild is huge. Plants you buy in your average garden centre, so many of them are micropropagated nowadays. If a plant is divided over and over, you may get one clone in cultivation.
But you're bringing in seed variation, and they've got every plant's got its own characteristic.
Yeah.
So right there is a good reason for people to grow grasses and to get grasses that have been brought in by plant hunts. It's fantastic to see these exotic plants thriving on British soil. It just goes to show how adaptable grasses are and what natural variety there is out there. There's one particular grass that's loved and loathed in equal measure, but many people don't even realise that it's a member of the grass family. Bamboo. As with all grasses, there are many varieties, from ground huggers to towering tree-like specimens. And I'm going to show you how to get the best out of it in your garden. Basically, there are two types of bamboos. There are those that have clump-forming roots that stay relatively tame, and then there are the runners that spread, well, almost endlessly. And they do that on these roots, and along them the buds break and come up as new culms is the technical word, or bamboo canes. And a plant like this can spread 2, 3, 4, 5 metres in a single season. If you're going to have a running bamboo, you need to contain the roots, and you do it with this stuff. Plastic root barrier. Lots of different types of this stuff, but essentially it is a 75 centimetre deep piece of plastic that you bury down into the soil. It doesn't need a base because bamboo doesn't root deeply. Make sure the edges overlap by a couple of feet and take them together so the roots can't get between. Now, the bamboo I've got here is a really lovely thing. It's a Phylostachys aurea. What I always do is just set the bamboo a little bit deeper than it was in its pot, just the bottom couple of inches. I find that they tend to like that. Keeps the root ball a bit moist. Add a bit more compost. Because if you feed them, you get just magnificently tall canes, and they come up nice and thick as well. And the final job, once you've given your plant a good water in, is to trim down the plastic. Leave it a few centimetres proud of the soil surface. The roots grow along sideways and then go up and over. But if you leave the plastic high, there's less likelihood that that will happen. And if they do, well, it's not the end of the world. It's to go along with a pair of secateurs and snip them off to keep them confined Like any new plant, it's going to need to be kept watered, particularly its first year. And one thing that will make any bamboo look more elegant is a bit of pruning. Now, in early spring, before the new shoot starts to grow, trim out any old tired culms as close to the ground as you can possibly go. You make the plant more airy and you get more rustle as the culms move around on the breeze. So there you have it, a bamboo plant that's contained and won't take over your garden. Someone who shares my passion for grasses is David Matzdorf, who's found a creative and striking way of growing them at his eco-friendly home in North London.
So I've got two gardens, the front garden here, which is a bit of a sort of tropical rainforest impression, and then once you get on the roof, it's a bit more like the sort of Mexican hillside style. I've discovered that the only place that's really sunny enough to get the smaller grasses to thrive is up on the green roof. I grow a wild variety of stuff up here, but the grasses have a texture all their own. For the Lizula, some of them have been very successful, some of them have been way too successful. I optimistically thought that the shallow soil and the shade conditions would control this very invasive grass, which is Phalaris arundinacea picta. Clearly it didn't, it's gone mad. If you choose grasses which have nicely textured flowers, some which have different coloured leaves, you can get some really good contrast effects. I'd love to encourage more people to do green roofs on their houses, sheds, garages. There are all sorts of really significant ecological benefits, but also it's really nice up here. It's like having a different kind of garden.
I hope my revival has got you thinking about grasses in a new light. We have, after all, been growing them in the UK for hundreds of years, and all the time new varieties and creative ways of using them are being developed. They're not just the plant of the now. Grasses are the plant of the future.
There's no doubt that Britain is a nation of very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
Ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
We'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens. And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens.
When it comes to our garden heroes, the list of plants is endless. But as for the villains of the piece, there's one group of plants that we love to hate. It's conifers. Their roots invade our flower beds. Their branches block out the sun. And all most of us want to do is get rid of them. But conifers have a very different side too. They're glorious plants, both in their own right and as part of the wider garden community. That's why I want to revive them.
On my campaign, I'm finding out all about pruning.
Can you see light through there?
Yeah, at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Creating a fantasy conifer island.
These ducks are in for a surprise.
And showing you how to propagate your very own conifers.
Very technical piece of equipment here. Plastic bag. This is Foggy Bottom at Bressingham Gardens in Norfolk. It's the go-to place to see conifers in all their glory. And it's the place from which I'm going to convince you to bring back conifers into your garden. I used to be a teacher, and I can remember there were always some kids who people would warn you against, tell you that they were trouble. In actual fact, give them love and attention and the right kind of treatment, they'd reward you with magnificent results. And it's exactly the same with conifers.
There's a risk that these misunderstood plants, the nemesis of many a gardener, may become hated or just forgotten. So I want us to embrace conifers and rediscover what they can offer us and our gardens. Trees are vital elements in our gardens, but some outgrow their welcome. Cutting them down is a last resort, and the sound of the chainsaw is one we never want to hear.
Sadly, it's a sound that's heard more and more often on suburban streets, and almost invariably it's associated with conifers.
And it's usually two conifers in particular, the Leylandii, or its close relative, the Lawson cypress, that come in for the chop from tree surgeons like James Jackman.
Do people tend to plant them in daft places?
That is one of the problems, yeah, lack of planning, where the final height of the tree is not considered. You maintain them as best you can, but a lot of them end up coming down.
Ultimately, it's death by chainsaw.
Death by chainsaw, yes.
It's tragic to see this once proud conifer coming down through no fault of its own. Planted too close to the driveway, it grew too large for its surroundings. And finally, the current owner of the house is having to say goodbye. What are you going to do now?
We're going to replant.
What with?
An Italian cypress. So it'll be narrower, so I can get the car in the drive, and perhaps it won't grow as tall.
So another conifer?
Absolutely.
So, but this time it'll be the right conifer, in the right place.
Absolutely.
Because trees like these have been planted in the wrong place, it's distorted our view of them. There are more than 600 species of conifers and thousands of cultivars. They're usually evergreen trees or shrubs with needle or scale-like leaves. They take their name from the cones they produce, often a very decorative feature. Someone who certainly won't be cutting down any conifers in a hurry is Matthew Pottage, garden manager at the RHS Garden, Wisley. Matthew oversees the pinetum here. It dates back to the 19th century.
I mean, there are only 2 or 3 indigenous conifers, aren't there?
That's right, a measly handful. And I think that was part of the excitement when these first were introduced to these shores. You know, late 17th century, 18th century, seeds were coming over, these were being discovered, brought to our shores. And if you had space and the wealth to have a pinetum, a collection of these massive, stately conifers, it was really quite something. And also, if you had the connections, where could you get these plants from? They're new, not everyone has them. So, if you could get hold of them and show them off in huge avenues, Yeah, you were someone.
Say, look at my trees and just imagine who my friends are. The Pinetum contains some amazing specimens from around the world, including this, the monkey puzzle tree, which many people don't realise is in fact a conifer. They were planted in front gardens as exotic novelties in the early 20th century, but they soon outgrew their welcome.
You know, ultimately a big tree, but beautiful thing when young and in the right setting, absolutely splendid.
In the UK, conifers add millions to the country's economy, from timber and paper, but they're also extremely versatile garden trees, coming in an amazingly diverse range of shades, textures, shapes and sizes, from rock garden dwarfs to forest trees. Planted in the right place, they add drama and visual impact. That's why I think we should be growing them again in our gardens. At Foggy Bottom at Bressingham Gardens in Norfolk, Adrian Bloom has devoted his life and these wonderful grounds to growing conifers. I want to find out how he maintains the structure and shape of these pristine specimens. This one has got a bit too big.
Well, yes, it has, and I'm faced with that all the time. We have the chainsaws in with some of the bigger conifers, but this is one that I sort of might give a reprieve if we can make a good enough job of it, Carol, of pruning us out to make it like some of the other ones that I've pruned underneath and lifted up. This is Pinus mugo ophir, turns a lovely gold in the winter, so I wouldn't want to chuck it out unless I have to.
Now, pruning is essential to keep conifers looking their best and at a manageable size. And removing lower branches allows well-chosen plants to grow underneath.
First thing is to cut the lower branches, because we're going to probably have to get rid of all of those. It'll take a little while, I think.
So you do this with secateurs first,
initially
not in with loppers?
If you do it with loppers, you often can't see the branches properly. But anything dead that has got no shoots on the end can come away anyway, and probably some of the weaker shoots in here.
Can you do this to any conifer?
Some conifers don't lend themselves to this because the final form won't look very good. It depends on the shape of the tree and the branching system.
Pines are a great candidate for this just because they have got these big individual growths and you can really make sort of blobs of them and see through them. Don't be afraid to prune your conifer. The best time to do it is during the summer or autumn.
Can you see light through there?
Yeah, at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Definitely. A job like this can take a good few hours, but the results are impressive. It's fabulous. It's fantastic. Look at all the stuff that's come off it. You can see through it too. All these wonderful new vistas that have been created. And look at the space underneath now. Imagine what fun he's going to have planting stuff here. One of the most enchanting things about conifers is their diversity. You know, there's so many different forms. Look over here. How's this for a perfect example? Here you've got something that's like a 70s executive toy. It's just wonderful fountains. Everything's upwards. And over here, this looks as though, I don't know, it's creature-like. It's almost like a tortoise. Some great creature going through the bed. And this time, everything hanging down, quite different shape and form to the needles too. And everything about it is pendulous, hanging down. But some conifers are totally esoteric. Look at this one, it's higgledy-piggledy. The whole thing is just going every which way, all over the place. But sometimes conifers are so predictable. Look at this juniper in the middle. This is Juniperus communis sentinel, and it's always going to be this tall, slender shape, adding those great punctuation marks to the border. What variety, eh? Conifers shouldn't be thought of as giant overbearing monsters. So I've come to the Peak District to see an old friend, Steve Furness, who grows the most extraordinary collection of dwarf varieties. His garden proves small is beautiful.
Most people have conifers growing too big. Here I've got a dwarf conifer that's growing too slowly. We've got a slow-growing alpine here, which is actually out-competing it.
Yeah. That grey one there, what is that, Steve?
That's a Picea pungens. It's one of the blue spruces.
Yeah.
It's one of the very dwarf ones. And it doesn't really grow much higher than about 6 inches.
So some varieties of this would be great big trees, wouldn't they?
Yes, the blue spruce is a forestry tree. It grows enormous.
This is a very different proposition, isn't it? This lovely sort of tight cushion. Oh, it's strong. What is it?
This is one called Green Globe, and doesn't it just make you want to stroke it? It's absolutely gorgeous.
Steve's always been crazy about conifers, and his obsession goes back 50 years. He's created the most exquisite rock garden, packed with some of the smallest and most unusual conifers.
Most of the conifers that you see behind us have been in about 35 years.
Really?
Yes, 35 years. Some are a lot older than that because people tend to move conifers, and I'm no exception. I've still got ones that I had when I was a child.
They're friends, really,
yes, they
aren't
are.
they?
Yes.
They're like pets.
They are. They grow up with you. You know, they will last a lot longer than the average gardener, which is a sobering thought.
The garden here at Foggy Bottom uses conifers in so many imaginative ways. Sometimes they're specimen trees, other times in groups, very often mixed and mingled with all sorts of other plants, and sometimes as hedges. I'm going to show you how to get the very best out of your conifer hedge and keep it in tip-top condition. This is Thuya plicata, western red cedar, although it's not a cedar at all. It makes such a belting hedge because it's thick, it's dense, you can trim it. Leylandii often goes brown in the centre when you trim it, but not this one. The reason this hedge looks so dapper, and it does, it's dense and green and brilliant, is that it's been regularly pruned. And that's the secret, really, to get in there with some sharp shears. Just cutting in, a bit at a time. It's very much easier to cut again than to stick the other bits back on. Because Thuya is so dense, it makes a great nesting spot for birds like greenfinches and chaffinches. Wait till late summer when fledgling birds have flown the nest before you prune. I think the thing is that there's nothing to be afraid of with this. It's going to regenerate. Even when you cut into quite old wood, you can see these new shoots that are about to take over. I'm shaping this Thuya so it's broader at the bottom than it is at the top. That's vital to stop it getting top heavy, because if it does, it'll start to splay apart, especially if we have snow, and you never know. But with this sort of built-in buttress shape, then you should be fairly well guaranteed a good shaped hedge for a long, long time. For me, conifers are a key component of our gardens, and used imaginatively, they can be combined with other plants to create interesting and glorious displays. Don't you just love this planting? It's so relaxed, so informal. This Adretina chocolate with gorgeous dark foliage, set off by these wonderful geraniums. Geraniums are such brilliant plants, but I think this is one of the best. It's geranium roseanne with these white centres to the blue flowers. It scrambles everywhere and it flowers for ages and ages. And to use it with this fiery red crocosmia, But surely the crowning glory of this whole planting is this magnificent conifer. This is Juniperus chinensis aurea, and it's a proud sort of statement right in the middle of this rather informal planting. It's got lovely sort of lax tips to the growth too, which I think combines marvellously. And if you look up to this Scots pine, straightforward indigenous tree, and in its branches is clambering a lovely yellow clematis. That's Clematis Bill Mackenzie, and it just gives an extra dimension to that conifer. Here, those same two plants, the Crocosmia and the geranium, are used together, but this time in a completely different way. With this soft pennisetum, they make great waves right through the planting. And the whole thing is separated from the front of the border by these fence posts of conifers. This is Thuya de Groot spire, and it makes a series of sentinels that describe this wave running right through the bed. And at the front of the border, in total contrast, this very formal planting, lines of festuca. This is Elijah blue, contrasted with dark sedum. It's a really inspired planting. The unique shape and size of conifers makes them incredibly versatile to play with in your garden. Create new pictures, mixing colour, texture and foliage, and using scale. So I've got a grand plan to create an amazing display of conifers on an island in this park in Matlock in Derbyshire to spread the word about my campaign. But first, I need to find the right ones. I've got a really good selection of different conifers, some very beautiful things. And I think some of them are going to be just what we need for our island installation. With the help of nursery owner Neil Thompson, I think we've chosen the right plants. I think this is a lovely youth. These are columnar, aren't they?
Yes.
So they're just going to keep going up.
Exactly, very tight, very slow growth rate, grow in almost any soil.
Yeah. This is the perfect spot for my display, and I hope it'll prove that conifers deserve a place in all our gardens. Well, I've got my setting. I've got my conifers, aren't they beautiful? But what I need now is a centrepiece, something to set the whole thing off. And I know just the man to help. Rob Hurd has found a fantastic use for conifers. Now, all these wonderful constructions you've made out of Lavender.
Yeah, I used to be in forestry for sort of 15 years and tree surgeon. We chopped them down endlessly. Everybody hated them. And I thought, this horrible thug of a tree, we got to do something with it. And actually, Lavandi's got some very attractive curves and sweeps, but it's the only use I've found for it.
Well, isn't that a lovely thought?
It is, yeah.
That something that's just thought of as a thug and ought to be destroyed suddenly becomes, through your wonderful creative hands, something utterly beautiful. Ahoy there! Can we have a lift to our island, please? These ducks are in for a surprise. And hopefully it's not only the ducks who are in for a surprise. I want to convince the people in Matlock to rethink conifers.
I used to have them many years ago and they just grew that big. It just dropped full sun and it just killed my grass.
But you can choose something that's only going to grow to the size you need it.
Yeah.
It's just a question of information, isn't it? And you know.
It is. They are nice. I mean, I wouldn't ever say no.
Keep coming, keep coming. You almost feel as though you could walk along some of these branches and just jump off and get into the castle. I think Rob's amazing creations and the conifers complement each other perfectly. But now it's finished. Have I convinced the local folk to revive the conifer? How do you like our instant garden?
Fantastic. Beautiful.
What do you think about what we've done here?
Oh, it's absolutely lovely. I hope it stays here forever.
I like the different colours and the different sizes and shapes and the way you've mixed it all up. It's lovely.
Don't they just prove this point that, you know, conifers aren't just Leylandii planted in their own place?
Not at all. I wouldn't have thought just green would look so pleasant. Yeah, I've always been a flower man.
So in future, do you think you might be persuaded to grow a few conifers?
I might be.
The wonderful garden at Foggy Bottom in Bressingham Gardens has been a labour of love for 50 years for King of Conifers, Adrian Bloom. And in that time, he's grown many different varieties. Propagating conifers is straightforward. There are 3 ways of doing it. There's grafting, growing from seed, or by taking cuttings. It's easy. Anyone can do it. This is a Lawson cypress. It's called Globus, and it's got this lovely sort of rotund shape. This tree's 40 years old, but it'd still be nice to have a few more, wouldn't it? So all you want to do is find a really good, energetic shoot. You want to select a piece right down here into where you can see that the wood changes to a darker brown. And you want a nice big chunk like that because you're going to get several cuttings from this. So straight into this plastic bag. And then probably it's a good idea, especially on a hot day, or if you can't do it immediately, to spray it, just to give it a little bit of extra moisture. And off we go. Now for the exciting bit. Aren't I lucky? Adrian's given me access to his private treehouse to take my cuttings. What I want to do now is select some good cutting material, and you can see that you've got the main shoots coming through here, and you've got these little laterals and side shoots, and I'm just going to gently pull those down so they come off with a heel. That's what this little piece down here is. So it's a bit of the wood from the main stem. From this I should get several cuttings. And next I'm going to trim the heels to help ensure they won't rot in the compost. And then I want to take these bottom growths off here. Now I can do it with finger and thumb. Fortunately I've got some fingernails. Or again, I could use the knife. But the whole object of the exercise is to just make sure you've got a nice chunk of clean stem, because a lot of this cutting, the base of the cutting, is going to be under the surface of the compost when it reaches the pot. All right, next step is your compost. So the compost I'm using is a mixture, almost 50-50, of very fine grit and a loam-based compost. Grit improves drainage, yet helps retain moisture. So just tamp down the top gently. And then here's our lovely exposed bit, and this is the piece that's going to sit right under the compost. Now you want them close, nestling in to the edge of your compost, and just press them in nice and firmly, like that. So there's no air pockets in between the cutting and the compost. Just firm it down, and then room for one more here. One more little one. And they're going in right up to that first whole leaf. That's really quite important, because they will take root all the way along that stem, especially where I've wounded them by pulling those little side pieces off too. So that's absolutely fine. Now if my compost was dry at this stage, I'd water it thoroughly, but it's not. It's nice and moist, and this sort of additional spray will just add to that. I'm going to a very technical piece of equipment here, plastic bag, and just very gently, without disturbing your cuttings at all, just slide this over the top and pull it down so it makes a proper seal with that, and put a rubber band around it. And that just means that they're in their own little greenhouse. Yeah. With plenty of light, but out of direct sun. These cuttings will produce roots in a matter of a few weeks. But don't get tempted to see if they've taken root. When you start seeing new growth appearing on the top of these shoots, and at that wonderful moment when you finally see white roots emerging from the drainage hole, you know that your cuttings have been successful. Tip them out, pot them up individually, and eventually they'll be ready to join all these other wonderful plants in the garden. A couple who don't need to be convinced to revive the conifer are Carol and Keith Marsh, who've been enamoured of them for over 30 years.
Look at the yew trees.
They're amazing. And you can't believe they were only a foot tall when they were in there.
They use their garden in Bedfordshire to showcase the diversity and range within the species.
I've treated it rather like a flower garden, using low, prostrate type conifers at the front and then getting taller and taller as you go to the back. So although it's trees, it's emulating what people do with flowers every day.
This is one of my favourite conifers. It's a weeping yew, and look at all the new growth. It is just so stunning.
This hedge is quite special because it separates where I park the car from the part of the garden that we use. And the one nice thing about yew is that you can grow it to a reasonable height, but you can grow it extremely narrow. So although it's getting very dense, the actual thickness of it is not much more than a foot. There's so many varieties, so many colours, so many shapes, but lovely 12 months a year. Most gardens can't give you that.
In the 70s, I suppose conifers were overexposed. But you know what? The more I've come to know this wonderful group of plants and appreciate their myriad qualities, the more I've fallen in love with them. I'd implore you all to include at least one conifer in your garden. Even if it's only a single one, I know you'll come to love it. Across the series, our revival team are travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens.
You couldn't draw, as a landscape artist, a more perfect picture.
Flowers.
Their perfume. Oh, it's sensational.
And plants.
This plant is perfect. That's going to get off to a great start.
Next, Tom Hart-Dyke shares his passion for pelargoniums.
When I step into a garden, the scent conjures up botanical fables of plant hunters on missions of discovery. In the colours, I see the sweat and tears of generations of nurserymen breeding for perfection. And for me, a great garden is like exploring our most treasured works of art. So perhaps someone could explain why one of the most fragrant, colourful and historically interesting plants has become so maligned and misunderstood. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a geranium. This is something we should proudly be calling the pelargonium.
On my revival, I'm going to be battling to give the pelargonium its rightful name.
Ever since I started gardening, that's been a geranium.
I'll show you just how diverse this wonderful plant is when I visit the biggest collection in the world.
From a distance, it looks like a cactus.
And I'll be hitting the campaign trail for my pelargonium referendum.
Place your vote now.
The pelargonium was brought from South Africa to Europe in the 17th century by Dutch plant hunters, and it resembled a plant native to Europe, the true geranium. And in their enthusiastic eagerness to classify their new discovery, it was incorrectly called the geranium. The rest, as they say, is horticultural history.
Although incorrectly named, they still gained popularity and found their way into the gardens of some of the grandest stately homes in the country.
This is Cork Abbey near Ticknell in Derbyshire, and what makes the Baroque mansion behind me so unique is that rather than being restored to its former historic glory, it has been preserved as a vivid example of a country house in decline. Today, there's a sort of poetic symbolism between the faded glory of this estate and the faded reputation of the glorious Pelargonium.
However, I am pleased to say that not all is lost at Cork Abbey, as the gardens here have been preserved to reflect their glory years, including a fascinating display of potted Pelargoniums. It's just a shame that we don't hold these colourful beauties in such high esteem anymore.
Personally, I find it very frustrating that people still today think of the Pelargonium as a cheesy seaside bedding plant or as a plant that's thrown away onto the compost bin at the end of the season. I want to show you that there is so much more to the glorious, humble Pelargonium.
If there's one place where the mistaken identity of Pelargoniums as geraniums could be rectified, it's where we go to buy our plants. And that's why I'm kicking off my campaign at a major garden centre in Warwickshire. To show you why the names are so important, I'm going to begin by finding a true geranium.
Is this variety here, one of the most famous geraniums to date, Geranium Roseanne. I'm 99.999% sure that these bedding plants over here will be called geraniums.
And lo and behold, I was right. These vibrant, bright red Pelargoniums have been incorrectly labelled as geraniums.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's the difference between a Pelargonium and a geranium? Well, what else do you need to say? They are completely and utterly different in the flower shape, the flower structure, the scent of the leaf, the colour of the leaf, and the whole form of the plant. You can clearly see the difference. And even in the form of the true geranium here, much more of a stragglier habit. It's a fully hardy perennial. A Pelargonium is a tender perennial. The difference is staggering. This is not a geranium that I'm holding. This is a Pelargonium.
This is not an isolated case. These plants tend to be wrongly labelled as geraniums at garden centres across the nation. I want to see if the customers here can spot a true Pelargonium.
What do you think this plant is?
Well, I know what it is.
What is this plant, sir?
It's a nice geranium.
Would you be surprised to hear that it's called a Pelargonium and it's from South Africa?
See that? Geranium. I would recognise it as a geranium.
Pelargonium is a little bit more of a mouthful.
Do you grow these in your own garden?
I do, but not Pelargoniums, just this type. Ever since I started gardening, that's been a geranium.
But if it's got its own individual name, why not use it?
Well, this chap's got a point. I want to see if I can get an explanation from plant area manager Jackie Barker.
You've got a fantastic array of Pelargoniums here, but I see on the big sign in the middle and all the labels, they're called geraniums. Why have you got them as geraniums?
Well, I totally agree with you. They are all Pelargoniums. It's just that for ease and for the customers, we always still call them geraniums, and even the suppliers and the nurserymen still call them geraniums.
Do you think that by renaming them Pelargoniums, there would be drops in sales, or is there a difficulty in changing the name?
Well, it would stop a lot of confusion, because obviously we've got the issue is when a customer comes in for a geranium, the first thing I have to say is, do you want a hardy geranium, a herbaceous perennial, or do you want the bedding geranium? And as soon as I know that, then I can say, oh, you mean Pelargoniums?
So if you had them as two distinctive...
That's it. It would be a lot easier.
Do you think in the future it's possible then?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's one of my favourite plants. I love summer because the geraniums, Pelargoniums are coming out.
To find out more about this much misunderstood plant, I'm heading to the home of one of the oldest, historically significant collections of Pelargoniums in Britain.
I call myself a modern-day plant hunter, but I have never been to the wonderful, staggering gardens at Stourhead in the depths of Wiltshire. This garden was founded on plant hunting.
Avid plant collector Sir Richard Colt Hoare inherited the estate in the late 1700s. He had a particular passion for Pelargoniums and amassed over 600 varieties, around 120 of which still survive today. This hugely important collection is cared for by walled garden supervisor Penny Lee.
Here's the Pelargonium house in here.
I could smell it 30 yards away. Why did you bring me in here? Don't bring Tom the plant nut into a structure like this. Penny, this is the finest collection of Pelargoniums I have ever seen and shows you how diverse this extraordinary family is. Plants I've just heard about. Fantastic. Was this collection influential in the rise of the Pelargonium?
It was considered the finest in the country. Richard Colt Hall, being the plantsman that he was crossbreeding, experimenting with the diversity of the plants that he had. This is one of his hybrids. This is a really important plant. It would have been a really exciting plant at the time because it was one of the first hybrids produced in the Pelargonium group.
The one thing I want to come out of this Pelargonium Great British Garden Revival is for everybody to say Pelargonium, not geranium. Is that going to happen?
That would be very good if it did, because they are not geraniums, they're Pelargoniums and they're special in their own right.
In the early 19th century, when Sir Henry Crewe began expanding the pleasure grounds here at Cork Abbey, he didn't want the vista from his house being spoiled by the comings and goings of his gardening staff, so he built a tunnel to keep them out of sight. Well, if it's good enough for them, it is good enough for me.
In keeping with the former rules of the house, I'm off to the gardens to show you how to create a Pelargonium display to be proud of.
In my personal view, the best way to show off the genus Pelargonium is by displaying them in a container. Whether you've got a window box, whether you've got a hanging basket, whatever type, shape and size of your container, they will look cracking. And I think it's so fitting for me to actually have this Victorian-esque urn because it was the Victorians, after all, that popularised the Pelargonium. First up, I want to give you this trailing, blinding display of foliage and flowers. This particular plant, Pelargonium peltatum, is a blinder. Now, this is quite fragile. It's been grown in the greenhouse for the last 2 or 3 months. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a little tip using the container so it doesn't move too much. Sounds and looks a bit harsh. I'm pulling it out by the base of the stem, but I do not want to pull it out by the smaller branchlets or else they'll just snap off. Carefully going to place it at the edge of the container, planting it just level with the compost that you've placed in. I'm not going to press it in or fully plant it until I've put its 2 companions in.
While this plant produces beautiful flowers, I'd personally be happy with its stunning foliage alone.
For me, it's now one of my favourite range of Pelargoniums to add to the mix. I'm going to put in 3 scented Pelargoniums. It's not just about the looks of the foliage with these ones, it's that smell. Just lightly rubbing on the leaves will release a citronella scent. It is magic. And in a hot summer's evening, you don't even have to touch them to get the smell. You can just waft past and they fill the atmosphere with their seductive oils. And now I'm going to go over to this variety called Old Spice. It's got a real aftershave smell to it, and like every other Pelargonium, the smell is so distinctive. No 2 Pelargoniums smell the same. That's looking pretty good. And now we're going for this great name plant. This is Orange Fizz. The flowers on this actually are pretty ornamental and each is a good large size. Smell check again. Subtle, in between the 2 scents, I would say. And the icing on the cake, this is a regal Pelargonium called Hazel Cherry. These have these almost orchid-like flowers and very, very compact plant. It's a great centrepiece. I'm giving it quite a lot of space because it will expand out and fill all remaining space. I'm just lightly firming in the compost. The most satisfying thing to do is the watering. I'm not going to absolutely soak the plants from above. I don't want to soak them in water just to start with, especially the flowers. If you soak the flowers of this, it's just come out of the greenhouse. You'll end up blemishing the flowers be a bad start to your joyous container. The most crucial thing to do that brings a smile to anyone's face is just to step back and admire your work.
Once you start growing pelargoniums, you won't want to stop. I'm off to meet a couple in Coventry who grow their own pelargoniums from seed, but while they share a love for the same plant, they express it in two very different ways. This is Malcolm Harris. He's been growing and breeding the beautiful, bushy and compact angel varieties for over 30 years.
I love these angels because they're my angels. They are easy to grow. They are very rewarding in terms of producing a very attractive plant in a very short amount of time.
This is Judy, Malcolm's wife. She loves pelargoniums too, but she grows the dwarf zonal varieties, known for their succulent stems and attractive foliage.
These are my babies. They are dwarf pelargoniums. They are absolutely gorgeous, and they're far better than the angels that my husband grows across the way. But don't tell him that.
What's your favourite plant in the collection?
It's a goldleaf variety that we named Berkswell Golden Anniversary because last year was our 50th anniversary.
Many congrats.
Thank you.
You see, that's a dwarf.
Good, compact plant.
They don't grow big, and that's the beauty of them. I'm very proud to say that some of these plants are mine. This is one of mine. It's got like a fingers on the leaves.
It's one you bred yourself?
Well, I bred myself,
wow.
Yes. They don't have to be grown in a greenhouse. You can grow them on a window ledge. You can grow them in a conservatory. And you can also keep them growing 12 months of the year. All you've got to do is deadhead them and they'll keep flowering.
And what fascinates me is that the majority of breeding is done by British amateur growers, that without people like yourselves, the pelargonium industry, not just in this country, but worldwide, would just fall apart.
That's right.
It could, and it could happen in the next few years if we're not careful. It's getting to a little bit of a desperate situation. So you really need to get through to the public by whatever means possible that this is the plant to grow. This is the plant to grow in your garden. This is the plant you will love to grow. And you will carry on growing it once you've got hooked.
I've got a real plan here to raise the profile of pelargoniums. Are you both with me on this one?
Yes.
Yes.
After three, let's raise our hands to pelargoniums. 1, 2, 3, pelargoniums!
Yes.
I've come up with a great revival idea that will raise public awareness of the pelargonium, but I'm going to need Malcolm and Judy to join me and take to the streets.
Vote in the Great Pelargonium Debate. Make your vote count. Place your vote between two sumptuous Pelargonium candidates, thanks to Judy and Malcolm.
But will the public vote for Judy's dwarf varieties or Malcolm's angels?
Have you heard of a pelargonium before?
No, I haven't heard of pelargonium.
Have you heard of geranium?
Yes.
They're quite nice because they've got the zones on the leaves, and that's one of the reasons why they're called zonals.
Into the ballot box there.
They're much easier to grow than weeds. In actual fact, they can take the place of weeds in the garden.
My vote is cast. It is a secret.
Yeah.
Into the box we go.
Where are you ladies both from?
Zimbabwe.
Did you know the origins of the species responsible for all the plants you've seen today are from your neck of the woods?
We didn't know that.
You can grow them on window ledges, you can grow them anywhere you like. And I just love them.
They last a long time. There's an awful lot of flowers on them. Angels like yourself ought to be growing these.
Well, it's been a hard-fought campaign, hasn't it, Judy Malcolm?
Definitely.
It has.
You think you've won it, Judy?
I'd like to think I have.
And whatever the result,
I shall still live with them.
and the winner is Angel Pelargoniums. Well done, Malcolm. It was close, it was close.
Commiserations there.
That's all right. I can live with it.
It's been good fun today, but the point has been that we have raised awareness of this fantastic genus.
Of course, you don't just have to decide between zonals and angels. There are over 200 species and thousands of cultivars, so you're guaranteed to find the perfect plants for your gardens or windowsills. Seeing the pelargoniums in the greenhouse here at Cork Abbey has brought back memories of my childhood love for these fabulous flowers.
My personal passion for pelargonium started at the age of 14 whilst at school. Now, next to my dormitory were two amazing glass houses filled with lovely scented pelargoniums. I would often sneak in there during the lunch hour, and on one particular occasion I was in there 2 hours. I snuck in at the back of the classroom in the middle of a maths lesson, hoping nobody would see me. I was wrong. The maths teacher saw me all right. "Hartdyke, where have you been?" "I've been in the glass houses, sir." "You've been sniffing those geranium leaves, haven't you?" "Right, I want 1,000 words after class, please." "Well, what am I going to write, sir?" "You will never, ever sniff geranium leaves again." It's like, "Problem with that, sir?" "Do we have a problem?" "Yeah, they're actually called pelargoniums, and they're from South Africa." Well, if looks could kill. I got a C for my maths at the end of that year. I've sniffed pelargonium leaves ever since.
Inside the walled garden here at Cork Abbey, they have an ingenious pelargonium display that is so charming. Gardener Jules Mitchell is here to show me more.
Jules, I can't help but produce this amazingly broad smile on my face. It's the most quirkiest thing I've seen. I love the blue shelving.
Yeah. It's a theatre that is known for displaying auriculas early on in the spring. Once the auriculas are finished, it seemed to make sense to put pelargoniums on that last right the way through to the end of October.
How many different ones have you got?
We've got about 25 to 30 different varieties, so we try and put a selection of those on in a tapestry of colours.
What's your favourite one?
I think the Sidoides, I think that's lovely. I love the colour of it, and it's different.
It is different, and you look at the leaves and you think true geranium, don't you?
And I think people would look at the flower and say, well, that's not a pelargonium, but it is.
And you've got at the top there, I can just see for the corner of my eye, what's reputed to be the earliest pelargonium introduction from South Africa.
Yeah. Tris, and no one would ever identify that as a pelargonium.
Dare I say fern?
I know, I know.
It's got a fern-like leaf.
It's really weird, isn't it?
One plant that's seducing my eye is the one over here, because I know that the colour yellow in a pelargonium is particularly rare, isn't it?
Solaris, and they are yellow, creamy yellow, aren't they, flowers?
There's one other one that's really caught my eye. Personally, for scent, it just cannot be beaten. It is pole position on my pelargonium list.
Tomentasum, yeah.
And just a slight little rub.
Yeah.
So percolates through the nasal hairs.
It would sort of make a good tea, wouldn't it? You could
Great tea. Fantastic.
Because of the nature of the theatre, it's slightly dark at the back, so they don't tend to flower as well at the back. So if we leave them, you'll end up with a green stripe along the back and flowers at the front. So we will move them about just for that reason.
It is a brilliant display, so easy to maintain, so easy to look after. Why don't more people do this? They should.
Yeah.
The range of flowers, colour, fragrance and foliage you get from pelargoniums is truly unrivalled. To inspire you to get planting, I've come to Fibrex Nurseries in Warwickshire.
This nursery is home to the largest collection of pelargoniums, not just in the UK, but in the world, and I can't wait to get stuck in.
This family business was born out of a true love and appreciation for the pelargonium, so it's safe to say that owner Richard Key is a fellow fanatic.
This is probably our most weirdest pelargonium.
It's eccentric, Richard.
Spinosum, it's a cactus flowering one.
From a distance, it looks like a cactus.
Yes.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
What's your bestseller?
The bestseller now is a variety called Lord Bute.
Oh dear. It's almost luminescent pink around the margins of each of the flower parts. And why is it so popular?
It just flowers and flowers. I've had it in flower right up until end of November, outside. Over 100 years old. These are old varieties, were very tall, small flowers, and the breeding that went in to get these were done by the head gardeners in big country houses, because they were the only people who could afford it.
Afford the heating bill of the greenhouses.
That's right, yes, yeah. Breeding now has changed, and we've got bigger flowers, smaller plants.
More compact.
More compact. And it's just the British heritage. We have growing plants.
It's funny to me you saying all this because I immediately think of South African breeders who are responsible for a lot of this because that's where these originate from. But actually, without the British influence with breeding, developing these plants, we wouldn't have the eclectic mix that we have today.
No, you're absolutely right.
Do you get South African visitors popping over here and going, oh my goodness me?
We get a few. We had some the other day and they were knocked out by the collection.
Their own plants originally.
Yes.
The vast variety of pelargoniums here are truly astonishing, and it's one family of plants that keeps on giving. It seems that Richard's sister has one more pelargonium-based surprise lined up for me.
Leaves in the cake, Angela? Are they pelargonium leaves?
Yes, they're Pelargonium radula. It should give a Turkish delight flavour to the cake. I want to turn it over because there's a little bit of lemon icing on the top.
Perfect. Oh, I see.
There, that's better.
Now that is absolutely spectacular.
With all the leaves removed, it's time to taste.
Fantastic. Cups of tea in the air, Pelargoniums forever. 1, 2, 3, Pelargoniums forever!
Well, it's true what they say. Variety really is the spice of life. There's nothing that I enjoy more than expanding my plant collection, especially my precious pelargoniums. I'm back at Cork Abbey to show you how easy it is for you to propagate them from cuttings.
One of the most thrilling aspects of being a gardener is being able to propagate plants. And pelargoniums are as easy as horticultural pie to take cuttings from. In my personal opinion, the best time to take a pelargonium cutting is at the end of June, beginning of July. It's a perfect time to take them. It gives you the rest of the season for the plant to take root and develop into a very, very nice looking plant by early autumn. And then you're multiplying your favourite pelargonium for seasons to come. One of my favourite pelargoniums to take a cutting from are these ones, the variegated-leaved zonal pelargoniums. Now, the cutting itself, very, very simple, but there are a couple of important points to make. With a very sharp knife here, I'm going to make the cut just below this node here, 3 or 4 nodes down from the apex of the stem. A node is where the leaf is coming out of the stem section here. You want to make the cut below the node, and that is where the roots will burst forth. If you make it above the node, it will not root in this section here. It's such an important part of plant propagation. You'll get at least 3 out of this plant. The next one here, slightly smaller, so we're going down 3.5 nodes down the stem. This may seem quite harsh to take off a lot of the lower leaves. It's just to reduce the moisture loss through the leaves. There are no roots for the moisture to draw from, so you want to de-stress it as much as possible by leaving just a couple of leaves at the top of the plant. And now it's time to pot them up.
Before adding the compost, you need to make sure you have good drainage by covering the base of your pots with grit.
And the idea is to fill the pot with compost about 1 inch from the rim of the pot. And now for the fun bit, placing the cutting in the pot in the compost. Sliding it down the inside of the pot by 1 inch, 1.5 inches at the most. Not placing the cutting in the middle of the pot in the compost. I find they rot a lot easier if you do that. It's a tip that will add to your success propagating pelargoniums from cuttings. Give it a gentle tap and they're ready to go.
And don't forget to label your cuttings.
To me, it's so important to know the name of the plant. And just to get them going, just a little trickle of water around the edge of the pot so that we can guarantee that we will not have to water them again until they start rooting. The last crucial thing to do is just to cover the pot with a plastic bag and just with a rubber band tie in the plastic bag around the pot. That will reduce the transpiration or loss of moisture coming up through the leaf and will ensure that your cuttings will root between 4 to 6 weeks' time. And by the end of this season, September, October, you'll have plants to die for.
Clearly, Pelargonium growers are a passionate bunch, but the problem is there just aren't enough of us. We could all do with taking a leaf out of Ken Abel's book. Based in Suffolk, he's known amongst Pelargonium enthusiasts as the best prize grower in the country.
I got Best Regal in show with this one, which is Oriental Delight. This plant, Angel, Berkswell Fiesta, got Best in Show. You get a lovely round shape is what judges are looking for. I first decided to put some plants into a show in 1997 at the local society, and I got talking to the judge there, and he said, why don't you try going to national, because your plants are good enough. So 1999, I took 6 plants, and I came away with 5 trophies, and I kind of got hooked on it.
Ken's so good at growing prize winners that he's now banned from entering some local competitions as his impressive plants put other potential competitors off.
Over the years, I've been quite successful. I've won 16 national shows, and I think I stand at 67 best in shows at the time. Most days, on average, about 4 hours a day I spend on my Pelargoniums. Leading up to the show, I can be in here 12 hours a day. If you want a good plant, you have to be prepared to spend some time on them.
I love Pelargoniums. They're such a great plant with so much to offer, from their wonderfully scented, patterned leaves to their showy flowers that add a splash of colour in summer. No longer should they be called a geranium. They are the Pelargonium, and everybody should be growing them in their gardens.
There's no doubt that Britain is a nation of very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
Ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
We'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens.
And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens.
If you could invent the ultimate garden plant, it'd have unparalleled colour, incredible scent, and at the same time give you maximum bang for your buck and be foolproof to grow. There is one plant that ticks every single one of those boxes. It's this little guy, the lily. And us Brits just don't grow enough of them.
Sadly today, they are only seen as flowers that belong in vases and far too exotic to grow in our great British climate.
There is so much more to this horticultural superhero than the standard cut flower staple, and I believe they deserve a place in all our gardens.
On my revival, I'll be tracking down some amazing lily varieties.
Look at this strapping 7-footer.
Hunting for some tiny terrors that are a real threat to our lilies.
Oh, wait, I think I found the culprit.
And giving you all the tricks of the trade for growing these incredible flowers at home.
You will get a clump that will get bigger and better every year for decades. And that's my kind of gardening. I want us to rediscover the simple elegance of the lily as one of our most valuable garden plants. So that's why I've come here to Fuller's Mill Garden in West Stowe, Suffolk, to see how in even the most quintessentially English garden, this exotic bloom feels right at home.
This garden is brimming with loads of lilies, including some of my absolute favourites. But I must admit, I haven't always been their biggest fan.
I used to think, incredibly lurid and tacky in all the different colours of the rainbow. I was given a packet a few years ago, and I felt bad throwing them away, so I just bung them in the ground, and I have been a convert ever since.
And there are so many varieties.
If you think all lilies are giant, lurid pink trumpets, well, this should hopefully change your mind. It's a little Turk's cap type and has these recurved petals, a really exotic-looking woodland plant that's at home in any environment, even in quite deep shade. And just across here, just to show you the diversity, you've got this guy, Conqueror, massive, blousy trumpets, but at the same time without losing any of its elegance. People will say lilies are tricky to combine in a border, and I think this shows you it's totally not true. In between the acid greens and the lemon yellows, I mean, this could totally belong at Chelsea Flower Show.
Unfortunately, this dazzling range is just not available from our florists and supermarkets. And if we don't start planting lilies in our gardens, many varieties could be lost completely. To start my revival, I've travelled to Northamptonshire to investigate the history of the lily and discover why so many varieties exist today.
Growing lilies is about all-consuming passion, and we've been cultivating them for over 3,000 years all over the world. In fact, they're one of the first ever plants to make it out of the wild and into our gardens.
I'm here in this 60-acre woodland to track down one particular plant that's played an important role in the diversity of the lily. There are so many varieties here that hail from almost every major lily group, from Asiatics and Orientals to Martigans and Longiflorums. Tim Whiteley is the man behind this spectacular collection that's spread across this vast landscape. But finding the flower in question may take some time. Or maybe not.
Tim, I need one of these. Talk about a civilized way to see a garden. Beep, beep.
Zipping around in Tim's snazzy wheels is a great way of admiring his collection of exotic-looking lilies. And perhaps surprisingly, they all seem very much at home, thriving in our climate.
So when were lilies first brought to the UK?
Probably the Romans would have brought in the Madonna lily, which is certainly in pictures going back right into early medieval times.
Commonly depicted in medieval paintings being held by the Virgin Mary, the Madonna lily became the symbol of purity for Catholics. Wall paintings of the flower have even been found in the ruins of the Minoan Palace of Conifers that date back to around 2000 BC.
Oh, look at these ones coming up.
These are Silk Road. They're an Oriental hybrid, and I'm very fond of them.
Amazing. Even though the lily is one of the oldest of all of our garden flowers, we have more lilies now than there has ever been in the past. I mean, the 20th century just sees like this explosion.
And this is all down to breeding. And one of the most prolific lilies used in breeding is right here.
This lily is Henryi. It's a species that comes from China and is very much used for breeding.
So I know why we've stopped now. Check out this. Tell me about him.
It's a very beautiful lily, and certainly it's one that's been used in breeding probably more than any others. Therefore, it is one of the most important lilies.
Lilium henryi is regarded as a strong breeding variety because it can confer traits for health and vigor to its offspring, creating a range of supercharged hybrids.
Today, people have the advantage of newly bred lilies, which are not expensive. They aren't difficult, and I'm hopeful that over the next few years you will see an expansion in the growth of lilies in gardens. This is the grandfather or great-grandfather of many, if not most, of the modern lilies.
Lilium henryi, the stud lily.
Today, we have so many hardy and easy-to-grow lilies that have been bred to thrive in our climate. So why are people not growing them in their gardens?
I believe the #1 reason why people don't grow lilies is a big fear of a small pest. So I've come to RHS Wisley, the nexus of all horticultural knowledge, to find out if there's any truth behind the hype.
This is the red lily beetle. It was first discovered in Surrey around 70 years ago and can now be found across the UK. They appear in the garden from around March to May and lay their eggs from April to September. They not only eat lily foliage, but their larvae consume even more of the plant. Andrew Salisbury is a senior entomologist who knows a thing or two about these lily-munching insects.
Do you feel that lily beetle has put people off growing lilies?
I know. I mean, I did a survey and I found a quarter of people who had lily beetle said they wouldn't grow it due to that pest.
I've read so many scaremongering articles about this. I'm imagining them to have tentacles and attack New York. Should we go see some?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go and find some. Looks to be easy.
Okay, so we've got a prime food source here, so amazing botanical ones. Will we be able to spot them easily?
Oh, you should be, yes. I mean, they're bright red beetles.
Oh, wait. I think I found the culprit. Is that two on there?
That is, yes, doing what they do all summer.
Yeah, beetle on beetle action. But look at that, so you've got a breeding population,
yep.
But you really don't have that much damage.
It's fairly minor damage there on the leaves, and the plants will be fine and will probably come up next year as well.
So the beetles certainly are pests, but they're not the real villains.
The main thing to watch out for is the grubs. That's the thing which can really destroy the plants and eat all the foliage, the green on the stems, and even the flower buds and flowers occasionally.
Do they ever kill the plant?
It does happen. Unfortunately, it does happen.
So what are we looking for with grubs? Because they all look presumably completely different from the beetles.
They do, yes. Also covered in their own excrement. So if you turn over some leaves, particularly these leaves with a bit of damage on them, you may find one of the grubs. Ah, there we go.
Oh, wow. Oh, look, there's quite a few on the other side of the stem as well, right?
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, that's them.
So that's when they're in their most kind of damaging state?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And almost all the damage you can see on the leaves here has been caused by those larvae.
Once hatched, the larvae set about devouring your plant for the next month. And if that wasn't bad enough, they cover themselves in their own excrement to discourage predators from eating them.
I normally say, check your plants maybe once a week, just to make sure there's not too many grubs there, and remove the grubs and destroy them.
The lily beetle has certainly played a role in the decline of lily growing in Britain. But for me, it's just not an excuse for missing out on these brilliant blooms. I'm back at Fuller's Mill to show you a really simple and inexpensive trick that I use on my lilies that could help keep them pest-free.
As much as people freak out about those little red beetles, they really don't have to scupper your plants for creating an incredible lily display. My preferred method to control their numbers is to wage chemical warfare. And I'm not talking about any kind of synthetic spray. I'm talking about the naturally occurring chemical allicin, which is found in garlic cloves. Now, garlic is a relatively close relative of the lily, and all you're doing here is hijacking a chemical that garlic has evolved to get rid of all sorts of pests and diseases and applying it to a lily plant. Everyone's got that bit of old garlic hanging out at the back of the fridge, and it's old garlic, which is likely to be richer in allicin. It's produced when the clove is damaged, and the best way to damage it to the maximum level is to chop it up as finely as possible, to pound it, or even better, in a blender. You're looking at about a bulb full of garlic with a litre of water and blitz down to the most fine possible paste. So when you've mashed your garlic up as fine as it's going to go, all you need to do is just pour on some water. And you'll have like the easiest pest control ever. All I'm going to do is pour that into this jug, just so it's a bit easier to get in the spray can. You can sieve the bits out, but I'm lazy and impatient, so I don't. There we are. Natural insect spray, made from something kicking around at the back of your fridge, and safe enough to eat. Not bad.
Now to put it into action.
The only thing you need to do to keep this strapping 7-foot monster in tip-top condition is just a light spray in the mornings and evenings when the sun is at least strength, and try and keep it off the flowers. And this should confer them a resistance to not only lily beetles, but things like slugs as well. I know what you're probably thinking. Spraying your plants with garlic solution, yeah, it does smell. It smells a little bit like an Italian restaurant or freshly baked garlic bread. It's no bad thing to me. I like to really saturate the leaves, but soak right down to the base, because that's where things like slugs are crawling up to create their damage. If you can create a good foot-long barrier at the base, they may not even be able to get up at all. I'd apply this really liberally, probably about, I don't know, once every 2 weeks from the early spring. And this should give you show-perfect lilies every time. Pongy protection guaranteed.
For the next part of my revival, I've come to this nursery in Cheshire. They've been growing award-winning lilies and exhibiting them at famous flower shows throughout Britain since 1994. Lorraine Hart and her family are renowned for producing some of the most stunning lilies, and walking through this sea of colour, it's easy to see why.
Lorraine, it's difficult to believe that these are real living flowers. They're so enormous and there are so many of them. It's like silk.
We grow them for displaying at all the different flower shows from Chelsea all the way through the year. Hampton Court was last week, and now we're going on to Tatton Park.
There's like a 2-week gap. Today?
Yes, today.
What's the process involved? How many cut flowers do you have to produce?
I think we're putting up today about 700 stems, so you can imagine how many we've had to grow for that.
Must be like the biggest technical nightmare ever. If you're growing these at home in your own garden just to look good, are we talking about the same amount of effort?
Not the same amount of effort at all. If you're planting lily bulbs in the garden, you just need to plant them up. We send bulbs out at the end of February. You can plant them then, and they'll flower in the summer, sort of from June till the end of August.
How do you get them looking so damn good?
Oh, well, it's a long process, really. We use the right compost, obviously, and we're planting them all through the year so that they're the right height and they're the best possible flowers we've got for displaying at the different flower shows.
With so much preparation in the build-up for Tatton Park Flower Show, I've offered to come along to lend Lorraine an extra pair of hands to set up her lily display. The show opens tomorrow, and every exhibitor is going hell for leather to perfect their stands.
Lorraine, what's that, like 6 meters of pure lily that you've got right up to the ceiling there?
Yes, I think the stand's probably about 15 feet high.
Is there anything I can do that is low responsibility? I don't want to be the person who puts the star on top of the tree and makes, oh, look, that's where I belong. I like it. Okay.
See all
what
this
do you want
mess
me?
here,
Yes.
James?
Yep.
There you go.
Perfect.
You can that
I can do that. I can do
There's
that.
a nice box there for it to go in.
It's nice to be given these incredibly important, vital jobs to do.
I'm hoping that my raking skills have earned me the honour of getting hands-on with Lorraine's precious lilies. And she's got one right here that I'm not familiar with.
So this is Nymph. This is your favourite one?
This is my favourite.
That doesn't...
No, it doesn't smell like a lily, does it?
So if you don't like...
Completely different.
You want fragrance and you don't like lilies, good choice?
Yeah, it's like vanilla, spicy. It's my favourite. I love this one.
It smells like cinnamon buns I used to eat in school.
Yeah.
Can I pop this into anywhere? Do you
Do you
trust
want
me?
to?
Where do you want it to go?
Let me see, somewhere where you can't trip over it.
I like how much confidence you have in what I'm going to be able to do. Right, with this in place, you really get to see the full-on wedding cake effect. Look at that, tier after tier.
Really nice, a really big pyramid of lilies, isn't it?
It's looking great, it's looking great. I can't believe not only are these things growable in the UK, that they've been grown here. So I'm on a mission to revive the interest in lilies. Apart from this avalanche of flower here, what's your #1 reason why everyone should have at least one lily plant in their garden?
They will grow just about anywhere, and they will come back every year without a lot of looking after.
Here at Fuller's Mill, there are so many scents, colours and shapes. It's wall-to-wall horticultural inspiration.
To an urban gardener like me, it's hard not to be seething with jealousy walking through a plot like this. I mean, the variety of the plants, the space, the habitats. But the star of the show is something I grow at home and the easiest of all to take care of.
And I'm going to show you just how simple growing lilies can be.
Lilies are such unbelievably generous plants that even when guys like this are just beginning to go over, you can plant new bulbs to give you effectively a conveyor belt of flowers right up until almost the first frost. This bulb, and it looks a lot like garlic because it's very closely related, has been kept in cold store, effectively tricking it into thinking it's still in winter. And it's such a powerful bulb that as soon as you release it out into this heat, that it starts to kick out roots from its stem itself and little shoots. And all you need to do is bury this in the ground and you could get decades and decades of colour out of them.
Lily bulbs should be planted about 15 centimetres deep and the same distance apart, in a sunny spot with moist but free-draining soil.
Once you've got them in the ground, however, you do not have to do anything. I've had my tree lilies for at least 6 years. I have not watered them. I have not fertilized them. I have not staked them. It is insane that people will keep repeating how difficult lilies are to grow when this, I will show you the sum total of everything I do to my lilies in a year, and that's this. When they've stopped flowering, as in they've gotten rid of all these petals, they'll start to produce fruit packed full of seeds. Now that's quite an energy drain towards the plant, and I'm not really interested in it producing seeds or fruit. I just want it to concentrate on flowers for the next year. So all I do is I snip them off just about there. And all that does is it prevents them from wasting energy on stuff you're not interested, seeds and fruit. All that energy that the leaves are manufacturing, the sugars, are then sent right down into the bulb to fuel the growth of flowers for the next year. You will get a clump that will get bigger and better every year for decades. And that's my kind of gardening.
To understand more about the different varieties of lilies that can be grown in the UK, I'm here at Tatton Park Flower Show to meet Richard Hyde. Apparently, there is nothing that Richard does not know about British lily growing.
Richard, you're like the Dalai Lama of lily growing. Explain to me what I'm seeing here, because I'm seeing a different height and a colour differentiation, but there are all these like genetically distinct groups. Explain what's going on here.
All genetically distinct, yes. Got Asiatics this side, perfect alkaline soil, also unscented.
Okay.
So if you don't like the perfume, Asiatics.
And what's going on over here?
These are acid lovers. These are the Orientals.
So you've got a group called Orientals and a group called Asiatics.
Yes.
And they're totally different.
Totally different.
Highly scented one type.
Highly scented, and all whites and pinks. No, you don't get the bright colours of the Asiatics. All whites and pinks.
And demanding of acid soil. So you couldn't grow both together?
No.
So in pots, though?
In
you
pots,
could sink them into the ground full of acidic compost, even if you have an alkaline soil?
Perfect, yeah.
So all of these, no matter which one, I mean, there may be a soil variation,
Yeah.
but you could grow these in the UK
Anyone, yes.
Like, what, outdoors all year,
All
even
year.
in like a -20 winter?
Yep.
It is pretty spectacular. There's nothing more exotic that I can think of that would survive that.
So whether you want the vibrant colours of the Asiatics or the incredible scent of the Orientals, just as long as you have the right soil pH or, frankly, the right compost in a pot, anyone can grow them at home.
Explain to me why more people aren't growing lilies. Because to me, it fulfills all the criteria. Low maintenance, high impact, hardy, survives well in the UK. What's not to like? Cheap, fast growing?
Many people don't grow them because they don't know how to grow them. Simple as that. They think they're, as you say, they're hardy. Many people think you've got to put them inside in winter.
Yeah.
Totally wrong. Leave them outside.
Richard's flowers are really quite a spectacle. But I wonder if other exhibitors are using lilies outside the floral marquees in their displays.
It's like pretty much everything except the lily. No lilies in this one either. There's basically every type of plant group you could possibly get, from chrysanthemums that are so out of fashion to bonsai, and no lilies. Like this is the only lily plant that I've seen here.
But I'm hoping to convert some of these exhibitors to the wonders of lilies by handing out bulbs they can grow at home.
So you're a man who knows his stuff. Do you grow lilies?
No.
What's wrong with you? Why are you not growing lilies? What you're missing is some lilies. There you go, sir. It's giant white flowers with like a cream backing to them.
Things come and they go in the fashion of plant world.
That's so there are so many different types. If lilies were like roses,
Yeah,
where they're generally kind of similar, I could see it. But lilies are so different. You put in the least amount and you get the most out of them.
I'll take
Are you
your word
convinced?
for it.
Super easy. You could get flowers within 12 weeks of planting.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Nice
Yeah,
to
you're
meet you.
welcome. So here's your bag. What are you going to do with them?
I'm going to put them in the garden.
Ah, so we've converted you. Is that all it took? A free pack of lilies? Good luck with them.
Thank you.
Part of what gives this garden this incredible sense of adventure and discovery are the lilies that are popped around at every twist and turn.
I'm back at Fuller's Mill to show you some nifty propagating techniques that you can use to get the most from your lilies.
The wonderful thing about plants like this Lilium lancifolium is there are so many ways to increase your stock for free. And my favourite, being a geeky scientist, is cloning. And before you roll your eyes, this is the only bit of kit you need to be able to do that, a paper bag. And that's because lily plants are capable of cloning themselves. At each axil here, you have these little structures. These are embryo plants known as bulbils, and they've evolved this strategy so when the stem collapses, it hits the ground, and each one of those turns into a new plant. But if you want to have a little bit more control about where they pop up, you can just pick them off very gently, pop into a paper bag, and grow them on.
And it couldn't be simpler.
Sparking these little fellas into growth is a real horticultural no-brainer. I was not born with green fingers. I really have to try, and even I can grow them. So you need to make a really free draining compost, which is exactly what they want. And all you need to do that is take regular multi-purpose, the kind of thing you can pick up in any garden centre, and cut it with a bit of this perlite. And it does two exact opposite things. It helps retain the moisture in the mix and also helps improve its drainage. So you bang it down onto a surface just to get it nice and flat. You take your minuscule little capsules of plants and you just pop them onto the surface. It doesn't even matter if you don't get them all pointy end up, which is the preference, because they will find their own way. I'd say probably about an inch, 2 or 3 centimetres apart for metric people. Fantastic. That's one batch. Water them in. If you have a cold frame, which is basically a little area covered with glass in your garden, or just a sheltered position, you pop these in there, and I promise you, within a little of a year, your little clone army of plants will be ready. Okay, they do look like little blades of grass, but they're ready to go out in the garden, and as little as 3 years, you will have potentially hundreds of plants for really very little work. Takes a bit of time and waiting, but in terms of doing, it's almost nothing.
There is another way to increase your lily stock that requires you to dig up your bulbs at the end of the year. But trust me, it's worth it.
All you've got to do is remove one of these scales, the equivalent of a garlic clove, and each one of these individual scales can turn into its own plant. So you gently work around, breaking them off, trying to keep as much of the base intact as possible. And then all you've got to do is grab a little plastic bag, and trust me, this is the hardest bit. The same mix, so about 50-50 perlite and multi-purpose. You mix it all together, you chuck in a handful of these things, and spray with a bit of water just to moisten the whole mix up. Seal the bag, give it another shake, and pop this in a relatively warm, dark place. We're talking room temperature, so about 20 degrees, 21 degrees. In a cupboard, just almost forget about them. And within as little as 6 weeks, you could have all these little pups popping out. You have a miniature plant that is miraculously sprung to life. Like, how can you not be excited by that?
Plant them in your garden and just wait for your reward. there is one lady in Cambridgeshire who is already a true pioneer for my revival. Pat Huff's garden is bursting with all manner of different lily varieties, but there's a lot more to her mission than just her garden.
I receive seeds from all over the world, from our members who very generously donate their time and their seed to us. And then I get orders in from all over the world as well.
Pat is part of the RHS Lily Group, that in the interest of conservation distributes seeds worldwide.
It's so exciting to know that I'm spreading these wonderful, wonderful plants all over the world to keen growers. And the best part of the job is when someone sends me seed from a distribution some years ago and say, it's grown for me and I want to share it with other people. This is what the seed distribution, as far as I'm concerned, is all about. I believe in conservation through cultivation. The more people grow lilies, the more these wonderful plants stay in cultivation, because plants are fashion accessories and they can go in and out of fashion, and once it's gone forever.
No other garden plant is ever going to match the grace, the drama, and the enduring appeal of a lily.
They are so beautifully diverse, easy to grow, and much more than just a cut flower.
So go out tomorrow and buy one, because you will thank me for decades to come.
Across the series, our revival team have been travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens, flowers and plants in all their glory, with one important mission: to champion our rich gardening heritage. Next, Christine Walkden is on the Woodland Plant Campaign Trail.
Our woodlands are magical places, a sea of blue and green under dappled light. A fantastic place to find inspiration for your own garden. But it's not all calm and tranquility. The British native bluebell and other woodland plants are at risk. But we can help. In the past, woodland plants have been left in the shade in favour of the sun-loving, blousier, bigger plants. But we can all enjoy woodland plants in our gardens too.
On my revival campaign, I'll be revealing how close to extinction one of our favourite woodland flowers is.
This is British.
And it's such a spectacle, isn't it? It's just gorgeous.
Ah, now look.
Constructing an assault course to put some of the nation's favourite slug deterrents to the test.
There's a lot of protein there, really. It's a shame that we can't eat him out of existence.
And we'll be showing you just how easy it is to grow a little bit of woodland in your own back garden.
This is a lovely plant, and I've had the pleasure of seeing these growing in the Himalayas. Memories of magic. This is the enchanting Beth Chatto Garden near Elmstead Market in Essex, the perfect place to start my woodland garden revival.
This inspirational plot, which was once a derelict wasteland, has been transformed into a series of gardens that tackle difficult growing conditions head-on.
As a plantswoman, I believe strongly in the principle of right plant, right place. The same principle that Beth Chatto used herself to create these magnificent gardens. Sadly, our ancient woodlands are in decline, and one of our most iconic woodland flowers could soon be lost forever.
The shade-loving English bluebell has been voted one of the nation's favourite wildflowers, and British woodlands are home to up to half the global population of this unique plant.
And yet the sight of a beautiful bluebell wood carpeted in these spectacular flowers may be denied us within 20 years.
The greatest threat to our beloved bluebell comes from a rampant foreign invader, the Spanish garden bluebell. Once confined to our gardens, the Spanish bluebell has jumped the fence and is interbreeding with our native variety, resulting in vigorous hybrids in suburban areas that pose a real threat to our English bluebells.
So how do you spot the difference? The English bluebell, a one-sided flower that nods, dark blue flowers, sweetly scented. The blobs inside the flower are creamy white. The Spanish, a thug of a flower. The flowers are all around the stem, pale colour, no scent, and the pollen, the blobs inside that flower are slightly greeny, sometimes bluish, not creamy white.
Some of the country's most spectacular bluebell displays can be found in Essex at the Woodland Trust Hill House Wood, a native woodland yet to be contaminated. But do people in nearby Brentwood know they're in danger? I want to see if they can spot the difference between the English and the Spanish varieties, and I will be handing out seeds to encourage people to grow our native bluebells in their own gardens.
To give my campaign some welly, I need to convince the good folks of Brentwood that the only way isn't Essex. No, the only way is bluebells. Hi, would you recognise what these flowers are? Give it a guess. Bluebell. Well done, good.
One is paler than the other one.
Do they not have the same scent?
You have a whiff of that?
Oh yeah, nothing.
Ah, there you go, you see. They're two different species. This is the English bluebell.
Yeah.
And this is the Spanish invader. And this is taking over and taking out all our beautiful British.
Sad, that is.
Each of you can have a 3-packet of good old bluebell seeds. English bluebell seeds. This weekend, go and wallow in bluebells because they're looking absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
Fortunately, people don't appreciate that that is a thug. Yeah, that is the British beaut at her best.
Dr. Fred Rumsey, a leading botanist at the Natural History Museum, has spent the last 8 years monitoring our bluebell population and knows just how quickly Spanish hybrids can spread once they get into our woodlands like Hill House.
Obviously, if a pollinator comes across, takes pollen from it, then moves on to one of the native plants, then several years down the line, we could get seed from that forming a hybrid plant. And then, as with so many hybrids, it's very vigorous. So where you find these hybrids in the wild, they build up a really big colony.
Yeah. What would happen if the Spanish took over?
The differences that we've got between them are because they have been isolated since the last ice age. So it's sort of tens of thousands of years of evolution that we would be undoing by bringing them together again. Once they're out, there's really no way of closing Pandora's box.
Yeah.
And it's such an iconic flower here because we have so much of the world's population. It doesn't do this anywhere else in the world.
This is British.
And it's such a spectacle, isn't it? It's just gorgeous.
People like Fred have a real job on their hands now that the Spanish hybrids are out. But while there's little we can do to stop cross-pollination in the wild, we can all do something to help in our gardens at home. Native English bluebell seed is readily available, and by growing plants from seed we can be sure we're helping to preserve the genuine article for years to come. So just get sowing.
This glorious woodland at Beth Chatto's garden is awash with spring flowers. Who couldn't but admire the beautiful honesty, the delicate bleeding hearts of Dicentra and the frothing foam of Tiarellas. Now, like me, most of you won't have woodlands in your back gardens, but don't fret, because you can still create the peace and tranquility of a woodland without all these trees.
All you need is shade, and we all have some of that in our gardens. I've picked out a few of my favourite shade-loving woodland plants to get you started.
For me, the queen of the woodland are trilliums. Whites, pinks, yellows, beautiful plants, but they've got to have bags of organic matter. By organic matter, I mean old leaves, old rotted compost, old rotted manure, anything that's got lots of bulk into it. It has to act as a sponge, retaining all that moisture, so this thing can erupt into colour, produce these exquisite flags of flowers, and then produce quite an elegant seed pod. It's the choice of choice for any dappled woodland garden. Primula vulgaris, our native primrose, a delicate, beautiful little plant with pale yellow flowers and a lovely ruff of green leaves. It appreciates dapple shade. To keep it growing really well, lift it every 2 to 3 years, rip off some of the foliage. It sounds brutal, but that will reduce the leaf area and you get better establishment. A Bobby Dazzler plant for any dappled woodland.
If it's ground cover you're after, then look no further than the epimediums. They're such an adaptable woodland plant and will thrive in an open situation as well as a shady one.
They're fascinating because when they come through in the early spring, the flower is the first thing you see, but the old foliage of last year is present and it'll be tatty. Cut that away, let the flowers erupt, and then you get this spectacular carpet with this beautiful patterning. It's one spanking good plant where you want to cover ground relatively quickly.
And if you're looking for something to plant in very hostile conditions, periwinkles or vincas are perfect.
Dapple shade, rubbishy soil, this'll survive. And there's something very, very magical about the flower. If you take off the flower and literally pull it to bits, literally just dissect it and take out the female part of the flower, that's the very bit in the middle, you reveal the template for the original Olympic torch.
So there's no excuse not to plant woodland plants at home. They're the perfect solution for troublesome sheltered areas, providing colour, cover and interest, and believe me, you don't need to be an expert to grow them. While many of us may dream of the perfect sunny plot, in reality our gardens are rarely sun traps.
I'm in Hackney to visit 2 young chaps that have taken on the challenge of an ultimate shady garden.
Ben Nell and Darren Henderson had little gardening know-how 5 years ago when they took over this mid-terrace home and its north-facing garden. But with a little TLC and the right shade-loving plants, they've transformed this tired London patch into a woodland paradise.
Hi there,
hello.
Hi.
Hello, Christine.
This is rather fun, isn't it? Hey, goodness. Can I have a wander?
You certainly can, yes. Coming into a Japanese woodland space.
Yeah. Look at this. Lovely.
We've got a small stream running through the centre.
It's absolutely lovely. So what was it like when you moved in?
Oh, completely overgrown. It was a massive challenge because we've never really come from gardening backgrounds.
Right.
We just went for it and we've just been hacking away most weekends. And you know what? You sit out here, you just wouldn't think you're in Hackney.
Yeah. How would you consider the challenge of shade? You know, most people are daunted by that, but you two don't seem to have been.
We did have to put a little bit of research in to see what would survive. And if you look behind you, we've got Pachysandra terminalis, which flowers, little white flowers. We've been very lucky with that over the last few years.
Yeah.
We've just plopped in a camellia at the back of the garden with a single head. So we're hoping that will survive.
We make mistakes sometimes, and as you do. But, you know, you learn and you start to understand what grows and what doesn't want to grow.
Right.
And which plants love, you know, a certain space. And, you know, now it's absolutely wonderful.
Ben's not wrong there, and it just goes to show what can be achieved with the right shade-loving plants. In fact, the lads are so proud of their garden, they're opening it with the National Garden Scheme tomorrow and invited some of their friends round for a sneak preview.
It's OK, lads, what do you want me to do? What can I help you with?
Are you good at hairdressing?
Absolutely.
Well, we've got this nice ball for you to help us with.
OK, so you want it clipping?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Right. Have you got any newspaper?
Evergreen plants like box and yew grow in sun or shade, providing year-round interest if kept under control.
See it all dropping on the newspaper, very much tidier.
It makes it a lot easier.
Perfect.
Next one.
The same rule applies to a plant commonly known as mind your own business. A creeping perennial that likes dark, damp conditions, but it soon can get out of control.
Can you see how it's coming over the edge?
Yeah.
You try pulling that up.
It's quite stuck in.
You can have a nightmare on your hands.
Some contact weed killer will keep it at bay. Just use a tile or similar to keep it off the rest of the plant. By embracing dense growing evergreens that love water and shade, Ben and Darren have created their own woodland wonderland in the heart of London. All we need now is tea and cake.
Hi.
And some equally passionate shade-loving gardeners.
Go and have a quick trot round while we secretly eat cake. The great thing about a garden is that you're not only cultivating plants, but you're cultivating people. Friendships, relationships, exchange of information. Just listen to that chatter. Blabble, blabble, blabble. It's what gardening is truly about. And this garden, with shade as well, adds that mystery to what could be a very dull spot.
My fascination with shade-dwelling woodland plants started at a very young age, and places like these spectacular informal gardens have fuelled my passion ever since.
I have very fond memories of the first time I fell in love with woodlands. My mum and dad had taken me up to the lakes and it was a sea of snowdrops. And a few weeks later, it was a sea of blue. And then they went. And it took me ages to realise that the magic of woodlands is all about popping up and disappearing and popping up and disappearing. And that takes place right through the season until it's absorbed into the earth and we have to wait for spring to enjoy it again.
Snowdrops and bluebells are pretty low maintenance, but every 3 to 5 years, after flowering in the spring, they need lifting and dividing to keep them in tip-top condition. For a spectacular display year after year, follow my simple tips.
Use a garden fork and not a spade, because if you use a spade, you'll actually slice through some of those bulbs that are slightly away and damage the clump. So a fork, place your fork in and give it a good wiggle all the way around. Water the night before. I like to feel that the bulbs are sliding out of the soil rather than being rasped out of the soil and damaged. Those root hairs are vital to the re-establishment of that bulb. Sliding is better than yanking off. Sometimes they come up dead easy. Other times you've really got to give them a bit of welly. But it's very enjoyable. Oops. I've had a long love affair of snowdrops. As a kid, and I'm talking about a small 10-year-old, I used to go into our woodlands around where I lived, pick them, bunch them up with a bit of fern and flog them to people down our high street. You know, as a 10-year-old, you do these things, but don't do it at all because it's thieving.
Once you've lifted your bulbs, the next job is to divide them.
What I'm trying to do here is take just the bulbs without all the bits of weed. Sometimes when you do this, you'll find that they're so caked together that you can't separate them. In that occasion, use a knife, because sometimes, depending on the soil, you can't do this. This is a nice lightish soil. On a heavy soil, you'll be sweating for hours.
Another woodland plant that should be divided between autumn and mid-spring are hostas, one of the best foliage plants for light to medium shade.
Hostas are one of the staple plants of the woodland garden, but after 3 or 4 years they can often get to such a size they need to be divided. Lift them, having watered them the night before, and then using a spade on this occasion, and don't be worried, you're not going to damage them. You literally find a gap where you can get the spade in and literally have a good chop. And then this one I can do again. I'm going to get down there. Yeah, there. So here we've got an herbaceous perennial with a fleshy root. Unlike the snowdrop, which you would plant individually, this you plant as a clump. This wound will dry over, give it a good water, establish it, and up will come luscious leaves to enjoy all summer.
Unfortunately, I'm not the only one that likes shade-loving plants. Woodlanders are favourite with slugs and snails too, which act like living composters in our woodlands and our gardens.
But for me and other gardeners, they are public enemy #1.
I've come to the John Innes Centre in Norwich to meet Head of Entomology, Dr. Ian Bedford, to find out more about my long-standing nemesis.
Hi, Ian.
Hello, Christine.
There's lots of different species, aren't there? But what have you managed to collect?
Yeah, we've got about 30 species of slugs in the UK.
Right.
But only a few are actually problematic to us. You know, there was this tiny little black slug.
That's the so-and-so that does damage to potatoes, isn't it?
Yep, that's the black garden slug. Then we've got a few species actually of keeled slugs.
Oh, right. Yeah, they've got that sort of keel down the back, haven't they?
Yeah, they look like an upturned boat. And then more recently, we have this invading Spanish slug, Orion vulgaris.
How big can it get?
Well, we've had specimens here that are growing up to 15 centimetres long.
Ye gods!
Yes. They're absolutely amazing.
There's a lot of protein there, really. It's a shame that we can't eat them out of existence.
Well, it's a thought, but...
Have they been introduced to the French?
Knowing what's inside these things, bacteria and the internal parasites and that, I don't think it's a wise thing. And
right, only teasing. Now that's a snail, so why have you got him in the box?
Yeah, this is our common garden snail, which can be more of a problem on certain plants than the slugs.
Hostas and things, aren't they?
Yeah, they really do like hostas.
So Ian, how do we control them?
Right, well I've got a little demonstration that I've set up in the lab.
Okay.
We'll go and have a look, shall we?
Yeah, let's.
I've asked Ian to construct a slug and snail assault course for me to put some of the nation's favourite slug deterrents to the test in a completely non-scientific experiment. British gardeners use over 400 billion slug pellets every year to tackle this sticky little problem, as well as a whole host of organic alternatives believed to keep slugs at bay. But with the average UK garden thought to contain over 20,000 slugs and snails, do any of these old remedies actually work? Heading up my slug challenge are physical barriers like crust eggshells, abrasive grit, coffee grounds and copper strips, thought to give them an electric shock. And sunken beer traps to entice them in. Left overnight under close surveillance with an unprotected leaf as a control, which of my hostas will have escaped damage?
Oh wow, look at this.
Yeah, there's a bit of damage there, isn't there?
Look at that. I mean, have they all been nobbled?
No, that looks...
No, that looks all right, actually.
It does.
Eggshells, they're supposed to be sharp and sticky and abrasive.
That hasn't really worked.
That hasn't worked. What about the old grape? How many have we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, well that definitely doesn't work. We've got beer. They're supposed to like beer. Shall I pull this out?
Yeah, see if there's any inebriated...
Not a sausage.
No.
Nothing.
Oh dear.
All right, the old coffee grains. Now they're supposed to be really successful. I mean, there's no physical damage, but that's definitely slug trails, isn't it? And this is the control that's perfectly all right.
Thought really something.
What could be done? I mean, this is so simple that the gardener at home could try this, couldn't they, and see which works in their garden?
Absolutely.
As for my simple experiment, I think it's safe to say that nothing appears to be slug-proof.
I'm not totally convinced. The only two that seem to have worked is the coffee, and I don't want the whiff of coffee in my garden. The copper, maybe, but you know, do I really want holes in my hostas from these species? No, I'm going to stick with my method. Collect them up at night, put them in a plastic bag, tie a knot, or lose them in the dustbin. They don't come back.
The aim of my revival campaign is to encourage you to grow shade-loving woodland plants at home, like Beth Chatto has done here in her stunning series of informal gardens. And the good news is you don't need heaps of space to do it. I'm going to show you how to plant up a woodland container that will give you year-long flowers and foliage with minimum fuss.
The container needs to have plenty of drainage, so if it's only got one hole, get yourself a drill, and in a container this size I would want probably 10 to 15 half-inch holes. I would then use crocks or gravel or polystyrene to make my drainage layer, and that drainage layer would be a couple of inches. Don't be stingy because you want the water to drain through that pot. A Christine Woodland special tip is get yourself some fleece or old net curtains and put that over the drainage layer before you put your compost on. The reason for that is I don't want the soil particles coming out in solution and being dragged down into that drainage layer and bunging it up. Net curtains or old fleece is just the job.
Next, the compost. Choose one with a high level of organic matter in it.
I'm using here some old leaf material, and I've got some lovely, rich, leafy compost. Absolutely, I mean, you could eat this on your cornflakes. Now comes the magic of the plants. I'm going to put this in the corner of my garden. So I'm going to start from the back and move forward. If you was to view it all the way around, you'd start in the centre and then fill in. But this is going to be in the corner. So I'm going to start with something high. Dicentra spectabilis alba, a beautiful plant. I love this. It comes through in the spring, lime green, almost like it's looking ill. Most people at that stage dig it up and throw it away. Don't. Let it grow. It will then take on its beautiful green foliage, feathery, and will then go on to produce these spectacular little dancing hearts. It's a beautiful plant. What I tend to do first is just position them in place, and I've got that. So I want to pick up the white theme, so I'm going to run with something like a brunnera. And I'm looking, I've got a selection here, so I'm going to just play and see what... Yeah, I quite like the white and the blue. And then, oh yeah, let's have a fern. When you're thinking of planting a container, think about the shapes, because what you want to do is get contrast. Oh, let's use a pulmonaria, the spotty lungworts. And then some of these corydales. This is a lovely plant. And I've had the pleasure of seeing these growing in the Himalayas. Snow on the ground and delicate, beautiful flowers. Memories of magic. Once you've done that, then it's a case of just filling in with compost. Water your plants the night before, plant them to the same depth as they are in the pot, stand back and enjoy a bit of woodland magic.
One woman who's passionate about growing woodland plants in her back garden is Vicky Fox, whose love of heucheras has seen her give up her day job and open a very own nursery.
Yeah, I used to be a piano teacher. Once you start growing them, you realise how amazing they are. You become hooked on heucheras. They're really good for all positions. You can put them in the full sun, you can put them in partial shade. They're evergreen, they all flower. There's nothing not to like, really, is there?
She's even started to breed her own varieties and have won gold medals at the Chelsea Flower Show.
This is called Heuchera lipstick. Fabulous plant. This flowers spring, summer and autumn. And this is a lovely one called Pear Crisp. It loves the shade, and we grow it under these trees, so it just looks like it's in natural woodland.
And has so many different types of heuchera, she's now been granted National Collection status.
This is a really, really old one, and it's called Coral Bouquet, part of the National Collection. Nobody else, as far as I know, has this in their collection. And of course, if we hadn't saved these, they wouldn't be around.
But while enthusiasts like Vicky can help safeguard the genetic future of some of our woodland plants, I need you to help me revive these shade-loving beauties on a larger scale. So get out there and start planting.
I'm a great believer in protecting our native woodlands and bringing the charm of shade-loving plants into your own garden. It's time to change our perspective about shade, to embrace the plants that thrive in it and create a little bit of woodland magic in all of our gardens.
There's no doubt that Britain is a nation of very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
Ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
We'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens.
And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens.
Purple loosestrife, pretty persicarias and fabulous ferns, just to name a few. There's one style of planting that's low maintenance, fantastic for wildlife and performs particularly well in wet conditions. It is the bog garden. Although popular in the 19th century, bog gardens fell out of favour. But I think it's time to bring them back. Now, stick with me on this one. I know it doesn't sound particularly sexy, but our gardens are being battered by increasing rainfall and there's also the risk of flooding. So now may be the ideal time to plant a garden for wet conditions. With over 90% of our wetland habitats damaged or destroyed, by planting a bog garden, you really can make a difference, and they're much more beautiful than the name suggests. To convince you about my campaign, I'll show you my top tips on how to build your very own bog garden. I think that's enough rocks. This is a bog garden, not a rockery, after all. See how fantastic they are at attracting wildlife?
Brilliant for dragonflies and smooth newts and common frogs.
Oh, it's beautiful out here, though, isn't it? Look at all the damselflies. And I'll be getting to grips with some supersized bog garden specimens. I haven't done much gardening by boat before. To start my bog garden revival, I've come to Cornwall and a truly inspirational place. This is Treba Garden near Falmouth, an exotic paradise of plants, many which love the wet conditions of this Cornish valley. The gardens are the result of 175 years of horticultural endeavour. This bog garden area was planted just 3 years ago, and it shows what's achievable in just a short space of time. There's a natural spring that runs down here, runs all the way down the valley towards the sea, and it widens out, the planting gets deeper and denser, and it surrounds a beautiful lake. When I first started out as a jobbing gardener in London, I used to maintain some gardens with beautiful ponds and wet areas and boggy areas just like this. And I was always drawn to them. I loved the way you plant a plant and it would grow away really quickly. And the volume of foliage and the lushness of the field was just magical. In a city garden, to create something like this just transported you somewhere else. A bog garden is simply a piece of land laid out and irrigated to grow plants which prefer a damp soil or uses an existing soggy area to best effect. Lots of gardens have problematic wet areas, and with the increased risk of flooding, we need to work with the water, not against it. So let's forget the name and embrace the beauty of the bog garden. Record rainfall over recent years has led to some epic floods, which have been made worse by the loss of our natural bogs. Now, bogs, whether natural or man-made, help soak up the rainfall and can slow down or prevent flash floods altogether. Here in Old Windsor, the Thames burst its banks in January 2014, flooding out homes and gardens far and wide. It was the same story from Somerset to Surrey. The loss of our wetlands was seen as a major factor, but in densely populated areas where there's lots of homes and gardens, the bog garden can be part of the solution. The concept of a bog garden comes from the wild bogs and the interesting plants and flowers that can grow there, such as the iris and the primrose. They were pioneered by the Victorians, who had access to exciting new specimens brought back from all over the globe by plant hunters. The gardens at Upton House in Warwickshire have always been prone to flooding. But this negative was turned into a positive by pioneering gardener Kitty Lloyd-Jones. It was here in the Roaring '20s that Kitty, fresh out of university, designed these cascading terraces using this slope beautifully, complete with herbaceous borders and a lake at the bottom. And just around the corner, she also designed a rare and unusual bog garden on the site of some medieval fish ponds. Today, Kitty's bog garden is maintained by Heather Aston. What was she like as a person? Obviously quite a pioneering gardener and very keen plants person.
Yes, but she was also very strict. She used to come down and watch the gardeners here working and be very strict about what they were doing. And if it wasn't right, she would tell them as well, and she'd get stuck in and tell them that it wasn't right. So this tree here, Joe, the Cerciphyllum japonicum, would have been one of Kitty's trees which she would have planted here, especially in the bog garden.
It's a beauty, isn't it? I didn't know it was a real moisture lover, I have to say.
No, that's right. No, it seems to do really well in here, but obviously it loves the shade, so it's, you know, a really good shaded area for this particular tree.
Yeah, and a lot of these bog plants need shade, don't they? They thrive on moisture and shade as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is an absolute beauty, isn't it?
It is. The Regersia is a lovely plant, and it's ideal for a smaller back garden as well.
Yeah, maybe not a huge block like this, but I mean, just one or two plants, and the foliage is that lovely purple tinge, isn't it? It just gives so much depth to the leaf cover. I think it's an absolute beauty. We had the wettest winter pretty much on history last year. How did this garden cope with those conditions? Did it thrive on it or did it suffer?
Well, luckily, the majority of plants survived. With being herbaceous plants, they just shut down through the winter.
Is this completely underwater, this area, in the winter?
It was, yes. It was at least thigh deep, so 2 to 3 feet deep for about 3 months.
Up to about here?
Yes.
You've got to be quite ruthless, haven't you? In a garden like this, you've got to really attack the weeds and attack the plants when they get too big.
That's right, yes. We find they come up very quickly, so they're into life in May and probably go down again quite quickly in September, October time. But throughout that season, they're growing very quickly, so...
That's the whole thing about a bog garden, isn't it? That's what I love about them. Things grow so quickly. I think that's a positive.
I think so too. I wish more people would have bog gardens and create some more interesting areas in their gardens.
One of the most extraordinary sights here at Treba is this Gunnera passage. Now, this is Gunnera manicata, and it's native to Brazil. It gets up to 5, even 6 metres tall here. It's deciduous, so this is all 1 year's growth just here. It's amazing. And in the winter, it dies back and it decays into the ground. They really are extraordinary plants, but you might not have room for even one of these in your garden. But there are some plants that are more suitable for the smaller bog garden. The Stilbees are right up there when it comes to bog garden plants because their feathery plumes just hover above that lush foliage beneath, and they look great in bud, they look great in flower, and also when they've gone over as well. They come in a huge range of colours. They come in whites, reds, purples. Some of them get quite garish. But for me, these soft pinks and whites combine beautifully, especially when they're planted in a huge drift, just like this. A lot of us grow hostas in shade, in moisture, retentive soil, but they can also cope with really boggy conditions that are wet all year round. And we grow them mainly for their sumptuous foliage, which brings a cool presence to the summer garden. But they also have beautiful flower spikes too, just like this one, a lovely lilac colour. And it's reassuring to see that even here at Treba, they've got a bit of slug damage on their hostas. Well, haven't we all? There are lots of other plants which thrive in damp conditions, and I'm going to show you how to plant up your very own bog garden. Now this is the perfect area for a bog garden. The soil's nice and moist and it stays moist all year round. I've incorporated lots of compost, just regular garden compost is fine. I've put plenty of air in the soil to stop it getting compacted and affecting the development of the plants. Now I'm going to put some planks down to walk on, and the first job is to position the plants to get a feel for how they meld together. So I've got a couple of these beautiful Matutias. That look really lovely next to the water here. And then 5 of these Coryngosoma palmatum. I'm going to use the smaller plants nearer the stream and the taller ones further away to tier the planting. And then this lovely little Gunnera, which works perfectly right alongside the water's edge, echoing the line of the stream there. All the pots are roughly the same size now, but these plants are going to grow all different sizes and, more importantly, all different spreads as well. So it's important that you do some research, you work out how big each plant's going to get, because otherwise in a year or two you're going to be digging them up and moving them, or you're going to have lots of gaps in the planting. These Cimicifugas are beautiful, really tall, and it's sometimes quite nice to bring some taller plants close to the water, so it's not all just really low, so actually the eye is drawn through. And then these lovely little maidenhair ferns. Already I really like that. Those 2 foliage plants together are looking great. I'm also going to throw in a few stepping stones to help create the look, but also make it easier to maintain the garden. I think that's enough rocks. This is a bog garden, not a rockery, after all. Right, time to get planting. Going in first is the shuttlecock fern that'll eventually grow up to about 4 feet. The best fern for wet conditions. We've seen huge Gunneras But this is a tiny little one. This is called Gunnera magellanica, and it's really grown as a ground cover. Like you have ground cover in any border, you also want ground cover in a bog garden like this to cover the ground, stop the weeds getting in. Down here in Cornwall, because they don't get deep frost, this is absolutely fine. It's slightly tender, so it won't get through the winter in some of the colder parts of the country. This is a really lovely plant. You've got this really deliciously dark foliage. This is called Cimicifuga brunette. And it's a great garden plant. You don't have to have a bog garden to grow this, but you do need moisture retentive soil that doesn't dry out. And a little bit of semi-shade catches a bit of sun and it will colour up beautifully. And the common name is bugbane because it's meant to keep bugs off your garden. No guarantees though. It's really nice in planting like this to play with scale of foliage. We've got some large foliage plants and we've got some real detail as well that draws the eye in, and when you contrast those two together, you know, a bog garden's never going to be boring. And already you can see how these plants are going to work together, grow together. In fact, they grow so quickly, these bog plants. I think I can hear them growing already.
Many people create their first bog garden by converting part of an existing pond which can become home to some interesting wildlife.
Here in the Wildfowl and Wetland Trust in London, they've done this on an enormous scale.
A set of reservoirs in Barnes were landscaped for the millennium. 60 football pitches of water and bog plants now give wildlife a home in London. Adam Salmon is the manager of the reserve, and he's witnessed just how fantastic bog gardens can be for biodiversity.
Hi, Adam.
Hi, Joe.
What are you doing? Why are you pulling all the plants out of the bog?
Oh, well, it's this bulrush. They're a bit of invasive plant, really. So if we leave them, they'll just take over the place.
Right. What plants have you got here? Are these all natives?
Pretty much, yeah. You've got the water spider growing in the water there. You've got the greater pond sedge on the edge here, which is really good for water voles as well. They love eating that.
So if you create a habitat like this, the wildlife will just turn up?
That's right, yeah, they'll find it. It's brilliant for dragonflies and damselflies especially. There's also a lot of amphibians in here using it, smooth newts, common newts, marsh frogs, common frogs.
Here at the Wetland Trust, they like to innovate with gardening. The latest addition is a rain garden. This one was designed by Professor Nigel Dunnett for the Chelsea Flower Show.
Rain gardens, are they the new bog garden perhaps?
Well,
what are they?
Well, rain gardens are a way of soaking up all the rainwater that falls on your garden, your roof, your driveways, when you have a torrential downpour. When you have so much water, you can see it running off all your surfaces.
OK, so how do they actually work?
So the water falls on the roof. We've got a green roof here, which is like a big sponge, which will capture some of that.
OK.
Any extra comes into the gutter, and it runs down this rain chain into this water butt. You can then harvest it and use it in the garden. When that fills up, it overflows down this channel into the rain garden proper here. It will fill up until the lip, if need be, like a puddle, and then that will disappear. This hasn't got a liner in it. It's not like a pond. The whole point when you're trying to capture the rainwater, you want to get it back down into the soil or evaporate back up. So this overflows, and then that will overflow into the next one. You're trying to soak up as much water, so by the end of a sequence of these sorts of features, you really don't want any water left coming out of it. Yeah. So this one will fill up, and then we have a final one, which is a little bit more like a reed bed with these ornamental reeds.
Fantastic. I think this rain garden is fantastic, and I know it looks really big, but don't get overawed by the size of it. There are so many simple ideas that you can take home and incorporate into your bog garden and harvest all the rainwater that lands on your plot.
Treba Garden is home to a huge variety of plants, and the bog gardens here are extraordinary. with some wonderful planting, including this, the Hemeracalis. Now, the common name is daylily because the flowers only last a day, but don't let that put you off, because there's another 1, 2, 3, 6 buds on this, and it's going to keep flowering. So if you keep deadheading this, it's going to flower all summer long. Many plants in a bog garden don't require much maintenance, but Treba has some large specimens that do need a bit of a trim in the summer. I'm going to give head gardener Darren Dickey a hand with some rather large tree ferns.
If you want to jump in the bag.
Jump? I'm not going to jump in, I'm going to slowly and carefully. OK.
Right, once you're settled down. You OK?
Yeah. You've done this before, right?
A few times.
I love the oar. Well, that's a real gardener's oar, that is, isn't it? Oh, it's beautiful out here, isn't it? Look at all the damselflies. I don't feel like I'm in the UK at all.
Yeah. Now, all we're going to do here is clean up these stems, just so you can highlight the stems and see them from the water and obviously see the reflection in the water. So if we could just pull off all these dead fronds, most of them will just pull out
by hand
because they're quite sort of old. We just break them up.
We take them in a boat?
Yeah.
I haven't done much gardening by boat before.
Yeah.
Oh, looks better already.
These tree ferns, Dicksonia antarctica, came to Treba from Australia in around 1880 and are believed to be some of the oldest in the country. The climate and setting here means they're thriving.
So how suitable would one of these tree ferns be in a domestic-sized garden?
I think as long as you've got a reasonable amount of space and a bit of moisture, really, just to let them do their own thing. Some sort of colder parts of the country, you might just need to put a bit of straw or something just into the top, just to protect those new fronds as they form.
I obviously love having the base in water and then shading the water as well. This is how they should be grown, really.
Yeah, they really do look good grown by water.
Bog gardens can be created in the most unlikely places. The Ivory Environment Centre is 2.5 acres of land owned by the National Grid in Buckinghamshire, close to Heathrow Airport. For 25 years, the local community have been able to come here and explore.
I want to show you that bog gardens can be fun and inspirational places for us all to enjoy.
Mike Shadbolt, a landscape gardener at the centre, is working on creating a new bog garden.
I made it across.
You did, you did.
What a fantastic spot for a bog garden.
It is, isn't it? It's
brilliant.
Perfect.
Well, it's full of bog, that's for sure. So what plants have you got here, then?
We have some water avens here. It comes in these little plugs like this. We have some sneezewort. These are all native wildflowers.
Yeah.
Ragged robin here and skullcap.
And you only need little plugs because they grow away so quickly.
They will, yeah. They're much better like that, yes.
They go mad.
Keep your feet in the water.
Deborah Frankovich from the Ivor Environment Centre and a group of school kids from nearby Slough are here to help plant and learn about the wonderful world of bogs.
Yeah, because all these bog plants are...
Looks like chocolate cake, but
Spread it on
I
your
wouldn't
toast.
try eating it.
Now bend down, use your trowel and scoop away some of the mud. Lovely, so you've got a little hole, the water's filling it back up.
Yep, just put it in.
Right, let's pop it
Give
in
it a
the hole.
little push on the top.
That's right.
Would you like to plant the skullcap?
Good planting, everybody.
Beautiful.
Sneezewort.
Who would like to plant sneezewort?
Don't sneeze while you're doing it. Put it
I
in.
love getting dirty.
Oh, I'm getting mud all over my hands now, that's it. What have you enjoyed about the bog garden?
Planting plants in the bog, and getting my hands oozy.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? You get into it after a while.
I like it that there's the plants and insects living there and there's lots of wildlife and nature.
Over the next year, it's expected that 4,000 school children will come and enjoy this bog garden.
Oh, the kids absolutely love that, getting their hands dirty. building the bog garden, and it doesn't look like much at the moment, but give it a year or two, it will be full of foliage, full of flower, and the perfect habitat for wildlife. Here at the stunning gardens of Treba, they've been cultivating plants in their bog garden for 175 years. And although their specimens are mature, you can grow bog-loving plants from seed, and I'm going to show you how to do it yourself. Candelabra primroses are really fantastic plants, a shot of colour in a bog garden. They start flowering in early summer, and you can see there's one or two just hanging on there for dear life. Wonderful yellow flowers that tear up on these really quite tall stems. But now it's late July, they've pretty much finished, and they're setting seed, and naturally the seed would just drop on wet ground and they would grow all by themselves. But I'm going to take some of the seed and propagate them to create some new plants for another part of the garden. And all I need is a paper bag. Then I'm going to simply snip off a couple of stems, and they'll have loads of seed pods on them, which is plenty for what I need. So I've got my fresh candelabra primula seed. I'm going to put them to one side for a minute and prepare the seed tray. Now, all this is a bit of plastic, really, with some holes in the bottom. You don't have to use a seed tray. You can use pretty much anything, as long as it holds compost and it drains freely. And the compost I'm using is a seed mixture. So it's got a bit of sand in there, it's got a bit of loam in there, and a bit of compost as well. But it's quite a fine mix. And I'm just going to fill the tray up. Give it a bit of a tap to even it out. I find it's much easier if you water the compost first, because after you sow the seed, if you water it, it can disturb them, move them around a little bit. So if you wet it first, and now this is bog garden planting, remember, so it's going to like it nice and wet. And that is pretty much all you have to do. And now, the exciting bit. Now we need to get the seed out of here. And it's ideal to sow it when it's still green, just like this, nice and fresh. It'll germinate really quickly. And within each of these pods, there should be, yep, there they are, loads of tiny little seeds. Lovely little lime green seeds. Loads in one little pod. Now, it's tempting to over-sow these, to put too many all together, and then they're quite hard to prick out later and to grow on. So I'm just going to be pretty scarce with these and just literally drop them as finely as I can on top of the compost. In fact, look at that. I've used one seed pod and that has filled up this entire tray. That's all you need. So whatever you do, don't cover them with compost. They're just in contact with the compost and they're nice and moist, but they can get light to them as well. That's what's going to make them germinate. What you do though is cover them with a lid. Now, if you haven't got a lid, you can use something like cling film, just wrap it over the top. But this is a nice, simple lid that will hold the moisture in, create a nice little mini greenhouse, a constant temperature. And I would expect within 3 or 4 weeks, these will germinate and turn into nice little plants. When the nice little plants, you just tease them out with a little fork or a chopstick or something and pot them on individually into a small pot and they'll grow away. It really is as simple as that. These are one of the easiest plants in the world to germinate. Now, if you can't get your hands on any fresh primula seed like that, you can buy packets from any garden centre, and these are dried seeds. So ideally put them in the fridge, because that'll break the dormancy and it'll bring them alive quicker and they'll germinate better if they've been cold for a little period. But fresh seed are the best, and that is really one of the simplest tasks in gardening. Someone who's already bonkers about the bog garden is Susan Hale, who's given over her garden in Cheshire to 5 of them.
We didn't design it, it just sort of evolved over time. We thought we'll try a pond and then have a bog garden with it. And then we got so into the bog gardening that we started just creating bog gardens without ponds.
Well, this area of the garden, which was the first bog garden we made, is all green at the moment, but it really is a riot of colour in the spring. These are all candelabra primulas. You know spring's begun when you see those come out. This was the second boggy area that we made. As you can probably see, we're surrounded by mature trees and they absolutely rip all the moisture out of the ground. So if we hadn't made the bog gardens, we'd have no colour here at all because it would just be so dry. This is bog garden number 3. It's next door to the chicken run. It's beautiful in the spring, full of spring flowering plants. This is bog garden number 4. It's all left very wild because we have a lot of newts that breed in this particular pond. This is the 5th of the bog gardens, and this is my favourite area. All the marginal plants that have spread onto the land into the boggy bits just give an air of mystery, and it's lovely at this time of year. I think bog gardens are wonderful. It looks wonderful all year round. Definitely worth doing.
Well, I hope I've inspired you to put your wellies on and embrace the opportunities that wet weather can bring to our gardens. So if you've got what you think is a problem patch or want to create a bog garden from scratch, then go for it. Create a wildlife haven that is low maintenance too. What's not to love about that?
Across the series, our revival team are travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens.
Get your nostrils in there.
Flowers.
Look at this strapping 7-footer.
And plants.
I never thought we'd be having children, Alan.
At our age.
Next, Alice Fowler is on the campaign trail for soft fruit.
There is no greater taste of the British summer than freshly picked berries from the garden. But it seems most of us would rather pick up our soft fruit from the supermarket instead of growing it in our own gardens. By not growing our own berries, we risk losing some of our oldest garden traditions.
And for me, that just won't do.
I want to bring berries back to our gardens and show you that these fruit are ripe for a revival.
On my revival campaign, I'll investigate the secrets of the berry's power to impress.
They've been found and discovered to be a superfruit, and the craze is going mad for them.
Uncover the grand fine dining tradition of the berry.
Formal dinners culminated in this serving of the most exquisite fresh fruit.
And show you how to grow soft fruits in your own garden.
I think this is such a stellar plant that every garden should have one. There was a time when every garden in this country grew all manner of soft fruits. Here at RHS Rosemore in Torrington, North Devon, blackberries, blueberries, bosoberries and my favourite gooseberries are just a few of the many berries grown in abundance in this fruit and veg garden. I started growing soft fruit seriously about 7 or 8 years ago, and I have taken every opportunity possible to cram more into my garden. Because for me, picking sun-warmed berries, that's one of the true joys of my garden.
And it's not just all about the eating. Soft fruit plants are so easy to grow with stunning form and striking foliage. They can bring interest to your garden all year round.
It may be a style of gardening which we've somewhat forgotten, but it is one that I am determined to revive.
To begin my soft fruit revival, I've come to the secret garden in Ashford, Kent. And it's home to all manner of edible delights. including some wonderful berries. Food historian Joan Morgan has been studying the history of kitchen gardens and knows all too well the importance of the great British berry.
We're surrounded by soft fruit right now. How important was that for the kitchen garden?
It certainly was very important. Soft fruit formed one of the fruits that were grown in order to serve at a formal dinner. Formal dinners culminated in the most exquisite fresh fruit.
I'm assuming this took huge teams to produce this.
Yes, a head gardener would have a staff of anything from 5 to 10 to 20 people, depending on the size of the garden.
Sadly, changes in agriculture and increases in labour costs meant that by the 1940s, grand kitchen gardens were no longer viable. I am happy, however, to see that there are still some fabulous berries being grown here.
Look at these lovely josta berries. Oh, that one was a little tart. Why do you think we aren't growing quite so many soft fruit in our gardens these days?
I guess gardens are smaller, we have less time, and we can buy so much fruit now in the supermarket, and it's easy, isn't it?
It's a valid point, but supermarket berries are not always grown in the UK, never mind in our gardens, and that's what I want to revive. One great alternative to buying soft fruit in the supermarket is to visit a pick-your-own farm like this one in Kent.
Coming here to a pick-your-own is a really lovely experience, and so many people know it from their childhood. Their parents bought them, their grandparents bought them. You know, hopefully they'll bring their own children, and it's a lovely thing to do. But it's missing one essential part, which is the joy of growing your own.
This farm is owned by berry aficionado Tom Maynard.
So, Tom, how long have you had a pick-your-own farm here?
Well, my parents came to this farm in 1952. I came back to work on the farm in 1984, so I've been here all my life. Yeah.
I'm very interested in why people aren't really growing so much at home.
People have, in a way, lost the skills to do it, and they come and look, and frankly, red currants, I shouldn't say this, but they're very easy to grow, as are a lot of the other soft fruits.
What's your message to getting people to grow more at home?
Try it. It's easy.
Although it's a bit wet today, there are still some hardcore berry enthusiasts picking away.
You guys look like a pretty dedicated bunch to be out in the rain. Why don't you grow raspberries at home?
I think there's something quite nice about coming out and picking it. And it's less work, you know, than having your own.
We don't necessarily have the garden space at home to grow our own.
Do you grow raspberries in your own garden?
Not technically, no. But our neighbours are very good at growing raspberries, and some of them grow through the fence, which is very convenient. It's hard work, actually, and I just don't have the time.
What's your favourite thing about picking raspberries?
Eating them.
So, public opinion is that berries are high maintenance, hard to grow, and take up lots of space. But none of this is necessarily true. And on my revival, I want to prove just that.
Some soft fruit wants to take over the world, like this blackberry here at Rosemore, and trying to get this into a small space would just be too much hard work. However, there are plenty of lovely berries that are happy in containers, and I've got a few to show you. There are many soft fruits which you can grow in containers, like this blueberry. Now, everybody is familiar with blueberries, and you can happily grow blueberries in a pot if you understand a few things about them. Now, blueberries need to be grown in ericaceous compost. It's really important that they're in acid conditions, and you also have to give them a really big pot. You need to keep that pot well watered, and there needs to be space for the roots to grow. Now, there's a lot more out there than just blueberries to grow in pots. This is a purple chokeberry, Aronia pruniflora Viking. these wonderful dark berries really need to get incredibly dark and soften, and it tastes truly divine because it's so full of antioxidants. However, the one that really has my heart is this lovely Chilean guava. Now, I think this is such a stellar plant that every garden should have one.
And this is the one that I'm going to plant up.
So gently tease out the roots, make sure that it's well watered when you're potting it up. Into a pot, and this lovely beautiful pot, plenty of space. You will have to pot it on in time, but this is good enough for a beginning. And then fill it up with really good quality, multi-purpose, heat-free compost that is nice and open. These need to have good free draining quality. The roots really don't like to sit in a slump of water. Make sure that the plant doesn't sit proud, by which I mean it's at the same level of which it grew in a pot, because if you leave a plant proud, the top layer of roots dry out. It won't make it happy. You give it a good water. And then really remember to keep it well watered. No fruit is going to taste delicious if it's allowed to dry out. So if you're getting tough, bitter fruit, it means you need to do a lot more watering. And that can be hard if you're away at work all day. So there's some tricks to making sure the plant doesn't dry out. If you're using terracotta pots, you can line the inside of the pot either with cardboard or an old compost bag, which will just keep that extra bit of moisture in. You can also put a saucer under the pot so that it gathers up any of the excess water and keeps the pot nice and humid. And it's worthwhile keeping lots of other pots around the outside, because this essentially protects the pot from getting very hot and baked and keeps a nice humid microclimate around the plant. All of these things are essential if you want to get good berries. Now, this plant has a berry like no other you will have ever tasted. It's so extraordinarily exotic. There's a hint of strawberry, a little bit of pineapple, definite notes of guava. It's truly something quite different. And while you're waiting for those lovely berries to ripen, you get to enjoy this really beautiful shrub. And if there's one thing to take away about soft fruit, is that they may be delicious plants, but they are also truly beautiful ones.
For the next part of my campaign, I want to discover some other unusual and interesting soft fruits that you can easily grow in your own garden at home.
If you want to grow berries, and in particular if you want to grow unusual berries, then you need to come to a specialist nursery like this.
Here at the Victoriana Nursery Gardens in Kent, owner Stephen Shirley prides himself on the diverse selection of soft fruit plants that he has on offer.
So I spy the honeyberry.
Yes, it's the new fruit that isn't, I guess. They've been around since the 17th century, but they've been found and discovered to be a superfruit, and the craze is going mad for them.
The craze is going mad, and basically this is a honeysuckle, isn't it? But It's a shrubby honeysuckle, and it has a little tiny sort of grey-blue berry.
Grey-blue.
Which is a bit like a blueberry.
Yeah.
A bit.
Yeah. A bit sharper, I think. Yeah. So this is a thornless tayberry, and one of the good things about this is there's quite often a trade-off between the thorned and the thornless, in that the thorned have all the flavour and the thornless don't.
Yeah.
But with the Buckingham tayberry, the fruit, as long as you pick them late, let them sort of darken right up, the flavour is outstanding. Something like this thornless blackberry.
Yes. Which is a lovely thing.
Coming quite popular and very, very ornamental in the autumn. Lovely red foliage. Usually hangs onto its foliage all the way through the autumn and winter as well. So it's a bit of everything really. Lovely fruit and then ornamental as well.
I love the cultivated blackberry. I feel like it's one of those things that have been really left off the list of things, because people think, oh, I can just go and get blackberries from the park, or you know, they don't realise how good the cultivated blackberry is.
And some of the newer varieties are just getting huge.
Ginormous,
you know, they're sort of a couple of inches, and they're fantastic. And the flavour, you know, they've got so much more flavour and depth, and they're lovely.
No, it's a lovely thing. I'm Very fond of that one.
It's not just strawberries and raspberries. There are some weird and wonderful berries available, but why aren't there more in our gardens?
I feel that perhaps one of the barriers to soft fruit for particularly new growers is the idea that year one, you don't necessarily get an extraordinary harvest.
Nope.
But year 2, 3, year 10, that's actually, you know...
And they build and build.
Yeah.
And that is the thing,
And that's
yeah.
a genius, really.
Yeah, most certainly, and get larger and larger.
Stephen propagates all his soft fruit plants from cuttings. At his display garden, he is currently upgrading to a rather impressive fruit cage to keep out all the greedy berry thieves.
This is like a fruit cage like I've never seen before.
This is the Rolls-Royce of fruit cages.
And why did you decide to go to such extraordinary extent with your fruit cage?
We have given up with other attempts. So we've decided, we're using our own chestnut from our own wood.
Yeah.
We decided that we'd go for something that hopefully is going to be here for many, many, many years.
Well,
and we'll keep the birds out and the fruit in.
And I can't resist getting stuck in and helping out.
Ooh, I can see that this is a little bit addictive. This is a fantastic amount of fun.
I'm mostly jealous because if you saw my fruit cage on
Yeah, come and do one for you.
on my allotment, you guys would laugh so much. Stephen already has some plants growing in the new fruit cage, and I've always got room to try one more delicious berry.
And what's this one here?
It's a boysenberry.
Oh, okay, it's one of those funny ones.
It's all the way from America, and it's one of those classic ones that you're never going to buy these in a supermarket. Because they just literally will not travel. It's one you're going to grow in the garden, you're going to pick the fruits off, and you're just going to eat them straight away because they are just gorgeous.
Well, it's a funny looking thing, but it tastes delicious. It's got sort of vanilla notes to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's really, really nice.
And this family-run nursery already has the next generation of berry enthusiasts getting hands-on with fruit.
So what's the best thing about having all this fruit at home?
Well, you get to eat it whenever you like.
So do your friends like coming over to the garden?
Yeah, quite a lot. They like picking the raspberries and eating them straight off the bush.
Ah, I like eating your raspberries straight off the bush. They're delicious. At Rosemore, they have this wonderful fruit cage to protect all this luscious fruit. However, you don't need something quite so grand to protect the berries in your garden.
So I'm going to show you a simple technique that will ensure that your precious berries are safe from fruit-hungry critters.
The thing about ripe, juicy berries is ultimately they're delicious and everybody wants them. So if you want your fair share, then you're going to have to protect them. Blackbirds, robins, pigeons, mice, anyone and everyone will have a go. Now I have made this lovely little raised bed for my strawberries. Now I've put some dowels in, and then this is plumber's pipe. You can pick it up from any kind of plumber or DIY merchant. And it makes a perfect sort of structure to put your netting over.
By crossing the pipes and attaching them to the dowels, my structure is almost there. Just secure the pipes with a cable tie in the centre for added stability.
So what you need next is some form of protection, and that's netting. Now you can use all sorts of things, but what matters is the size of the netting. If you go and get netting which is too finely woven, you will keep out your pollinators. If you don't have pollinators, you don't get any fruit. So that detail matters a lot.
Evenly layer the netting over your cage, making sure that it comes all the way to the ground on all sides.
Those that are hungry for your berries will really persevere to get them. So if you leave any gaps in your netting, believe me, the blackbirds will spend a lot of time working out how to get in. So you need to make sure it's secure. Now, around my raised bed, I have just left the screws slightly proud so that I can get the netting on. And you need to pull it very taut because pigeons have a trick or two up their sleeve, and they like to bang on the netting, and if it's not taut enough, they literally sit on it until they can get it to the ground and then eat your berries that way.
Firmly secure the netting all the way round, leaving the excess free at the back.
Always requires some degree of patience getting netting right, but it's worth it in the end. I'm just going to roll up this excess and simply tuck it in the back, and this means I still have easy access, because clearly you want to get back in to pick the fruit, maybe to do some weeding and pruning, and that should keep these strawberries perfectly safe and, more importantly, mean that there's fruit for me to pick.
For the next part of my revival, I'm bringing some soft fruit fun to the Garden of England.
I've come to the Kent show to get people growing berries in their garden. Woo!
It's rumoured that there are some expert growers here today, and they've bought some berries.
Now this is really exciting, because in here is the best soft fruit in the country and possibly the best in the world.
First up, strawberries.
It smells absolutely fantastic in here because of all these delicious strawberries, and I can see that you've done incredibly well because you seem to have won first, second and third prize, so congratulations on that.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're very proud.
So what are your top tips for the home grower?
I mean, if they're going to grow them at home, sunny spot, but not direct sunlight. Well-drained soil, or, you know, don't overwet your pots, and keep the rain off. Very important.
And on the next table are some very impressive raspberries.
So as a first prize winner with some of the most beautiful raspberries I have seen in some time, because they're huge, what advice do you have for the home grower?
Raspberries are very, very picky about soil conditions. I mean, probably more so than say, a strawberry or a blackberry. So very well-drained soil, and if you're on heavy dirt, then definitely put lots of organic matter into the soil. But the main one, if you're growing raspberries, is birds.
Right, yes.
Get the birds off. So put them in a cage, you know, in a little tunnel or whatever it might be, but keep the birds off.
Well, prize fruit is one thing, but I'm on a berry revival with a message for the masses.
I am about to go live on air to persuade the nice people of Kent that they should revive their love of the great British berry.
Good afternoon, welcome live to the Kent County Show 227. TV gardener Alice Fowler, how are you, Alice?
Very well, thank you very much. I've come to the show today to try and persuade people to revive the great British berry.
Really? Why?
Well, I feel that we're really underusing our gardens to produce a lot more soft fruit. We have a huge wealth of these amazing berries which are easy to grow, they're hardy, they're perennial, so once you get them in the ground, you have them for years and years to come.
Well, look, thanks ever so much for popping along. Good luck with the programme as well.
I'm hoping that got my berry message out to the people of Kent, and I still have one more revival trick up my sleeve. So I am going to do a demonstration with some berries from my garden which I have grown, and try and persuade these nice people who've turned up that growing your own berries truly is worthwhile. Now, I've chosen a faintly obscure cordial from the 18th century, but you never know, it might just work. For this historical beverage, which is rather confusingly called a shrub, I need some mixed berries from my allotment combined with sugar, and for tartness, some cider vinegar.
Really, the whole reason for making the shrub is so that I can talk to you about growing berries. And I was wondering how many people in the audience actually grow soft fruit at home. What are you guys growing? Blackcurrants and strawberries, and which are your favourite? Yeah, I can understand that. The idea with the shrub is that you use it as a cordial. You make cocktails with shrubs. So this works really well with gin or vodka or stuff like that. This is a kind of old-fashioned, slightly tart, fizzy drink. Okay, so you ready for the crazy Victorian drink?
I do quite like it. It's quite vinegary, but yeah.
I have to say I enjoyed it. I was a bit sceptical, but no, it's all right.
Do you think more people should be growing berries in their garden?
I think anything to encourage people to grow their own food. You know, grow something and eat it. You get the connection, and you have you then get a better understanding of what farmers do, what your countryside does.
If you are going to join my revival and grow some berries, then it's important to know how to care for them. I'm back at RHS Garden Rosemore with Fruit and Veg Garden Manager Peter Earle to show you some simple summer pruning, which will keep your berry bush looking fabulous. So this is one ginormous gooseberry.
It is a particularly vigorous variety. It's actually a hybrid cross. It's called Black Velvet, and you can see the extent of this fan, and perhaps might be too big for most small gardens. But you can treat any gooseberry in this way, and you wouldn't get quite such a size result, but exactly the same principle applies. And so we trained it as a fan, which gets it up onto the wall, makes picking much easier, netting much easier.
And it makes it into this incredibly beautiful ornamental feature as well, isn't it? I mean, it sort of elevates the gooseberry into something else. But I can see that it needs a bit of pruning.
The timing's just right now. So we do the first pruning in June, and then we'll come back to it in the dormant time in the middle of winter and do a second pruning.
And this summer pruning is essentially just to make sure that it's not all kind of wild looking out.
That's right. I mean, obviously these would break eventually over time, and to keep it maintained and trained as a neat subject against the wall, then this is essential.
I mean, and you're right. I mean, the vigour is extraordinary. This is a single.
It is. That's what it's grown this year. Yeah. So that is incredible, isn't it? Yeah. So what we're looking to do now, we've got the basic framework against the wall, which is the permanent fan shape.
Yeah.
And then everything which comes off that, we're going to be summer pruning back to 5 or 6 leaves now.
Okay.
And then you'll get a little bit of regrowth, but then in the winter we'll take those back again just to 1 or 2 buds and leave a short bit of new growth.
So by the winter then it must look fantastic, because you really see the framework, don't you?
That's right. And we're kind of encouraging more fruit bud to form during this. And the other beauty of it is we're losing all these soft tips, which is where any problems arise. This is where all the aphids start, this is where the mildew starts.
Yeah.
So it's a good cultural way of dealing with these problems. Mind the prickles.
Yeah.
A lot of pruning techniques, you know, that you read the books and it's very confusing and complicated, but this is so straightforward.
And the wonderful thing about a gooseberry is it can be fit into sort of spaces that it's quite hard to grow other things, can't it?
That's right. I mean, this actual wall is kind of one of the least favoured, if you like. We've got the choice aspects of south-facing and west-facing walls, but this is an east-facing wall, so it sees a bit of sun until lunchtime, but the currants and the gooseberries are perfectly happy on this wall.
And they taste I mean, I can find a little fruit and they still taste lovely and sweet. It hasn't in any way.
They do.
Yeah.
I mean, these are a really dark berry. They have a bit of a tail on them, but they are beautiful, yeah. Make lovely puddings and jams.
I love this little row of wild strawberries in front.
That's right. I mean, we kind of like to use every opportunity to grow something a little bit different. It makes a lovely edging.
So pretty. It's just really crisp.
That's right, and productive as well.
A bush this big is going to produce pounds upon pounds of fruit. Do you actually bother netting it?
I mean, we could, but because of the situation, it would be quite straightforward to put a net here. We haven't netted this. I mean, we don't mind if the visitors come and sample a few. I mean, that's part of the reason we're here, you know, so they can try the different things. And obviously the birds have got access, but there's plenty of fruit still there that we can pick.
That's the whole point about a gooseberry, isn't it? There's enough for everyone, even the birds.
That's right.
There is one soft fruit champion whose love for the berry is second to none. Barry Clark's garden in Hampshire features a wide range of the genus Rubus.
Basically, Rubus are blackberries and raspberries, and mine is a national collection from plants from all over the world.
Barry has been collecting blackberries and raspberries since the mid-90s and has around 230 types.
One of the big questions that people often ask me is what's the difference between a blackberry and a raspberry? The actual definition is when you pull the fruit away. If it comes away without a core, it's a raspberry. If it comes with a core, it's a blackberry. It's not just the fruit itself, but they come in a form on a vine or on a plant, which is appealing in other ways too. A lot, for example, have interesting foliage or quite unusual flowers, or maybe it's just the way they grow. There's nothing more fun than picking fruit from your own garden and eating it.
I can't imagine a garden without soft fruit. They keep the pollinators happy, they attract wildlife, they can be fantastic plants, and if that isn't enough, there's a harvest at the end. All you have to do as a gardener is put them in good, fertile ground and wait for your bounty.
There's no doubt that Britain is a nation of very proud gardeners.
Our love of flowers and plants goes back centuries.
But there's a problem. Not everything is rosy in our gardens.
Our iconic plants are under attack from foreign invaders.
Ancient woodlands are at risk of being lost forever.
And our favourite flowers are disappearing right before our eyes.
So we need you to help us in our revival campaign.
We'll be inspiring you to dig deep and celebrate the best of British.
As we reveal the country's most stunning gardens.
And sharing our top gardening tips.
It's time to rediscover our passion for plants.
And breathe new life into our gardens. We've been told for decades now that we all need to take responsibility for looking after the planet. And yet, one of the biggest tools we have to ensure a greener future is often overlooked. And it's right on our doorstep, the back garden. In our manic desire for ever-increasingly low-maintenance plots, we've chopped down trees, we've dug up borders, and we've decked over lawns, when in fact, we should be viewing our gardens as the biggest nature reserves we have in the country. On my revival, I'm finding out how simple wildlife gardening can be.
The way we're talking about it sounds like you've got to have all this knowledge and do all these things. You don't.
By learning how to choose nature over pesticides.
Encouraging beneficial insects in becomes easier than going for the zapper.
And planting beautiful flowers for our precious pollinators. Really my favourite wildflower. These are cornflowers. You know, that really beautiful, bright blue flower that just looks fantastic in a meadow. This is the University of Bristol Botanic Garden, set on 4 wonderful acres on the edge of the city. It's buzzing with life, with bees and butterflies searching for nectar. There's a symphony of birds, and even the pond is teeming with frogs. This environment is a shining example of what I like to call a wildlife garden. A garden with trees, shrubs and flowering plants that attract all manner of creatures and creepy crawlies. As gardeners, we have this instinct to take land, to tame it, and to produce something that's beautiful and bountiful. But we should be doing this in harmony with nature. Over the past 30 years, intensive agriculture, industry, and habitat laws have resulted in a sharp decline in much of our native wildlife. From butterflies to bees, from blue tits to newts. And it's time we turn this around, starting in our own gardens.
If we just make some choices about what we plant, we can still create plots that are teeming with wildlife, but have gardens that we're really proud of.
To understand just how important our gardens are to Britain's wildlife population, I'm visiting the Old Moor Nature Reserve in Yorkshire. This was once a barren land owing to the nearby coal industry, but through regeneration has become a haven for all kinds of creatures. Or as PB conservationist Matthew Capper knows just how important our gardens are to great British wildlife.
This is an amazing project, but how does it relate to my garden back home?
All of our nation's gardens collectively is a bigger land area than all of our nature reserves put together.
And you reckon you and me can do something about it back home?
Anybody can do something about it, absolutely. There are simple things that we can do that will make a massive difference.
Here at Old Moor, they've created a wildlife garden that demonstrates some important factors that we should all consider at home.
So what are the three main areas that we need to consider when we're attracting wildlife?
They need food, they need shelter, they need somewhere to live, and they need water. It doesn't have to be a big pond. Ponds are nice, but we've just put a Belfast sink here. It sounds really complex, doesn't it? The way we're talking about it sounds like you've got to have all this knowledge and do all these things. You don't. It only needs to be one thing each household. Because if you've got a nest box in your garden, and next door's got a cotoneaster or, you know, a hawthorn in theirs, and next door's got a bird table, you know, all those things collectively, that's the collective habitat.
And it builds up this wildlife neighbourhood then?
Absolutely, absolutely, perfectly put.
Amazing.
One common misconception about creating a wildlife garden is that it has to be wild and unkempt, but this simply is not the case.
Ken. Hi there.
Dr. Ken Thompson is a plant biologist from Sheffield University whose back garden encourages wildlife to thrive whilst maintaining a beautiful and tidy appearance.
I love the garden, Ken. Absolutely love it. To many people, this would be their ideal retreat, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's very nice, very quiet, very relaxing.
So you've created pretty much a full ecosystem here. You've introduced cover, be it in trees, shrubs. You have open spaces, you have shade spaces, there's probably dry areas and every condition really that we like to grow in.
That's one of the things that makes gardens so good for wildlife, the fact that they pack all this variety. There's no natural habitat that provides that variety on this small scale. But the really crucial thing that you need for lots of wildlife in a garden is lots of big woody plants. Hedges, shrubs, trees. The more of those you have, the more wildlife you have.
Woody plants like these beech hedges don't just provide cover for creatures in a wildlife neighbourhood.
If you look at gardens, if you can imagine a sort of aerial view of gardens, they actually don't exist in isolation. And as far as the wildlife in your garden is concerned, as long as they can get from one to the other, as long as you have nice permeable boundaries like these hedges here, they don't care.
Along with half the country, my fences were blown down this past winter. And coming into your garden today, I've decided what I'm going to do is to grow a holly and beech hedge, because that's not going to happen again.
It's cheaper, it'll last forever, it'll never blow down.
Providing a regular supply of pollen and nectar is a surefire way of attracting pollinators to your garden, and that's exactly what they're doing here at Bristol University Botanic Gardens. For instance, this clump of honesty is perfect for attracting nocturnal insects such as moths, and the flowering kale over here is packed with nectar, which makes it absolutely seductive for bees.
Wildflowers are great for our precious pollinators, and I'm going to show you how to create a wonderful patch in your garden.
What I'm going to do is take a little patch of garden in an open sunny position and plant some wildflower seeds. The first job is to clear the patch of ground of any weeds. In particular, look out for perennial weeds with big roots. Just dig down maybe a couple of weeks before you sow the seed. Perennial weeds like dandelions and ground elder are common and can thrive in your garden year after year. If you don't want them competing with your wildflowers, you need to make sure that you remove their roots completely. The soil that we have here is relatively free draining, but it is quite stony. Now that won't be an issue for the type of gardening that we're doing. Wildflowers flourish easily in stony earth, and by gently tilling the soil with a rake, you can create the perfect bed for your seeds. I've chosen 3 of my favourite wildflowers for this small patch. I'm going to start off with these poached eggplant. Now they look exactly as you'd imagine, like a poached egg. Yellow in the centre and a white veil all the way around. They're great for attracting hoverflies, which of course will eat the aphids that are attacking so many other things in the garden. Sprinkle your seeds over the rake soil without worrying too much about where they land. After that, really my favourite wildflower. These are cornflowers. You know, that really beautiful, bright blue flower that just looks fantastic in a meadow. In the countryside, they're a little bit in danger, so isn't it lovely to encourage them into our own gardens? And finally, I've poppy seeds here. Now, those produce these long, hairy stems, and on the top of them will be these beacons of red. And to spread them evenly can be a bit tricky, so just be a little bit careful. And right the way around the patch, let them fall into the ground. Although poppies only flower for a short period, they produce a huge amount of edible pollen, which is a favourite of both bumblebees and honeybees. And if you fancy a bit of potluck, there's another way to achieve a fantastic wildflower patch. If you want, you can just get wildflower mixes, and you never know what you'll find in here. There could be some orchids, red campion, all sorts, and the excitement of waiting to see what shows up out of the ground is great. You can sow wildflower seeds really at any time of the year except in deepest winter. In a matter of 6 or 8 weeks, these will be jumping out of the ground and creating a wonderful and colourful display, both for us and for the wildlife. Creating habitats to attract wildlife is essential for promoting a balanced ecosystem, which in turn will make for healthy plants in your garden without the need for pesticides and chemical fertilizers. This is exactly what Malcolm Mullard has achieved here in one of the UK's only chemical-free community wildlife allotments. Now, what really strikes Malc is that all of this gardening is done organically. Everybody has signed up to the notion of working with nature.
That's right.
It's very difficult in an allotment.
But what's happened is, as the wildlife has come in, people are seeing the work being done for them. So, for example, a girl, Tracy, over there had a terrible trouble with black fly on her broad beans, but within about an hour, she had an invasion of ladybirds from the insect homes close by and wiped the whole lot out. I would say now, if you rely on encouraging beneficial insects in, they do the work for you, so it becomes easier than going for the zapper.
Each of the 68 allotments here in Shropshire are producing all manner of fruit and vegetables organically, and although harvest is a little way off yet, I can already see crops peeking through the earth. This is all made possible by specially designed habitats that surround the plots, which has a diverse array of crop-friendly creatures, and Malcolm is going to show me how it works. On one side of the pathway you have the typical allotment, but everywhere else you look there are little habitats. What are this pile of old paving stones?
Yes, that's a pile of broken paving stones from when someone had a new patio made at home. And we've made a little dry stone wall, and that attracts beetles.
Why are beetles important?
They are prey insects, and they'll be after some of the bugs that will be spoiling our vegetables and fruit.
It's great fun apart from anything else. All of these man-made habitats are set amongst some very well-considered planting. So this area is the winter garden?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
This area has got plants in it that predominantly look good in the winter, but we make sure it looks good all year round.
So we have things like the hellebores and the carex, which will be flowering in the winter, and the myosotis. And
Yeah, and coloured stems of the dogwoods and willows.
Right. It's very nice, isn't it?
See, that's got insects on it, little flies.
By encouraging predatory and pollinating insects to the site all year round, Malcolm and his fellow gardeners are working in harmony with nature. The other amazing thing is all the bird sounds.
Yes, we bring in by having nest boxes and natural hedges, ornamental trees around the site that will bring the birds in. So there's somewhere for them to nest, someone for there to shelter and food right throughout the year. And behind us there, we've got a turf spiral with its textured totem pole in the middle. One of the main purposes of that is it brings voles in, and they come out and they eat slugs.
This balanced ecosystem doesn't just unite wildlife, it also created a close-knit community of all ages that embrace organic gardening with a passion. And they love to get together to taste their chemical-free bounty. Got the fennel?
Yeah.
Which has a great licorice scent. And what's this, marjoram?
Marjoram, yeah.
So these are all wonderful for wildlife gardens because I suppose they'll all produce flowers.
They all produce flowers, and which brings in the bees and the butterflies and the hoverflies.
And do you think what you're doing here should be a beacon to the gardeners of the rest of the country, whether it's on allotments or in their own back gardens?
I think we're trying to encourage the youngsters on the allotment. We've got quite a few young families, so if we can sort of encourage them, show them and let them see and understand what we're doing, hopefully they will be the gardeners of tomorrow.
These guys are true champions of my revival.
Ooh, that's delicious.
Just imagine if we all took a leaf out of their book and started gardening in harmony with nature. We could restore wildlife populations to our green and pleasant land and enjoy some healthy and delicious food. Coming to this allotment and meeting people with a passion for gardening along with nature has been absolutely inspiring. To achieve a balance in your garden's ecology, you really do need to invite the whole food chain. Here at the University of Bristol Botanic Gardens, there are some ingenious methods of enticing all manner of wildlife, and I'm going to show you some simple ideas that will work a treat in your garden. As homemakers, housekeepers and gardeners, we've kind of evolved into a species that expects things to be neat and tidy inside and out. It's not the way it is with nature, and it's not the way it should be. Having an area of the garden like this, just a few pieces of rotting, decomposing wood, is very important for a healthy ecosystem. If you don't have room for a pile of logs, just avoid sweeping up dead leaves, as they will also be decomposed by your creepy crawlies. And they, in turn, will become food for another important garden inhabitant that you can invite with the right plants. Trees, shrubs and hedges provide great nesting opportunities for birds. Take this holly behind me, it's perfect. It's evergreen, so there's cover all year round. Later in the year, there's berries for food, and with those prickly leaves, there's protection from predators. Birds like all sorts of different plants. Sunflowers look great, and their seeds are a real avian treat. Or why not plant a delightfully scented honeysuckle? Yew hedges work really well, providing shelter and nesting opportunities. And a crabapple tree is sure to attract robins with a fruit crop that can last throughout the winter. If you don't have room for big trees in your garden, but you still want to encourage birds to nest, well, give them a little bit of a helping hand. How about this cute little nesting box? This one has a large opening, which makes it perfect for species such as robins and wrens. And the thing about those birds is that you don't have to put the house on a wall too high. They like to be just above eye level. I'm putting this behind an evergreen shrub, an Elaeagnus. But it's not only birds that need a helping hand. How about this bat roosting box? This simile is perfect for them. They enter up this way, and if you put it high up in a tree, they could be adding to the biodiversity in your garden. To help these endangered winged mammals, incorporate night-scented plants into your garden, such as evening primrose.
that will attract moths, a favourite delicacy of the bat. Recent years have shown that our bee population is in shocking decline. Bees are integral to our ecosystem, and their disappearance would result in a loss of a huge range of plant life that rely on them for pollination. We can all help to turn this around by planting pollen and nectar-rich flowers to bring back the bee to Britain.
Hi, Jez.
I've come to South Yorkshire to meet Jez Daughtry, who, after 20 years in IT, has quit the rat race to become a champion of the honeybee.
We hear stories all the time that they're in decline. What's your take on that?
Bees need certain good sorts of flowers and nectar and pollen. And I think the more we can do to help bees that way, that's the way forward. Just spend a few pounds on a packet of seeds, everyone can make a difference that way.
And do you do anything like that? Do you sow seeds? Or?
Back in my truck, we've got a big bag of 5 kilos of borage seed, and we scatter it everywhere, literally.
Without telling anyone?
Without telling anybody.
Jez is a true guerrilla gardener, and although I'm a bit wary of bee stings, I feel compelled to lend a hand in moving a hive.
How many times do you get stung a day?
Myself, 20 to 30 times.
I'm not happy.
So what we're going to do is close the entrance on here.
Jez moves his bees to various locations so they can gather nectar and pollen from different species of flowers. And there's a very good reason for this.
One of the ideas was to create bespoke honeys, the idea of creating a honey from a specific plant. So we take the bees to the heather moors, produces a heather crop. We take the bees to the borage plants in North Lincolnshire, produces a borage honey. Every single hive will have a distinct and unique honey, different flavour.
But before I get to taste this bespoke honey, there's still work to be done.
This is a new block of flats, or a new factory?
This is a new factory.
Okay.
We're upgrading, that's what we're doing.
Right.
Pair of gloves.
Oh, they're not even real gloves?
Not even real gloves.
Did you go on any beekeeping courses? That's why you get stung.
This smoking device subdues the bees, so I'm hanging on to it for the scary bit.
So we take our roof off.
Okay.
If I lift this corner up,
yeah,
you could gently smoke inside. A bit more than that, over the frames themselves, just to push the bees down a little bit. That's perfect. So gently we're going to lift the frames out one by one.
Well, it's amazing to see, isn't it? This.
Can you see the honey here?
Yeah.
All this is honey.
Look at that. That's fantastic.
Nectar to become honey, and then you've got yellow, look at the dandelion pollen here.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
The most important part of the relocation is to find the queen bee and clip her wings before transferring to the new hive. This will discourage the queen from leaving her new home and keep Jez's honey flowing.
Are they going to get annoyed knowing that you have the queen?
No, they won't be aware of that difference at the moment. In about 10 minutes' time,
yeah,
they're going to know that she's missing.
Okay.
Apparently, it's my turn to get sticky hands, but I'm not sure that I'm particularly keen.
And then you're going to place it into the gaps in the hive itself. No sudden movements.
Now, I reckon out of that 10 minutes, you've got about 2 minutes left until these guys realise something has happened.
So you're going to brace yourself for this?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to stand back a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, what's a little bit? I think the best thing to do is... Tell me when it's over!
After my heroic attempts at beekeeping, it's time to take some of this bespoke honey to the people of Sheffield.
What we're doing here is trying to create an awareness of the different flavours of honey that are available just in this city by doing some honey tasting. And then, if people like what they taste, we're trying to encourage them to grow some of the plants that will result in these distinctive flavours.
I've brought along 3 different types of honey produced from flowers that any of us can grow in our gardens. One where the bees have fed from heather, 1 apple blossom, and 1 borage.
Definitely mild.
Definitely mild.
What do you think of
Flavour.
that? Yeah. Where do you think honey gets its flavour?
Flowers.
The beekeeper is growing this plant called comfrey, and that's what's given this its flavour.
Heather.
Heather. Isn't that amazing?
That shows you how ring-fingered I am, doesn't it?
Do you like it?
It's lovely.
That's nice. Very soft.
Feels as though it's just so good for you, really.
The honey is a hit, and I'm hoping that the people of Sheffield would support their local bees
and plant some nectar-rich flowers. All take a packet of seeds, and if you sow them in your garden or anywhere, in no time at all you'll have the bees come into your place.
In the sunshine, then, will it go in shade?
Nice, open, sunny area.
Area.
Unless we have wildlife, we won't be able to produce honeys like this.
And the chap on next allotment's got a couple of hives.
He has hives on the allotment?
Yeah.
Fantastic. If he wants an expert beekeeper, now I'm not one for boasting or anything like that, but I'm pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye. Good morning, shoppers. Please join the Wildlife Garden Revival by planting wonderful pollinating plants in your garden, which will provide a great resource for all the bees and other insects in our back gardens so that we can produce wonderful honey. Food and shelter are critical for wildlife, but nothing can exist without water. This large pool is teeming with wildlife, such as pond skaters, water beetles, newts and tadpoles. But if you don't have the space or the inclination to dig a pool, I've just a thing for you. I'm going to show you how to make your very own mini water feature for your garden. We start off with a container. I'm using a simple plastic container, so no need to seal up any holes. I'm going to add a whole system of plants here that will keep the water fresh without the need for any pumps or plumbing or electricity. So it's magic in a barrel. By using upturned clay pots, you can create different levels on which you can place your plants. The first one, a starwort, very interesting arrangement, star-like arrangement of foliage. And what this will do is, it's an oxygenator, so that's going to add oxygen to the water, and the foliage will float to the surface. Once in position, it's time to add the next level. And our big structural planting is this wonderful equisetum. Looks a little bit like rushes or bamboo, and also hosts lots of different insects. Dragonflies lay their larvae here, and those little insects eventually creep all the way to the top of these stems. In front of that, I'm going to, it's not exactly planting, I'm going to place one of these Carexes. Now, as you see, all these plants seem to be in pots, but they're in little baskets with holes right the way around the base and all along the side to allow for the exchange of water and the gases that will build up. Next, I add some rocks building up to surface level. This creates a nice landing spot for my winged baiters. Our main plant is going to be one of the stars of the show. This is a water lily, and again it's coming in a basket. Those leaves, which are at the moment lying rather limply, have a beautiful kind of ruby colour, and that, once I place it into the deepest area of the pot, those lily pads, upon the addition of water, will float to the surface. Water lilies like this will not only offer a hiding place for creatures that live under the water, they also provide a perfect landing pad for dragonflies. The best type of water to use isn't from your tap. Collect it when it rains in buckets or from the water butt at the end of the drain pipes. It's important to add oxygenating plants to keep your water fresh. This one is called hornwort. And it's a funny way we have of planting this. I'm just going to tie a little stone to it to weigh it down. It takes all its nutrients from the water and produces lots of oxygen to keep that water fresh. When you plant up this or any garden pond initially, you might find that some algae takes over, the water goes a bit greenish. It takes a while for the ecosystem to develop and all the workings of these plants to kick in. The only thing to do now is to sit back and enjoy it, and in no time at all it will become a habitat, a home to all sorts of pond life. One common misconception is that to create a wildlife garden, you need lots of space. But Keith Reynolds' inner city Manchester flat is proof that that's simply not true.
This is my balcony.
As you can see, I've used lots and lots of galvanised metal buckets because these are the building blocks of the wildlife garden balcony. The buckets are really cheap to get. I just drilled holes in them and then filled them with peat-free compost and plants, which are fantastic for wildlife. When I look out and see around me in the inner city of Manchester all these blank, sterile balconies, I think it's a crying shame because people could be making them really green, they could be attracting lots of bees and butterflies with the right plants. They're missing out on an opportunity to actually sit out in their own balcony and have their own little piece of nature right on their doorstep.
Keith has employed some very inventive techniques to attract wildlife.
What we have here is my dustbin lid meadow. So what we've got now is white campion, which is great for bees, but also for moths at night because it has a night-scented flower. Here I've got a bucket pond, which, as you can see, is essentially a bucket that's been filled with water, and I've planted water bistle as well as yellow flag iris.
He's even started a blog to give advice to other inner-city wildlife enthusiasts.
I started the blog for my wildlife garden balcony approximately 4 years or so ago. It contained lots of details about what plants to choose, what containers to use, how to set up the right conditions so that your plants don't die, to hopefully inspiring people to see if I can do it, they can do it.
Being able to sit back and relax and enjoy the wildlife in your own garden is such a real treat. But our birds, bees and butterflies are under real threat. We can make a difference though if we provide some food, water and shelter for them, no matter how big our outdoor space. Your wildlife will be all the richer for that. Across the series, our revival team are travelling the length and breadth of Britain, celebrating our gardens.
You couldn't draw, as a landscape artist, a more perfect picture.
Flowers.
Perfume. Oh, it's sensational.
And plants.
This plant is perfect. That's going to get off to a great start.
Next, Charlie they make campaigns to revive the peony.
Ask anyone what their favourite flower is and you'll probably get rose, daffodil or maybe even sweet pea. But there's one flower that doesn't appear very high on anyone's list. It's a really gorgeous flower that I feel has been somewhat neglected and overlooked by the British gardener. And that flower is the peony. Considered difficult to grow and with a short flowering period, we're simply not planting as many of them in our gardens. But if we don't, there's a chance that we might lose some of our more beautiful varieties. That's why I want to make it the star of the border again. On my revival campaign, I'll see just how versatile these stunning plants are. No one can say that there's not a peony for them.
I totally agree.
I take to the streets to ignite people's passion for peonies. What would be most romantic, getting peonies from Sir or roses? And I'll show you my top tips on how to establish peonies in your own garden. Just be patient. I promise you it's well worth the wait. This is the enchanting Kifsgate Court Gardens in Gloucestershire. The 7-acre garden is on the edge of the Cotswold Escarpment and has stunning views as far as the eye can see. In early summer, the borders are a blaze of colour, and it's the peonies that steal the show. Some people think peonies are old-fashioned and uncool, but I've always thought they're rather glamorous and romantic. There's nothing understated about the flowers, and no matter what border they're in, they'll always draw your attention. Whenever I see peonies, I get transported back to when I was a child. I've got lots of very happy, fond memories of helping my granddad, who was a gardener, in the garden. And I would be drawn to the peonies because they were so colourful and full on. And probably much to his irritation, I would go and collect the petals, even if they were still on the flower, and then distribute them round the lawn. But they are beautiful, and it takes me right back there every time I see them. To try and understand the decline of the peony, I've come to the West Country, the flower's spiritual home in Britain. Now, I think one of my biggest problems with the campaign is that people don't actually recognise peonies when they see them. Would you know what those flowers are?
No.
No? No. Would you know what these flowers are?
I have no idea what they are.
Carnations. Is it camellia?
They smell lovely, though. No eating them, darling.
My wife will kill me if she sees this because she's a florist.
Oh! It seems the poor peony is suffering a bit of an identity crisis. Yet it's here in Somerset where the flower was historically grown. Kelways is one of the UK's oldest plant nurseries, established in 1851 and named after its peony-loving owners. They helped spread the popularity of peonies as far as America and turn them into a bit of an Edwardian obsession. But as the craze for labour-intensive herbaceous borders diminished in the mid-1900s, the peony gradually fell out of favour across the country. I'm not the only one that thinks that peonies have got a bit of a raw deal and we've neglected them slightly in the garden. Mr. Kelway wrote in his garden peony book, "It seems to me surprising as well as unfortunate that the peony, one of the loveliest of all flowers and available to all, is not as widely known to the general public in Britain." But current owner Dave Root is determined to safeguard these historic peonies for the future. Using the nursery's original handwritten catalogue, Dave is attempting to identify all the peony varieties from the collection so that he can replant them and preserve them for the future. I'm here to help relocate one of these original peonies.
We've got our what we call our peony Bible here, which is our big stock list made by James Kelway back in the 1930s of all the peonies they've got in the collection. Occasionally a plant still comes up and flowers, which is actually not what it's supposed to be. I'm pretty convinced this is one called Bridal Veil, which I thought had actually been lost from our collection. So I'm really pleased that we've discovered it again.
Dave needs to dig up the peony so it can be moved to a different area where he's growing the new collection. There it can be labelled and catalogued. So when would you say the real big heyday of peonies was?
I think the heyday was at the end of the 19th century, which was the days of the great Victorian plant collectors and the big estates and the big gardens. And in those sort of times, everyone had the grand double herbaceous border, and peonies were an integral part of that. And it was said that the peonies were like the Victorian ladies of the day, with very thin necks and big hats.
Oh, OK, yeah, I can see that. So why did they go into decline then?
Yeah, well, it all changed about the time of the First World War because the gardeners all went off to war, and a lot of the big houses had the gardens turned into vegetable plots.
Of course,
and
yeah.
the houses themselves were turned into hospitals, so gardening and things like peonies ceased to be an important thing.
Post-war, the lack of manpower saw British growers struggling and American and Dutch breeders took over. We stopped exporting peonies and started to import.
What makes Kelway special is the peonies. They've been here since the 1850s and we want them to be here for forevermore, really, if we can. And the great thing with peonies is that you'll get more and more flowers every single year. And you see them getting bigger and bigger. I mean, they are plants that need a little bit of time to establish in the garden, which does put some people off, but once they're in, they're there forever.
And to hopefully preserve the rediscovered Bridal Veil forever. It's being relocated to the new collection in a more condensed area of the nursery.
We started planting this back in the autumn of last year, and we've got 150 varieties in here already, but my dream, Charlie, is to have 1,000 in here.
1,000? Fantastic.
How amazing would that be? The only important thing when planting a peony is that you don't plant it too deeply. You can see those little growth buds, which are the buds for next year.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be no more than about 5 centimetres below the soil surface.
Right.
Any deeper than that, and you'll get loads of lovely leaves, but you'll never get flowers. And it also gives rise to the myth that if you move a peony, it won't flower. If that were true, then we wouldn't be able to propagate these plants at all or sell them.
And it's just because someone's planted it too deep.
All it is. It's all down to that planting depth. And get that right, and you'll never have a problem with moving your peonies or making them flower.
And you'll be labelling this one so that
I will indeed. It will be proudly labelled Bridal Veil.
And it's not lost.
It's not lost. It's back in the collection. We'll log it on the database, and next year I'll come back and inspect the flowers again.
Why do you think it's so important to have a collection like this?
It's just all part of the world's richness of flora and fauna, isn't it? Some of these plants exist nowhere else in the world but in this little field in the corner of Somerset, and I think that's really, really special.
So what do you think of my campaign to get people to put a peony in their garden?
I would love you to get more people to grow peonies. I think they're one of the best and most rewarding of all the garden plants.
Everyone's got to have a peony as far as I'm concerned in the garden.
I'm all for that. Or even 1,000 varieties like me.
With enthusiasts like Dave flying the flag for peonies, it can only help my campaign to get everyone growing them in their gardens. Peonies fall into 3 different categories, all with different characteristics, but perfect in any garden. Herbaceous peonies are the ones that most people recognise. They die right back down in the winter time, and in the spring there's the flowers. You can get simple single ones right the way through to full-on double in a vast array of colours. And that's why they often feature as a cut flower in bouquets. Tree peonies flower much earlier than the herbaceous peonies, late spring, early summer. In actual fact, it's a large shrub, getting up to about 3 metres by 3 metres. And although they have flowers, they're not quite as full on as the herbaceous ones. But they do have these fantastic seed pods afterwards that look like court jester hats. The third group of peonies came about when a plant breeder in Japan crossed a tree peony with a herbaceous peony to give us what are called the intersectional peonies. They've got the structure of the tree peony and the lovely foliage, but they've also got the full-on glamorous flowers of the herbaceous peonies. At Kipsgate Court in the Cotswolds, peonies have been a feature plant since the first one was introduced into the garden in the 1930s, a legacy that has been passed down through 3 generations of women gardeners. I'm meeting Anne Chambers, who is carrying on her grandmother and mother's passion for peonies. Anne, how did the gardens develop here?
Well, my grandparents bought the house in 1918 after the First World War, and there wasn't really a garden at all here.
Anne's grandmother, Heather Muir, had no horticultural training, but nonetheless set to creating the garden.
She decided that she was going to lay out this top garden to begin with, and then set to on the very steep banks in the 1930s.
And from there, your mother took over?
Yes, my mum moved in the 1950s.
And you've kept it going?
Well, we moved here, yes, 30 years ago, and luckily for us, my mother was still going strong, so she taught us a lot.
It looks amazing. And have you always been peony enthusiasts?
Well, yes, we love peonies. They're very special.
And Anne has 3 special peonies to show me, planted by the 3 generations. The first was put in by her grandmother and had a long journey to get here. That's a climb, I have to say.
This is a tree peony that my grandmother brought back from China back in the 1930s.
So did she go out there?
No. In those days it came back by boat, so it took 6 months. I always think it looks rather in situ here. It could be on a hillside in the Himalayas or China with this sort of wooded area.
Definitely. Well, it's obviously finished flowering now.
Yes, absolutely. It flowered in May. It has wonderful big, those enormous saucer-shaped pink flowers, which are spectacular. Even when the flower's over, they're still pretty.
So how old's that then?
Nearly 90 years old.
Definitely worth the investment.
Quite, absolutely. Well, here we've got the lovely peony Bowl of Beauty.
One of the most popular ones, really, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. I think most people do know it.
Beautiful pink guard petals, and then the fantastic centre. They're known as Japanese peonies, aren't they, or imperial?
Absolutely. You've got a real month or 6 weeks probably of flowering, which is very good for a peony.
Yeah, and I mean, so spectacular. Was this you that put this in, or?
No, this was my mother. So this one's been here, yes, probably since the 1960s.
So Anne, you grew up here as a child. Do you remember the peonies?
As a child, you just take everything for granted. But I do remember that at this time of year, the roses and the peonies were very much a feature. And as a result, yes, we've planted lots of other new varieties as well.
And one of those varieties Anne planted 6 years ago. But this year is its first flower.
It's called Jan van Leuven. I don't know if my pronunciation's right. And I'd sort of forgotten about it. And then suddenly this year, this beautiful white flower.
Gorgeous. It's another Japanese single peony.
Yes, and a good leaf as well, don't you think?
Really nice. Yes. It's a real strong green, which contrasts fantastically with, the white of the flower.
I'm thrilled. Worth waiting for.
So, Anne, do you think I'm doing the right thing encouraging people to put peonies in their garden?
I do, because really they're very little bother. They don't get diseases, they disappear in the winter, they're totally hardy. I think they're a tremendous family, really, and there are so many different varieties.
Peonies will reward you with a lifetime of flowers, so it's worth investing in a plant. To try and get the public excited, I'm setting up pop-up peonies here in Bristol. With my stall set, I call upon resident florist Lucy Manning to gain some insight into people's buying habits and to create some beautiful peony bouquets. Particularly love these ones. They are gorgeous, aren't they?
Together they look beautiful.
Are they popular?
They're kind of popular. I mean, actually, when I buy them, they look like this. So people just tend to kind of confuse them with other things.
Poppies and roses, clematis maybe, double clematis.
Sometimes, even dahlias, actually, someone thought one was before.
Yeah. So, Lucy, what do you like about peonies?
I think what I really like is just watching them grow, really. When you put them in a vase and they're in bud like this, and then you wake up in the morning and they've just opened. And they just smell so good.
I have to say, in the garden, peonies have gone slightly out of fashion.
Yeah.
Are they like that in the floral arrangement?
Floral-wise, I think with weddings, they are quite a fashionable flower now. I'm doing a lot of weddings that are kind of corally peach tones.
So that's that would be perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm always recommending these, only this time of year though.
And price-wise, in comparison to roses?
Now they're in season, they're a good price. Come August, if a bride wants them, she might spend probably triple what she spends in around May.
And go on, I bet these all come in from abroad, don't they?
They do, that's the sad thing. Most of the flowers I do get are locally sourced, but with peonies, it's virtually impossible.
That's why I want to get everybody growing peonies in the garden.
Yeah.
I'm going to use Lucy's beautiful bouquets to grab people's attention, then hopefully convince them to buy a plant of their own. Hello there.
Hi.
It'll cost about the same as a bouquet, but you will reap the rewards and it will flower year after year. What would be most romantic, getting peonies from Sir or roses?
I want the red one.
You want the red one? Yeah. Would you buy a bouquet of flowers?
I would, they're absolutely beautiful.
I really want people to grow them, so I prefer you to buy a plant.
Okay.
And do you grow peonies at home?
Yes, I do, and I got two, and it was my grandfather, so it's been going for 50 years. They're not as good as those, but they're not looking too bad.
White one is really beautiful. Yeah, I spray that in my garden.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, it's getting to the end of the day. The market's closing down. I managed to get rid of half the peonies. I'm really pleased with the positive reaction my plants got. I think I've definitely helped raise the profile of this incredible flower. Peonies are not only beautiful plants, but they're one of the most robust as well, as the generations of plants here at Kifsgate Court have proven. I'm going to show you how simple it is to manage peonies at home. Tree peonies require very little in the way of maintenance, but what you may want to do is contain its size. This one here's got way too tall and it's hanging over the path. I'm going to take this one out to reduce the height and also the width. Always prune to a nice strong shoot or bud that's outward facing. Nice clean cut there. The other thing to remove is crossing stems. That way you keep the shrub nice and open and it lets air circulate through. So you can see this stem here is crossing right the way through the other upward stems. Again, always prune to a nice strong shoot. I'm doing this just after it's finished flowering, which is fine, but if you're doing major retraining, then you're best to wait until the autumn when the plant's gone dormant and most of the leaves have dropped off. Now this growth that's been taken back here will cause the side buds that are dormant at the moment to shoot next spring. And of course it's going to be covered in fabulous flowers in April, May. Unlike tree peonies, which happily grow without any additional support, some herbaceous varieties may need a helping hand by staking. Now personally, I would choose ones that don't, something like Pillow Talk that has lovely strong stems, but if you want to go for something like Sarah Bernhardt for cutting, then you will need to stake it. You could quite happily just use canes and twine, but I like to use these herbaceous supports. So all it consists of is a circle that's been divided up with supports, and then you've got 3 or 4 legs that hang off it, which you must make sure you get in position above the plant before it starts growing. Push it down into the ground, and as the foliage grows up, you can raise up the ring with it. As you can see from this peony here, you really don't notice the support at all, and all you're seeing is the lovely flowers. Someone who shares my love for peonies is Claire Austin. She's been growing them in her nursery garden on the Welsh borders since the 1980s and now has around 200 varieties. Now, I know you've got a passion for peonies, but where did that come from then?
It was really due to my father, who was he was breeding roses, but he didn't think they were going to hit the big time. So in the early 80s, he bought a large collection of peonies and irises and other perennials. And then the roses went wow, and he wasn't going to grow peonies anymore. So I took them over, and you can't resist a peony when it's in flower. They are just so beautiful. They add the wow to the border, and they're very easy to grow.
Through 30 years of growing peonies, Claire has built a collection of reliable and easy to maintain varieties, and it's the modern intersectional peonies that stand out. So the intersectionals then?
Crosses between tree peonies and herbaceous peonies, and they make lovely, round, sturdy plants. Now this plant is actually only a couple of years old, right, and the flowers will get bigger like all peonies as they age. This one's called Bartzella. It gets no disease, and in the autumn it just falls off very neatly. So you don't have to cut it back.
So there's no faffing around cutting it back?
Self-supporting.
So would you recommend intersectionals for the average person?
Oh, absolutely, yes. And they may be a bit expensive at the moment, but they are going to get cheaper, and they come in such a lovely range of colours.
And why do you think they're so expensive? Is it just because demand outstrips supply?
They're very new in peony terms.
Right.
So a lot of peonies that might be cheaper may well have been introduced in the 1900s. This was only from the 1980s, 1990s.
OK, so That's
It's taking a lot of time to propagate them
on.
Yeah.
Are they not doing tissue culture with them?
They're starting to. There are certain ones that, and they're going to be cheaper, much cheaper.
And it's lovely and compact, isn't it?
And not only that, they're really easy to grow. Just plant them and leave them.
That's what we like.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we like. One common complaint is the short flowering season. Usually less than 3 weeks, but Claire thinks the intersectional peonies are key to overcoming this. So I suppose by having 2 or 3 of these different intersectional peonies in the garden, you're going to get quite a lot longer flowering periods.
That's right. They'll come in different heights as well. This one is particularly compact.
By growing intersectionals alongside herbaceous and tree peonies, Claire ensures she further extends the flowering period and has blooms from April through to June. So what would you recommend then in the herbaceous line?
Well, I think something like this Japanese peony, which is called cream puff. It's self-supporting.
So no staking, once it's in, that's it?
That's right. It flowers for a good 10 days, 2 weeks, even 2.5 weeks.
Each flower?
Each flower.
Yeah. Who's this
This is
then?
Crackles.
Hello, Crackles. Do you like the peonies? Do they smell nice,
I
mate?
think they've been eaten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Claire's collection is a fantastic array of colour, shape and height, with a long flowering period to boot. I can see why you've ended up with a field full.
Absolutely, there are so many, and they all flower at different times.
No one can say that there's not a peony for them.
I totally agree.
What I love about this border at Kifsgate Court Gardens is the lovely palette of colour, from the dark blue of the pea-flowered baptisia, the soft pink of the ballerina rose, and the dark purple of the astrantia. But what still steals the show? The peony. And for a show-stopping peony of your own, here's how to plant a tree peony in your garden. Tree peonies are extremely hardy and not very demanding. Ideally, they'd like to be in partial shade, but they will put up with full shade as well and do okay. What you must remember is they're going to get large, so you make sure you give them the space because they're going to be there for a very long time. As with all plants, make sure you dig the hole big enough to get the whole of the root ball easily into the hole. So I'm just going to pop some bone meal at the bottom of the hole, which is really good for getting the roots established and the plant established and giving it a good boost. Now I've had this standing in water so that the root ball is nicely soaked, and it's a case of gently tapping it out of the pot. And there you can see we've got some really lovely, young, fibrous roots. Just want to make sure that you plant it slightly deeper than soil level. That way it'll give it more stability. And then just pop the soil back in. With all varieties of peony, if you buy them containerised like this one, they're happy to be planted at any time of the year. Now, tree peonies are hungry plants, and they really will benefit from a top dressing of fertiliser in the autumn, which will help initiate lots more lovely flowers in the spring. So firm it in, and of course give it a good water. Soak it well, that way the roots will start to grow downwards rather than come up to the surface. And you must keep on top of the watering for the next year or so. And don't worry if you don't get flowers in the first year. You just got to be patient, but I promise you it's well worth the wait. It's not just in gardens and vases where peonies stand out. Floral artist Rebecca Louise Law regularly uses them in her art installations of floral 3D sculptures and wall hangings.
I start all of my installations with flowers being fresh, and I allow them to dry.
Her most recent work is a private installation for a kitchen wall.
Within my artwork, I love peonies because they dry incredibly and they hold their colours. The technique I use is hanging the flowers within a space where it has enough air to be able to stop the decaying process. I get really excited when it's this season and I can use peonies and dry them. Peonies should definitely be revived, and people should really start to see the qualities in them, especially in the garden. Peonies are the best.
I couldn't agree more. For me, no other plant gives such a show-stopping performance as the peony. You can have flowers from spring right into summer, and they're glorious. And once they're in, you're going to have flowers year after year after year. Go on, splash out and put one in your garden, or maybe even two.